The Myriad Nest Secret Realm is a mid-sized dimension belonging to the 9 Provinces Federation. It houses 7 major central city bases, and White Phosphorus City is one of them. Here, real estate is insanely expensive. You could say every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Yet in the heart of such a city lies a massive private estate surrounded by mountains and rivers, the City Lord's Manor. And this young man is the young City Lord of White Phosphorus City, a soul who crossed over to this world from another. In his previous life, Bai Zi'an was a soldier who died in the line of duty, but fate wasn't finished with him, and his soul was transported to a world filled with all kinds of spirit beasts and beasts. Unlike other isekai protagonists, Bai Zi'an didn't just take over someone else's body. He was literally reborn, entering this world in a brand new body while retaining all his past memories. After finishing his morning shower, Bai Zi'an couldn't help but admire himself in the mirror. Even though he's been looking at this face for 10 years now, he still thinks to himself every single time, "Damn, I am handsome as hell." Suddenly, a portal rips open in midair, and a creature emerges. Bai Zi'an turns around, completely unfazed by the sight. It's a gold-rank, red-eyed silver fish. The fish swims over to him and speaks, "Little Anne, breakfast is ready. Got it. Tell Dad I'll be down in a bit after I finish getting ready." Bai Zi'an replies to the fish, which reminds him not to keep everyone waiting before diving back into the portal and vanishing. That silver fish is a gold-rank pet and the life-bound beast of his father. In this world, it's considered a formidable power. He heads downstairs to find everyone waiting for him. That beautiful woman is his mother in this life, and beside her is his younger sister, Bai Zi'an. The man grumbling nearby is his father, while the silver-haired old man with a sharp, steady gaze sitting at the head of the table is Bai Jingsong, the City Lord of White Phosphorus City and Bai Zi'an's grandfather. "Grandpa, when did you get here?" Bai Zi'an asks as he pulls out a chair. "Today is the annual awakening ceremony. As the City Lord, I need to be there to give a speech and motivate the students. Little Anne, you're also a candidate this year. You'll be participating in the ceremony today too. It's perfect the two of us can head to the awakening hall together in a bit." "Yes, sir," Bai Zi'an replies obediently. He's been looking forward to this day for a long time. The ceremony's full name is the 9 Provinces Federation Annual Beastmaster Awakening Ceremony. Every year at this time, the Federation hosts this event to help young people awaken their potential. Those who succeed can join a Beastmaster Academy to study everything about spirit beasts. However, those who fail are left with no choice but to attend ordinary schools. That's why this ceremony is just like the college entrance exams from his past life, a critical moment that determines your entire future. In this world, your status is decided by your Beastmaster talent. Without it, even an ant on the street wouldn't give you a second look. But Lady Luck has already smiled on him, so Bai Zi'an isn't worried at all. You see, he actually awakened an A-rank Beastmaster talent on his own 1 month ago. It's a spiritual type talent called intuition, which gives the user incredible combat instincts. Sometimes, he can even sense special connections or understand what a spirit beast is thinking. It's an extraordinary talent to have. Its utility is incredibly versatile. Not only does it provide sharp intuition, but it also helps him avoid danger in battle and even communicate with beasts, making it much easier to tame them. Since the ceremony won't change much for him, Bai Zi'an remains as cool as a cucumber. Awakening an A-rank spiritual talent on your own is a massive deal. It's definitely not something anyone can just do. His grandfather knows this too. Even in the origin world, Bai Zi'an would be seen as a prodigy that every major clan would fight over to recruit and train. The grandfather might not have the power to reach those heights himself, but his grandson certainly does. However, Bai Jingsong is a bit worried. His grandson is still young, and if he really goes to that place, those old monsters might swallow him whole. That's why he wants to toughen him up, hoping Bai Zi'an will become a truly steady and composed individual. Thinking of this, Bai Jingsong calls out to Bai Zi'an, who is currently taking a sip of tea. Startled, he looks up. "Little Anne, don't you dare take this awakening ceremony lightly. The awakening stone used by the 9 Provinces Federation is a unique, top-tier treasure. In fact, there's only one of its kind in the entire Federation." Bai Jingsong warns him, as the origins of that awakening stone are shrouded in mystery. At the dawn of the new era, monsters flooded their world, posing a massive threat to all of humanity. Mankind was pushed to the brink of extinction. In those desperate times, the previous generation discovered the awakening stone. Using its power, the first Beastmasters awakened their talents. This allowed humanity to survive and ushered in the glorious age of the Beastmaster. You could say this special awakening stone is the very foundation of the 9 Provinces Federation's beast taming civilization. To become a true beastmaster, one must go through 3 stages: awakening a beast, taming talent, constructing a beast space, and finally, forming a contract with their first monster. While members of elite clans or disciples of special sects might be different, some geniuses even awaken early, but they still have their children or disciples participate in the annual awakening ceremony. The main goal is to harness the power of the awakening stone to build a beast space as early as possible. After going on for quite a while, Bai Zi'an finally got to the point that awakening stone is top-tier stuff. Its power is incredibly beneficial for Bai Zi'an, so he needs to take this awakening ceremony very seriously. Bai Zi'an understood his grandfather's lessons well, so he gave a dutiful nod. He had been buried in books lately. Focusing on beast studies and talent awakening, he didn't know much about the awakening stone. Now, he realized just how powerful it was. Naturally, he had to seize this chance. A real man shouldn't overthink things, he just needs to focus on the ceremony. Building a beast space is the most important thing. Bai Zi'an's dad suddenly slammed the table and shouted. He startled both Zi'an and Bai Zi'u. "Why are you being so aggressive?" His mom snapped, standing with her hands on her hips to put her husband in his place. Seeing her, the man immediately deflated. "I was just being a bit loud, not aggressive," he muttered as they finished the meal. Their private driver took Bai Zi'an and Bai Zi'an to the awakening square. Bai Zi'an told his grandson to head to the main hall first. He had to prepare a short speech. By the time Bai Zi'an arrived, a massive crowd had already gathered, and the second he showed up, the girls' eyes lit up like stars. "Hey, young Master Bai, long time no see." They swarmed him, making Bai Zi'an feel all he could do was scratch his head and give a shy laugh. "Young Master, you haven't been to school in a month. You must be fully prepared, right?" "Young Master Bai, it's only been a month, but you've gotten even more handsome." These people were all Bai Zi'an's classmates. They attended the White Phosphorus City Academy, the most prestigious school in the city. Most students were children of high-ranking generals, officials of White Phosphorus City, or wealthy businessmen, and of course, as the son of the city lord. Bai Zi'an was the undisputed leader of this group. Suddenly, someone shoved through the crowd and lunged straight for Bai Zi'an. "Big Bro Zi'an." It was a chubby guy with a wobbling belly, shouting at the top of his lungs as he ran. Bai Zi'an immediately dodged to the side, sending the chubby guy face-planting into the dirt. Getting up, the guy turned back to him and continued, "Bro, I haven't seen you in a month. I missed you to death. Don't you miss me?" "Whoa, fatty, can you stop talking to me in that heartbroken tone? People who don't know us will think we're a couple," Bai Zi'an snapped. "How could you say that, bro? We've been best friends since we were kids." "Fatty, you're really something else. I just feel bad for the name Yuan Potian. Such a badass name wasted on someone like you." These two really were childhood best friends, because of the name Yuan Potian. Bai Zi'an used to think this guy was going to be the main character, but as time went on, and Yuan Potian's physique became rounder and rounder, that idea was quickly tossed out the window. While Bai Zi'an was mourning his friend's once slim figure, an arrogant voice rang out in his ear. "Bai Zi'an, you haven't shown your face at school for a whole month. I thought you were scared. If you just admit defeat now, I might go easy on you this time." The voice belonged to Feng Tianyu, the daughter of Vice City Lord Feng Yangyan. She was stunning and talented, but unfortunately, she was incredibly arrogant and competitive. That bet about who would get a better talent during the ceremony was something Feng Tianyu forced on him. Even now, she was being so cocky, didn't she fear getting put in her place? Honestly, Bai Zi'an felt embarrassed for her. "What's the matter? You look like you're about to back out," Feng Tianyu said haughtily. The bet between these two young prodigies was still on. "I'm really looking forward to seeing you lose and having to fulfill your end of the deal." A month ago, Feng Tianyu declared that whoever lost had to grant the winner one wish. Of course, that was because she was certain she could never lose. Bai Zi'an, however, remained perfectly calm. He wasn't worried about the outcome at all, because he knew exactly what he was capable of. The surrounding students began to whisper excitedly. Who would emerge victorious in this high-stakes bet? The awakening ceremony officially began, amidst the growing anticipation. One by one, students stepped forward, placing their hands on the stone as it emitted a shimmering, mystical light. The tension in the air was thick. Every eye was fixed on the two of them. The ultimate showdown between the genius and the arrogant beauty was finally about to reach its climax. You've basically got a 90% chance of winning this bet. After all, an A-rank talent is second only to S rank, and finding an S-rank talent in the entire 9 provinces federation is like finding a needle in a haystack. Not to mention, the myriad spider nest is just a minor secret realm under the Federation's control. As soon as Bai Zi'an left, Yuan Potian hurried after him, cautiously warning him to stay on his toes. It turns out Feng Tianyu came prepared this time, having heard some inside info from her father. Word is the Feng family snagged a rare treasure that helps with talent awakening, which explains why she's acting so cocky. It's fine. The Feng family has a unique history and deep roots, so it's only natural they'd have a few tricks up their sleeve, Bai Zi'an replied calmly. He didn't hold a grudge against her, nor was he overly worried. His intuition told him that the girl wasn't a threat and didn't actually have any malicious intent toward him. She was just a competitive brat who wanted to prove she was better than him. Before long, all the students gathered in the square, where Bai Jingchong took the stage to address them as the city lord. After a brief pep talk, the candidates were guided into lines to enter the Awakening Hall. Inside the hall, awakening stones hovered in the air. The students were told to take their seats, cross their legs, and begin the awakening process. Bai Zi'an knew exactly what would happen once the Federation activated those stones. They would use spatial projection to beam the power of the divine stones throughout every corner of the hall. It was a breathtaking miracle. At first, Bai Zi'an entered the trance with the confidence of a true prodigy. He could feel his talent's energy surging within his body, but then, something unexpected happened. As the awakening energy spiraled out of control, he felt like he was plummeting into a bottomless pit. Agony ripped through his entire body as the energy flooded his limbs and shot straight to his head. Bai Zi'an desperately tried to harness the power. The brain is the most delicate part of the body. If this energy fried his mind, he might end up as nothing more than a vegetable. He had to break out of this state immediately. But right then, his intuition talent gave him a signal this wasn't a disaster. It was a massive opportunity. As an A-rank talent, it was almost impossible for his intuition to be wrong, let alone turn against its master. So, Bai Zi'an chose to trust it. He stayed in the trance and fought to master the chaotic energy. Eventually, the violent energy fluctuations around him caught the attention of the ritual overseers. Once they realized the student was the city lord's grandson, they panicked and rushed to inform the city lord and Elder Wu. If anything happens to him, we're all dead meat, the man shouted as he sprinted toward Bai Jingchong. He reported that Bai Zi'an's awakening was going sideways. Specifically, a massive eye had appeared right above his head. No one knew what this omen meant, but when Bai Jingchong saw the eye, his own eyes widened in shock. Normally, only those awakening an S-rank talent or higher could trigger such a mysterious phenomenon. How was this possible when Bai Zi'an had already awakened an A-rank talent once before? Only one explanation came to Bai Jingchong's mind. Had his grandson's intuition talent mutated and evolved into an S-rank? In the world of beast taming, mutated beasts with unique abilities or constitutions appear from time to time. Humans are also living creatures, so it stands to reason they could also undergo mutations. For humans, these mutations almost always manifest within their beast taming talents. However, throughout the history of beast tamers, those who possess mutated talents are incredibly rare. You could count them on one hand. And every single one of them became a legendary figure whose name would be remembered forever. Thinking about this, Bai Jingchong felt more dread than joy. If it really was a mutation, the awakening process would be incredibly dangerous. Worried sick, he moved to enter the hall and stop it. But Elder Wu, the one in charge of the ritual, blocked his path. Old Bai, don't make this hard for me. The Awakening Hall belongs to the Federation. Even as the Lord of Whitescale City, you are strictly forbidden from entering. He tried to reassure the city lord, saying the hall had protection mechanisms and that the boy would be just fine. A talent like this is 1 in a million. You're one lucky old man, Bai, Elder Wu praised him, but Bai Jingchong's heart was still racing with worry. Meanwhile, inside, Bai Zi'an was still wrestling with his awakening. Suddenly, mysterious text appeared before his eyes. The world is built on 3 pillars, heaven, earth, and man. Who knows how much time has passed? As soon as those words flashed before him, Bai Zi'an let out a gut-wrenching scream and snapped his eyes open. He found himself staring at a massive hall, with the awakening stone still hovering right above his head. Bai Zi'an struggled to catch his breath, his chest heaving. His mind was racing, stuck on those mysterious words. Celestial, terrestrial, and mortal? This is absolutely insane. But what was even crazier was the notification that followed. Bai Zi'an had just unlocked a talent from the Mystic system. It was a Mythic tier talent, called the Eye of Revelation. Granting him godlike intuition, he could now see the very beginnings of the heavenly path and identify every single thing within a certain radius. Bai Zi'an was so stunned that he nearly lost his footing right then and there. In this world of beast taming, talents are divided into 9 ranks, from the lowest to the highest: F rank, E rank, D rank, S rank, double S rank, and the peak, triple S rank. Usually, a triple S rank talent is the absolute limit for any Beastmaster. And yet, he had just landed a mythic tier talent? Bai Zi'an had never even heard of such a thing before. This had to be a rank far beyond triple S, and on top of that, it was part of the rare mystic system. This notification felt like a total shock to his system. By now, most of the other candidates in the hall had finished their awakening process. Some were lucky enough to hit a rank, while others were just happy to scrape by with a D rank. Then there were those who were breaking down in tears because they didn't awaken anything at all. Bai Zi'an could see all of it clearly. This was the power of the Eye of Revelation in action. If this was real, then he had just obtained an ability that defied the very laws of nature. With this eye, nothing within his range could hide its true nature from him. Just imagine, before a fight even starts, Bai Zi'an would already know his opponent's talent, their beast's abilities, and every single one of their... He would know exactly what skills to use to take them down. Victory would be practically guaranteed every single time. The more he thought about it, the more pumped he got. He was itching to test his skills on the other candidates. He checked them out and saw mostly D ranks and C ranks, though there were a few standouts with a rank talents. It looked like this generation actually had some real prodigies. Then, Bai Zi'an remembered something. He needed to check that awakening stone. He looked up and stared intently at the stone, and the information he received gave him total culture shock. That stone wasn't just an object, it was actually a life system spirit beast with a double S rank life transfer talent. It had an elementary god tier potential, along with gold quality awakening skills like life drain and an orange quality skill called eternal bloom. It was originally a seed from the ancient tree of life, but because it lacked nutrients, it couldn't grow and had fallen into a deep hibernation. Bai Zi'an was floored. He never expected to lay eyes on a legendary god-tier beast in his entire life. Just then, an announcement echoed through the hall, telling all the candidates to line up according to their student ID numbers. They had to record their awakening results. Bai Zi'an still couldn't stop thinking about it. The awakening stone had helped countless Beastmasters unlock their power. It was the very foundation of the prosperous era of beast taming and the backbone of the 9 Provinces Federation. Yet it was actually a divine beast. He wondered if the Federation leaders even knew about this. If they did, then they probably had a massive plan in motion. But if they didn't, that was a scary thought. That stone had 3 skills, one of which was a gold quality divine skill. The other 2 were top-tier orange quality skills. If it ever woke up and was fully revived, the news would shake the world. It would turn the entire 9 provinces upside down. It seemed this world was much more dangerous and complicated than he first thought. After a while, it was finally Bai Zi'an's turn. He placed his hand on the testing device just like everyone else. However, the machine spat out a result, saying Bai Zi'an had awakened an A-rank mental system talent called Intuition. An A-rank? Bai Zi'an muttered to himself, knowing full well his talent had mutated into something much bigger. It was like the machine heard his thoughts. Suddenly, it started blaring error messages. Beep, beep. Identification failed. Identification failed. Exceeds a rank. Beyond identification range. Unable to identify. The alarms just kept screaming. Both Bai Zi'an and the staff were starting to panic. That was until Elder Wu appeared, looking at him with a kind and gentle expression. He explained that this testing device could only handle talents at S rank or below. It had been a long time since anyone in Bailin City had awakened an S rank talent. So, it was perfectly normal that the staff didn't know how to handle this. The Elder said that during Bai Zi'an's awakening process, the machine simply couldn't handle the sheer pressure from that mysterious source of energy. A miracle happened. Originally, his talent was only an A-grade intuition, so Elder O told the staff to record it differently. Bak Tu-an had officially awakened an S-grade talent. S-grade super intuition. Even that didn't fully capture his true power, but he figured it was better to keep his cards close to his chest for now. As soon as the S-grade announcement went out, his classmates swarmed him with congratulations. A legendary S-grade talent right before their eyes. It was insane. Everyone knew young Master Bak was destined for greatness now. After all, his grandfather is a diamond rank Beastmaster. And now the grandson has an S-grade talent? Talk about being born under a lucky star. Bak Tuan just smiled, thinking he was only a little better than them. Ha, Bak Tuan laughed awkwardly. These guys were already losing their minds over a measly S-grade. If they knew the truth that he'd actually awakened a mythical grade talent, something way beyond triple S, it would probably cause a total meltdown. It turns out mythical grade was so rare, it wasn't even in the system's database. Talk about a game changer. As Bak Tuan left the testing area, he couldn't help but feel like he had a massive secret. He immediately ran into his grandfather, who was waiting anxiously. The moment he saw his grandson, Bak Sung rushed over. "Anne, how are you feeling? Did the mutation feel okay? Anything weird?" Bak Tuan felt a bit guilty and lowered his head. "Grandpa, I feel great. I'm just a little bummed I didn't get to use the chance to set up my beast space." Bak Sung patted his shoulder and gave him a warm, kind smile. "Anne, don't sweat it. That's no big deal. Mutating from an A grade to an S grade is what matters. That's huge. As long as you're safe, that's all I care about." He then mentioned that the City Lord's mansion had plenty of resources to help. They could set up his beast space in no time, so there was nothing to worry about. Originally, Bak Tuan was going to tell his grandpa the truth about his mythical grade talent, but right then, his eye of revelation flashed a warning, telling him to keep quiet. He shut his mouth instantly. It seemed his mythical talent had to stay a secret, even from his own family. He'd have to be way more careful from now on. Bak Tuan was dying to test out his eye of revelation. First up, the intel function. Within a 10-meter radius, he could scan everything, whether it was a person or a beast. Nothing could hide from his sight. He was hyped, thinking about how strong he'd get once he leveled up. He could eventually expand his range across the whole world and basically become an omniscient god. Just thinking about it made him grin. He was about to go take a break with his grandpa when something caught his eye. A strange phenomenon occurred. A pillar of light shot up from the awakening hall, piercing the sky. Looking closely, he saw a flaming phoenix spreading its wings within the light. The pressure was intense. A phoenix? Could it be the phoenix's cry or the phoenix's flame? Bak Sung looked up at the anomaly and confirmed it was an S-grade phoenix flame talent. Only someone from the Feng family could pull that off. Bak Tuan felt a little annoyed. He had planned to go show off in front of Feng Tianvu and was all ready, imagining her embarrassed face when he beat her. But now, it looked like they both had S-grades. Even though his real talent was mythical, to everyone else, they were on the same level. The thought dampened his mood. Now that Feng Tianvu was done awakening, the show was pretty much over. He asked his grandpa if he could head home early, but as he turned to leave, Bak Sung called over two of his most trusted shadow guards, Bak Chi and Bak Thuok. They were a powerful pair of twins. Grandpa knew that after awakening an S-grade talent, Bak Tuan would have a target on his back. That's why he ordered the twins to stick to him like glue. He wasn't allowed to go anywhere alone. Looking at these two gold-rank Beastmasters, Bak Tuan knew his grandpa had everything covered. Honestly, he wasn't a fan of being babysat like this, but he couldn't exactly argue with his grandpa's decision. Then, his grandfather handed him a key. "This is for the treasury. When you get back, use the spirit wall crystals inside to build your beast space." Bak Tuan finally cracked a smile. The City Lord's mansion was loaded. The spirit wall crystals his grandpa mentioned were packed with energy and were incredible for leveling up beasts. Usually, spatial beast tamers only use these when they are about to break through to a new level. This item allows a spatial master to reach a whole new realm, which is why spirit wall crystals are insanely valuable. Normally, the price for just one starts at 19,000 coins minimum. Even at such a sky-high price, plenty of wealthy families are lining up to throw money at it, but it is rarely in stock. Yet, the City Lord's mansion actually had a stockpile of this treasure. As soon as Bak Tuan returned, he headed straight for the family vault. He ordered Bak Chi and Bak Thuok to stand guard outside, making sure that absolutely no one disturbed him. The two of them obediently followed his orders. Bak Tuan inserted the key into the lock, but there were still more security steps to clear. He had to go through a rigorous retina scan and blood sample verification. Only after completing those did the massive doors finally activate. The heavy gates of the treasure vault slowly creaked open before him. This place held everything the Bak family had accumulated over hundreds of years. Anything worthy of being kept in here was a rare treasure. Inside, Bak Tuan could pick up any random item, and it would be worth a fortune. For example, This iridescent spider core once appeared in an auction 5 years. Many families were willing to shed blood just to fight over it, but in the end, the Feng family auctioned it off. It cost 150 million coins and ended up in the hands of the Bak family. Bak Tuan did not linger and immediately went to find the spirit wall crystals. They were kept in a reinforced chest. Most people would be bragging for days if they owned just a single spirit wall crystal. However, inside that chest were about 300 pieces. If he converted them to cash, they would be worth at least 300 million coins. And there were over a dozen chests, just like this one nearby. This meant Bak Tuan was literally standing in the middle of a mountain of money. Being reincarnated into this life is seriously incredible. I was born so far past the finish line that I could run backward for 100 miles and still be ahead of everyone else. That said, the power of a beast space is definitely linked to the tamer's own natural talent. To put it simply, an F-rank tamer building a beast space only needs one spirit wall crystal to get the job done, but an S-rank requires about 30 pieces. So, for someone like Bak Tuan, who possesses mythical tier talent, he might need 2 or even 300 pieces. As soon as Bak Tuan thought about this, before he could even ask a question, a status window instantly appeared in front of him, displaying exactly the information he needed. Common mythical beast space requires 333 spirit wall crystals. Enhanced mythical beast space requires 666 spirit wall crystals. Perfect mythical beast space requires 999 spirit wall crystals. Bak Tuan could hardly hide his shock. Does this mean as long as I have a question in my heart, the Eye of Revelation will give me the answer directly? This is way better than any search engine. It seems this mythical tier talent, the Eye of Revelation, still has many hidden secrets. There are so many functions I haven't even discovered yet. Just thinking about it gives me a massive rush. But for now, the most important task is still building my beast space. So, with the mindset of a wealthy heir, Bak Tuan immediately chose the perfect mythical level. The cost was 999 spirit wall crystals. While Bak Tuan was busy opening his beast space inside the vault, his father was currently gloating as congratulatory invitations were flooding into their mansion. It seemed that ever since the news of Bak Tu, an awakening S-rank talent broke out, every high-ranking official and powerful figure, all wanted to build a connection with the city lord's mansion, specifically with Bak Tuan. Even Madame Feng was asking yesterday if little An was engaged yet. Haha. Bak Tuan's mother was so happy she could not stop smiling. In her eyes, Bak Tuan was always just a child, but it felt like in the blink of an eye after the awakening ceremony, he had suddenly grown up. Speaking of which, Bak Tuan's father was starting to look a bit anxious because it had been a full week since his son entered the vault. Even though he always acted strict, he was actually terrified that something might have happened to his son. On the contrary, the grandfather, Bak Kan Sung, appeared very calm. Relax, will you? Little An's S-rank talent is one of a kind. Building a beast space naturally takes much more time and energy than it does for others. Bak Kan Sung comforted his son, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he sensed an extraordinary aura. It was so powerful that he bolted upright, despite having maintained a calm demeanor until now. Bak Kan Sung knew his grandson had successfully constructed his beast space. A massive wave of energy was continuously surging out from within the family's treasure vault. He had spent 999 spirit wall crystals to create a truly perfect beast space. The spirit crystals finally finished building a space so massive it is actually terrifying. Even Bai Zi'an himself was stunned when he opened his eyes to see his own beast space. This place is seriously, ridiculously huge. Textbooks usually say the first beast space is just a white void of about 10 square meters. But Bai Zi'an's space looks like it could swallow 1,000 of those white voids whole. It has got mountains and rivers, looking just like a real world. Right then, the system sends a new notification. Thanks to his unique talent, his mythical grade perfect beast space has gained several bonus effects. First, it can drastically shorten a pet growth time, and second, it can effectively wipe away any negative status effects. And the kicker? There is a set probability it can trigger a pet hidden potential. Bai Zi'an could not help but gasp. Bonus effects? He had heard of the concept, but normal beast spaces never come with perks like these. That kind of thing only happens in the rarest, most extreme cases. Yet his space just started with 3 insane bonus effects, and every single one is completely broken. There is a universal rule. The more potential a beast has, the longer it takes to grow. Plenty of Beastmasters kick the bucket before their beasts even reach their full power. But in Bai Zi'an's space, Even legendary creatures with massive potential will have their growth time slashed. These 3 bonus effects alone are enough to make him an absolute prodigy. He is on track to become the most powerful young Beastmaster in the history of the 9 Provinces Union. Then there is the negative status removal. Usually, if a pet gets stunned, poisoned, frozen, or burned in battle, they are out of the fight. Regular people have to spend a ton of time and resources nursing them back to health, but Bai Zi'an? He just has to recall them into his space and wait a bit. They will come back out perfectly happy and at full combat strength, like nothing ever happened. Finally, the hidden talent trigger is the most overpowered part of all. A beast talent is usually set in stone from birth. Only the most legendary treasures can strengthen or change it. But Bai Zi'an Beast Space can do exactly what those treasures do, and there is no limit on how many times he can use it. It looks like spending 999 spirit crystals to build a mythical grade, perfect beast space was an incredible investment. Bai Zi'an could not be happier. For an average family, being asked to spend over 1 billion coins for their kid beast space would be impossible. I guess I really hit the lottery with this reincarnation, he thought. Then, he pushed open the heavy doors and stepped out of the treasury. The 4 members of the Bai family were waiting right outside. Seeing him emerge, they all rushed over with worried faces. "Little Anne, how are you feeling? You have gone a whole week without eating or drinking. You have gotten so thin." Bai Zi'an was officially back to reality. The first thing on his agenda? A massive feast. Usually, he would be bored of these fancy delicacies, but today, he did not care. He shoveled food into his mouth like a starving ghost. Bai Jingchong and his parents sat across from him, eyes glued to the family golden boy. Once he had stuffed himself, he finally remembered something and blurted out, "Oh, right, Grandpa, building my beast space. It cost 999 spirit crystals." His words hit them like a bolt of lightning. 999 spirit crystals are worth over 1 billion coins. His father took the hit the hardest, nearly collapsing into his chair because his legs just gave out. He could not stop muttering, "Bai Zi'an, you are a real little spendthrift, aren't you?" Bai Jingchong did not react as dramatically as his son, but he was definitely breaking a cold sweat. It is a good thing the Bai family is filthy rich, or they really would not be able to afford this grandson. "I had no idea an S-rank variant talent would burn through so many spirit crystals," Bai Jingchong said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Bai Zi'an really wanted to tell him that it was actually his mythical grade talent that was so expensive, but he could not. So, he just focused on his main mission, eating until his stomach could not hold another bite. Bai Zi'an stopped in his tracks, and just then, Bai Jingchong remembered something that happened not too long ago. His soul beast, the red-eyed goldfish, had recently laid eggs, so he suggested his grandson go take a look. If any of them caught his eye, he could form a contract with it right then and there. The second he heard red-eyed goldfish, Bai Zi'an got so pumped he sat bolt upright, but since he had just stuffed his face, he almost lost his entire lunch. Once Bai Zi'an's stomach settled, Bai Jingchong led him to the beast egg vault. The staff here were incredibly meticulous, terrified of making even a single mistake. The Bai family is a prestigious water-type beast-taming clan, so they prioritize raising water-type soul beasts above all else. They even have secret breeding methods to ensure a steady supply of top-tier water-type beasts. Plus, they have all the resources needed for growth, which is why a Bai descendant's first pet is always a water type. By leaning on the family's massive wealth of resources, they can quickly gain enough power to join the ranks of elite Beastmasters. Bai Zi'an had known about this egg vault for a while, but seeing it in person was a whole different story. His jaw practically hit the floor because the scale of the place was just massive. Most of the eggs here were silver rank at birth, and some could even reach gold rank once they matured. But for someone with a mythic tier talent like him, gold rank just was not going to cut it. His beast had to be the absolute best of the best, which is why Bai Jingchong took him straight to the red-eyed goldfish. That diamond rank beast? Honestly, it is called a fish, but it looks way more like a dragon. Bai Zi'an stared intently at the beast. Suddenly, his Eye of Apocalypse activated on its own, feeding him every bit of info about it. The race was a water-type red-eyed goldfish, at the peak diamond rank, with an S-tier talent called Extraordinary Water Flow. Its potential was also peak diamond rank, but its life force origin had been damaged. This beast had 3 skills: a purple tier, Extraordinary Water Flow, plus blue tier Rapid Water Arrows and Raging Ocean Waves. Overall, it was an incredible beast, though it was a real shame about that damaged origin. Bai Zi'an wondered what on earth could have happened to hurt a beast's origin like that. Bai Zi'an waved his hand. The red-eyed goldfish immediately swam over to him. Old friend, little Anne has successfully awakened his beast taming talent. I am hoping you will let him take one of your children with him. The red-eyed goldfish nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Bai Zi'an was looking for a chance to use his Eye of Apocalypse to see if he could find a way to heal its origin. That is when he noticed two beast eggs sitting right next to the goldfish. One was a water-type white-scale fish egg with an A-tier talent called Crushing Water Stream and early diamond rank potential. It had 3 skills: a blue-tier Crushing Water Stream, plus a green-tier Water Spear Strike, and Bubble Layer. Little Anne, take a look. Which one do you like more? Bai Zi'an urged. Zi'an turned his gaze toward the second egg. It was also a water-type white-scale fish. But this one was a total freak of nature. It actually had 2 talents. Along with the A-tier Crushing Water Stream, it had an S-tier talent called Divine Stream Speed. Its potential was also a level higher than its siblings, sitting at peak purple tier. This one had 4 skills, including 2 purple tier skills, Rapid Water Speed and Crushing Water Stream, plus 2 green tier ones, Water Spear Strike and Bubble Layer. The Eye of Apocalypse explained that it was born with 2 talents because its potential was so high. However, its energy consumption was so massive, it caused a nutrient deficiency. Bai Zi'an stared at it, mesmerized. Peak purple tier and born with 2 talents? To think the red-eyed goldfish would have such a monster for an offspring. Without a second thought, he chose it. But seeing this, Bai Zi'an was confused. Little Anne, this egg looks withered and dull. Its life force is weak, and it clearly has birth defects. It might not even hatch. After his long rant, Bai Zi'an had to apologize to his old friend, the red-eyed goldfish. He felt bad for trash talking its baby, but at the end of the day, he was just worried about his grandson. But Bai Zi'an was stubborn. He chose the weaker-looking egg, claiming it was just his intuition. His gut told him this was the perfect partner for him. Honestly, in the entire world of the myriad beast realm, he probably could not find a water-type beast with better potential than this one. Seeing how determined his grandson was, Bai Zi'an did not stop him. However, wanting to take one of those eggs to form a contract with a beast, you need the mother's consent, which in this case, is that red-eyed goldfish over there. Bai Zi'an initially thought he'd have to suck up to the mother fish to win her over. But when the grandfather and grandson turned around, they saw her using her own mouth to rip a scale right off her belly. She then attached it to the egg Bai Zi'an had picked. Is she giving this to me? He could hardly hide his shock. Zi'an, that's the main scale of the red-eyed goldfish. It can strengthen the core of any water-type beast it's held by. For a water-type beast, it can boost the effectiveness of their skills by 10%. Bai Zi'an explained that they probably didn't need to ask for permission anymore. That scale was a thank you gift from the mother fish because Bai Zi'an chose the weakest egg in the bunch, giving it a much better chance at survival. I promise you, Grandpa, I'll do my absolute best to raise it. Bai Zi'an held the white-scaled fish egg and the golden scale tightly, his voice full of determination. It was a promise to his grandfather, but also to the mother goldfish. After returning to his room, he placed the egg and the scale into a tank of clean water. Then, he started adding a concoction of heart-transmitting flour, dragon-whiskered root, snow lotus seeds, scale dew grass, purple orchid leaf grass, sandwood fruit, crimson blood ginseng, and blood-grade grass. Every single one was a top-tier medicinal ingredient, and he poured the whole refined mixture into the tank. It looked like a bubbling pot of poison, but once it touched the egg, the once shriveled and sickly shell suddenly pulsed with incredible health. This eye of the world's origin is seriously overpowered. It actually turned a weak, dying egg into something perfect and full of life. With that settled, Bai Zi'an could finally breathe easy and form the contract. No sooner said than done. He quickly initiated the bond and succeeded instantly. As soon as the contract was sealed, the egg cracked open, and the little white-scaled fish wiggled its way out. For the next month, Bai Zi'an kept it in his beast space. Thanks to the extra effects, it quickly awakened an S-rank talent called Netherworld Power, along with the skill Nether Water Erosion. Its potential even jumped straight up to mid-tier Monarch rank. This fish is just like its master, born with main character energy. Even as a newborn, this little guy could already take down a level 5 unranked beast. Its future is looking incredibly bright, and Bai Zi'an, his white-scaled fish, was truly one of a kind. None of the other water-type beasts in the house were even close to being its match. But if it doesn't fight higher-level opponents, it won't be able to evolve from unranked to black iron level very quickly. Beast ranks go from unranked to black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, amethyst, monarch, epic, legend, and finally, god rank. Unranked is for beasts that haven't matured yet, and it's divided into 9 levels. Once they grow up and reach the black iron level, they can start looking into evolution paths. Going out for real-world training was a must. Thinking this, Bai Zi'an took the fish out and told Bai Ji and Bai Shi to pack up. They were heading to Bamboo Fire Street in the Myriad Spider Nest world. There are 7 main cities in total, each surrounded by 7 smaller satellite cities. Bai Zi'an's destination, Bamboo Fire Street, was part of White Forest City, one of those smaller hubs. There's a volcano there home to fire-type spiders called bamboo fire spiders. These beasts are usually unranked, and even the talented ones only reach black iron perfect training fodder for the white-scaled fish. The 3 of them headed straight for the high-speed rail station in White Forest City. Just as they were about to head through the gate, Bai Zi'an heard someone scream his name. "Bai Zi'an! How dare you avoid me?" He didn't even have to look to know who it was, the little phoenix of the Feng family. Without turning around, he told her that since they both awakened S-rank talents, it was a draw, and their bet was off. But Feng Tianyu was fuming. "Yeah, it was a draw, but you just vanished the second the ceremony was over. Do you think I'm not even worth your time?" Bai Zi'an didn't expect her to take it so personally. Feng Tianyu ranted about how she'd been looking for him everywhere since the ritual. Now that she caught him at the station heading to another city, she was convinced he was trying to run away from her. This made her even more furious. "You, double-crossing traitor! You, heartbreaker!" Feng Tianwu screamed at the top of her lungs. It made Bai Zi'an feel incredibly awkward. What on earth was this girl talking about? Anyone listening would definitely get the wrong idea. They would think he had played with her feelings or something like that. He had planned to just ignore Feng Tianwu and board the train, but she reached out to grab him. "Wait, do not go. If you do not hear me out today, I am absolutely never letting you go." Unfortunately, Feng Tianwu's hand did not even get the chance to touch the edge of Bai Zi'an's clothes. She was coldly stopped by Bai Shuo. "Miss Feng, please have some self-respect." Feng Tianwu flinched in shock. She turned to look at Bai Shuo and found herself completely suppressed by her aura, facing a gold-level Beastmaster. Even someone like Feng Tianwu, who had just awakened an S-rank talent, was absolutely no match, so she awkwardly pulled her hand back. However, she still had to say what she came for after traveling all this way. Feng Tianwu wanted to make one more bet with Bai Zi'an. Specifically, after they started school, she wanted their pets to duel each other. "Whatever you want," Bai Zi'an replied dismissively and then boarded the train, even though he looked indifferent on the outside. Bai Zi'an was actually about to lose his mind. This little phoenix's personality was truly beyond annoying. If their parents and elders were not old family friends, he definitely would have given her a good smack on the head by now. The station announced that the train to Zuhuo City was about to enter the platform. Bai Zi'an pushed Feng Tianwu out of his mind. He shifted his focus to the matter at hand. Between the main city and the smaller towns lay a deadly wilderness. Spirit beasts were scattered everywhere out there. Aside from hunting teams, very few people dared to wander alone in that wilderness. However, humans always had a need to travel between cities, so they created a special form of transportation. A unique vehicle that could cross this wilderness. It was a train modified from a spirit beast called the Thousand-Blade Centipede. Its body was as hard as steel, and its defensive capabilities were incredibly strong. The train was 100 meters long. Each segment of the centipede's legs was modified into a cabin. The higher the level of the Thousand-Blade Centipede, the higher the safety rating of the train became. Because of that, the tickets were much more expensive. However, that was not a problem for Bai Zi'an. Since he had successfully reincarnated as a wealthy young master, even booking the entire train would not have been an issue. But he had lived a simple life in his past world, so he did not feel the need to be so flashy. But there was one thing Bai Zi'an did not expect when he reached the first-class cabin and scanned his ticket. The device announced that he only had a second-class ticket. The staff then asked Bai Zi'an to move to the second-class cabin in the back. It was incredibly embarrassing. It looked like his grandfather had meddled in this. Before he left, Bai Jingsheng had reminded his grandson that he should live like a normal person while out training. He told him to gain some life experience, and that it would be best if he got scammed a few times to learn a thing or two. But he did not think that his grandpa would go as far as making his own grandson ride in second class. He even forbid Bai Ji and Bai Shuo from coming along to protect him. This cabin was incredibly noisy. Bai Zi'an could not help but activate his eyes of apocalypse. He discovered that the loud group of people were Beastmaster students from Kwangyan City, which was under the jurisdiction of Bailin City. He also took a quick look at their spirit beasts' information. They had already been in school for a year, yet their pets had not even reached the black iron rank. How pathetic. Bai Zi'an felt even more smug now. This was the true difference between someone with ordinary talent and average spirit beasts versus someone like him with a literal cheat code. They were just too green. However, that thought was quickly extinguished when he noticed a female student named Xiao Gubei. She also possessed an S-rank mysterious type talent, which could steal the luck of others whenever she used it. Xiao Gubei had been sitting all alone in a corner this whole time, but right at that moment, another female student walked past her. That girl was walking perfectly fine, but when she passed Xiao Gubei, she suddenly tripped. She fell flat on her back. She fell all on her own, but her first reaction was to jump up and start screaming, "You total jinx, why did you bump into me? This is such bad luck. If anything happens to me, could you even take responsibility for it?" Xiao Gubei seemed used to these kinds of situations, so even though she did nothing wrong, she still whispered an apology. But seeing this, the other girl just started screaming even louder. "Do not even talk to me." Bai Zi'an watched Xiao Gubei in silence. This girl was just like him. She had an S-rank talent, and it was even from the mysterious branch. With such powerful potential, she should have caused a huge stir during the testing phase. If so, why did Kwangyan City not report this to Bailin City? Instead, they let someone with such high potential grow up in a tiny little town. In a beast-taming academy with such a lack of culture, things just didn't feel right. I told myself I had to get to the bottom of this. This centipede train was incredibly fast, and it didn't take long before we entered the territory of Bamboo Fire City. As soon as the train came to a halt, little Gubai hopped off all by herself. Bai Zi'an followed her quietly for a bit before finally calling out, "Master Bai Shuo, did you need something from me?" Bai Shuo appeared behind Bai Zi, and like a ghost. It looked like even though Grandpa didn't let the two of them stick to him like glue, Bai Shuo was still ordered to watch over Bai Zi'an from a distance, just in case he needed a hand. "Help me dig up her records," Bai Zi'an said, tilting his chin toward little Gubai walking ahead. Bai Shuo, who usually kept a stone-cold face, actually let out a meaningful smirk and whispered a question. "Master, don't tell me you've fallen for that girl at first sight?" Bai Zi'an shot that down immediately, saying she was just a bit special. "If we can recruit her before she gets too powerful, the Bai family's strength in the future will definitely get a massive upgrade." After that, Bai Zi'an got back to his original goal. In this city, you could find bamboo fire spiders literally everywhere. Bai Zi'an immediately summoned his white-scale fish. He let it jump into battle against the spider swarm. Even though the spiders weren't very high level, they were many, and every single one was incredibly aggressive. Because of that, the white-scale fish had to put in a little extra work. Still, the result was the same after just about 1 minute. It had wiped out 4 level 5 bamboo fire spiders. It was way stronger here than back in the training arena. Bai Zi'an also noticed that normally, the power of the water spear was only enough to punch a hole through a spider's head. But this time, the white-scale fish's move made the spiders explode into pieces. He was genuinely curious about why. Hydroburst can increase the attack power of water-type skills. Bai Zi'an's talent immediately provided the explanation. He let out an "oh," not realizing the white-scale fish had this kind of potential. Well, it looked, after all, only by fighting spirit beasts stronger than itself could it feel the pressure needed to grow. Skills are divided by mastery levels: beginner, proficient, minor success, major success, and finally, perfection. Right now, the white-scale fish had 5 skills. But if they didn't work hard on training, those skills would stay at the lowest level, and they'd only deal the bare minimum damage. Think of a swordsman's slash. At the beginner or proficient level, they can only cut a single stalk of bamboo. But after years of practice, once they reach perfection, a single swing can split a mountain in half. That's the difference mastery makes. 2 beasts might have the same skill, but the results can be worlds apart. While he was lost in thought, the bamboo fire spiders surrounded them again, and so, he and the white-scale fish kept on fighting. They stayed there for an entire week. After those 7 days, the white-scale fish's power had grown significantly. There were times it got hit by the spider's silk, but instead of putting the fish at a disadvantage, it only made its attacks more feral and increased its damage output. Bai Zi'an watched every second of the fight closely. Based on their current pace, Another week or so should be enough to push the white scalefish up to level 9. Just then, Bai Ji suddenly appeared behind him, bringing a report that she and Bai Shuo had finished gathering intel. It was all about little Gu Bai. Her parents had passed away in a car accident when she was just a little girl. It seemed like she was born under an unlucky star, because that tragedy made her relatives too scared to take her in. No one wanted anything to do with little Gu Bai. Her parents left behind a mountain of debt, and if it wasn't for her talent awakening, and the protection from the Awakening Hall, she probably would have been sold off by debt collectors by now. After she started at the academy, little Gu Bai tried making some friends, but they all kept having terrible accidents. Soon enough, everyone started avoiding her like the plague. Luckily, she was a tough cookie and didn't let the bad luck break her. After classes, she'd work part-time just to survive. Whatever was left over went straight to paying off the debt. Though, strangely enough, every place she worked at either went into a slump or completely went bankrupt. Bai Zi'an fell into thought. Little Gu Bai's talent actually brought misfortune to those around her. However, her background was clean and her will was solid. She was a good person. He then asked Bai Ji if anything weird happened on the day she awakened. Did her talent reveal anything unusual? Bai Ji nodded, confirming that something did happen. On that day, little Gu Bai was the very last person to have her talent appraised. Right after her awakening was successful, the entire testing machine malfunctioned and broke down. Bai Zi'an started connecting the dots to find the truth. All this bad luck was definitely tied to her hidden talent. He smirked. It looked like this trip had netted him a serious hidden gem. All the employees at the facility suddenly had accidents. Since they didn't want to waste any more time, they just swapped in a new machine to redo the evaluation. That's why her official report says she's only an F-rank talent. Only Bai Zi'an saw that she's actually an S-rank. He finds this more and more interesting. It seems Xiao Guba's talent is so intense that it even messes with physical objects. He immediately orders Bai Ji to send someone to Nan Mining City to settle all of Xiao Guba's family debts. After that, he wants her transferred to the Beastmaster Academy in Bai Lin City. At this moment, Bai Ji has a smirk on her face exactly like Bai Shuo's. She thinks to herself, it looks like love is finally in the air for the young master. Talk about a power move, using cold hard cash to force a school transfer. Is this how rich people show their love? Bai Zi'an knows exactly what kind of nonsense Bai Ji is dreaming up. He was about to scold her and set her straight, but suddenly, he hears someone screaming. They see Xiao Guba being chased by a bamboo fire spider. He immediately sends his white scale fish to save her. Seeing this, Bai Ji immediately files it under the classic hero, saves the damsel in distress trope. She quickly disappears to give them some private space. Bai Zi'an just sighs. She didn't even give him a chance to explain himself. Over there, Xiao Guba has fallen flat on the ground. If he doesn't go over and help her up, he wouldn't be much of a man. Bai Zi'an decides to just go for it. But maybe Xiao Guba is worried her bad luck will rub off on him, so she struggles to stand up on her own. She then realizes he's the same guy from the train earlier. The two of them exchange greetings and introduce themselves. Xiao Guba quietly evaluates him. He took down a black iron-level bamboo fire spider in just one hit. He's seriously powerful. Seeing her dazed, Bai Zi'an takes the lead and starts the conversation. So, why are you out here? Where are your classmates? At the mention of her classmates, Xiao Guba looks visibly uncomfortable. She explains that she got separated from her group because they ran into a mutated bamboo fire spider. To anyone else, this would be a total disaster, but Bai Zi'an gets so excited the moment he hears it that he grabs Xiao Guba's hand and tells her to lead him there right now. His sudden move makes her turn bright red with embarrassment, and she quickly pulls her hand away. But it's really dangerous there. Besides, I might bring you bad luck, she whispers. But Bai Zi'an couldn't care less about that. He grabs her hand again, insisting she lead him to the mutant spider, and promises that his white scale fish will blow her mind. He's actually pretty happy about this. It's a perfect two birds with one stone situation. He can give his white scale fish some training and show off his strength to Xiao Guba at the same time. It'll make it much easier to recruit her into the Bai family later. Ever since she left, Bai Zi has been watching her young master from above. When she sees Bai Zi'an grabbing Xiao Guba's hand, she gets as giddy as a teenage girl. It's like watching a K-drama. But after seeing Bai Zi'an smile, Bai Zi feels a chill run down her spine. She can sense a serious amount of killing intent behind that smile. Xiao Guba quickly leads Bai Zi'an to the mutant spider's cave. This spider might have a low grade, but it actually possesses two different talents. So he needs to be careful and assess the situation. A mere bronze-level beast having 2 talents is rare. It seems there must be some kind of rare treasure hidden inside that cave. Thinking of this, Bai Zi'an summons his white scale fish to prepare for battle. Before he can start, Xiao Guba tries to convince him to leave, saying a mutated spider isn't something new students like them can handle. But Bai Zi'an just firmly replies, "Don't worry about it. Just stay back for a second. You can just watch." Bai Zi'an then instructs his fish to use water spear first to thin out the number of bamboo fire spiders. He'll wait for the leader, the mutated spider, to enter the fray before using water burst. The white scale fish nods and charges in bravely. The mutated spider is startled and wakes up instantly. After confirming the enemy is just a rank 8, unranked beast, it gets furious that someone with such pathetic strength dares to attack its territory. The mutated spider immediately orders its minions to tear but Bai Zi'an's white scale fish is no pushover. The power it shows while wiping out the swarm of spiders leaves the mutated leader in total shock. In a single move, the fish takes out almost all of its subordinates. This makes the mutated spider absolutely livid. It goes all out, determined to shred the white scale fish to pieces. Its fire attack is massive. The water current used by the white scale fish was completely evaporated into thin air. Seeing that the situation was turning south, Bai Zi'an immediately ordered it to use torrential speed. To dodge the enemy's relentless firepower, the white scale fish obeyed without hesitation and managed to narrowly escape the danger. Torrential speed is a skill that significantly boosts its movement across a wide area, combined with the fact that the white scale fish had already mastered the skill to its peak. Reaching the Grandmaster level, dodging the mutant spider's attacks was a total walk in the park. Seeing its prey slip away, the spider grew even more aggressive, launching a non-stop barrage of strikes. However, the white scale fish effortlessly evaded every single one. After weaving through the chaos for a while, it even managed to close the distance and get right above the mutant spider's head. Bai Zi'an shouted a warning to his spirit beast, "Don't let it provoke you, just stay focused and clear out those small fries first." That is when the real battle would truly begin. Hearing its master's reminder, the white scale fish seemed to snap out of its trance. It quickly shifted its focus from the mutant boss to the remaining fire bamboo spiders nearby, watching all its underlings get wiped out. Right before its eyes, the boss spider's rage finally reached a breaking point. Bai Zi'an figured that between him and his beast, the two of them had successfully baited the spider into unleashing its ultimate move. And sure enough, its attack this time was on a whole different level. The white scale fish remained perfectly calm, using torrential speed to maneuver around before striking back with hydro burst. It aimed the counterattack directly at the spider's legs. Bai Zi'an watched the battle unfold in the blink of an eye. The sheer power of that hydro burst was just as devastating as water spear impact. Since it was a water type going up against a fire type, the white scale fish obviously held the upper hand. Based on the current momentum, victory was definitely within their grasp. However, because everything was going a bit too smoothly, Bai Zi'an started to feel a bit uneasy, and as it turned out, his fears were justified. That spider had been setting a trap from the very beginning. Even though the white scale fish had easily dodged every strike, with every failed attack, the mutant spider had been leaving behind strands of silk in the air. Over time, the longer the dodging lasted, the more the cave became covered in webs. Because of this, the white scale fish's movements were becoming severely restricted. If things kept going like this, the one ending up at a disadvantage would be the white scale fish and Bai Zi'an. So, he immediately ordered his spirit beast to use nether water erosion. It was time to finish the enemy off for good. Receiving the command, the little fish immediately unleashed its most lethal move. The surge of energy it created this time was as violent as a tsunami, branching out to strike from every single direction. The mutant spider couldn't react in time, and victory officially belonged to the white scale fish. However, because it had sustained injuries earlier, after unleashing nether water erosion, the white scale fish was completely spent. Bai Zi'an rushed over to catch it before it fell. Right then, the system notified him that the white scale fish had successfully leveled up to unranked level 9. It looked like the goal of this trip had finally been achieved. Now, he just needed to put it back into the beast space so it could rest and recover. That's when Xiao Gubai timidly stepped forward and asked, "How is the white scale fish doing?" "Don't worry, it's fine. Just a bit exhausted. It'll be back to normal after some rest." After that, he approached the mutant spider's corpse, getting ready to harvest the loot. But just as he pulled out his knife, Xiao Gubai snatched it away. It seemed like the girl was very experienced when it came to butchering and carving up spirit beast carcasses, as her technique was incredibly professional. Bai Zi'an decided to step aside and let Xiao Gubai do her thing. Meanwhile, he used his Eye of Revelation to see if there were any rare treasures or natural resources hidden in the cave. But before he could finish his scan, he saw Xiao Gubai, calling out to him with pure excitement in her voice. Zi'an, Zi'an, you have to see this. I found it inside that boss spider's body. In Xiao Gubai's hand was a handful of awakening origin stones. These are divine stones that contain the essence of awakening. They can help a living being awaken a brand new talent. Before he could even use his Eye of Revelation, Xiao Gubai had already stumbled upon the most valuable treasure in the entire cave. It seemed like her fortune-gathering talent was a real heavy hitter when it came to finding loot. Previously, Bai Zi'an had only ever seen two things with awakening properties. One was the awakening stone belonging to the 9 Provinces Alliance back in the main hall that day, and the other was his own beast space. Yet here they were, and Xiao Gubai had managed to find something with the exact same effect. However, items that could awaken talents within the 9 Provinces Alliance were absolute top-tier treasures. Xiao Gubai didn't have any appraisal skills, so she didn't realize its true value, and Bai Zi'an couldn't bring himself to tell her the truth just yet. He knew she was a decent person, but he feared that even she might be tempted to do something bad when faced with such an incredible fortune. So, Bai Zi'an simply said, "I'm not sure what this is either. Once we get back, I'll try asking one of my family elders about it." Xiao Gubai nodded vigorously while her hands stayed busy carving up the spider. Seeing her like that, Bai Zi'an figured it was the perfect time, so he asked her to come back to his place. Xiao Gubai froze, turning to look at him with a look of utter confusion. "Are you actually inviting me?" she asked. Bai Zi'an gave her a firm nod. Xiao Gubai turned away, stabbing her knife one last time into the carcass of the mutant spider. She felt that Bai Zi'an was so powerful, while she had been nothing but a jinx since she was a child. Shrugged off by everyone and treated like a literal monster, she couldn't bring herself to believe his offer. "It's not like that. You're not a monster. You're just a little unique, that's all." Bai Zi'an took the knife from her hand, stopping her from taking her frustration out on the dead spider. He then continued his offer, asking her to come work for the young master of the Bai family in White Orchid City. He promised to show her the sights of the city and help her reach even higher realms of beast taming. "The Bai family you're talking about, is that the clan of the diamond rank Beastmaster? You mean Bai Song?" Xiao Gubai asked, skeptically. "That's the one. So, will you join us at the Bai household?" Bai Zi'an replied, reaching out his hand. Looking at his outstretched palm, Xiao Gubai suddenly had a single thought. She wanted to try one more time. Maybe this time, things would be different. She reached out, took his hand, and said yes. In that moment, Xiao Gubai swore in her heart that she would work twice as hard to repay her savior, the man who reached out to her when she was at her lowest. Bai Zi'an then told her he had a gift for her. He cleared away the spider silk, revealing a cluster of mutant bamboo fire spider eggs. When mutant spiders breed, their offspring are also mutants, which is basically the birth of an entirely new spider species. If they could raise a new type of spirit beast, it would be a massive win for the Bai family. So, he told Xiao Gubai to pick an egg as a signing bonus for joining the family. "A condition for joining? You want me to sign a new contract?" Xiao Gubai asked cautiously. Bai Zi'an nodded. The contract between a beastmaster and their beast can be broken as they grow stronger. Contracts with low-level pets are useless in high-level combat, so it's better to choose beasts with higher potential. There are 2 ways to sign a new contract. First, by severing the old one, or second, by killing your old pet. Xiao Gubai stepped forward, hesitantly, but managed to pick the egg with the highest potential. He was right. Her talent for finding treasures was incredible. Now, it was time to break her current contract. The first method causes a backlash for the Beastmaster that can even be fatal, but the second method is just too cruel. He wondered which path she would choose. Xiao Gubai didn't even have to think about it. She chose to sever her bond with her beetle. When the process finished, she coughed up a huge spray of blood. Bai Zi'an rushed over in a panic. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Xiao Gubai panted, forcing herself to sit up despite the pain. She wanted to say a proper goodbye to the beetle, since they had been together for so long. Letting go was hard. Xiao Gubai watched the beetle for a long time until it finally vanished into the distance. After seeing this, Bai Zi'an was even more certain he had picked the right person. Once everything was settled, The two of them headed to the black market in Bamboo Fire City to do some trading. The spirit stone dealer was acting all offended. He pointed at a pile of spirit stones and grumbled, "The moment you opened your mouth and said 9,000, you already knocked a zero off the price. I can't go any lower." But who was Bai Zi'an? He was too sharp and too handsome to be played by this old man. He shot back, "Boss, you think just because I'm young, I'm an easy target?" He looked even angrier than the dealer. "This is a total scam. This core is so smashed up, it doesn't even have any passive energy left." Hearing that, the old man dropped the act and muttered an excuse. Well, it might be a bit cracked, but it might even hold the original imprint of a spirit beast, allowing a beast of the same element to learn the skill. Zi'an thought it over and admitted, "You might have a point there, boss. The odds of a broken core having what he felt were 1 in a billion. If it weren't so pretty, he might not have even noticed." Then, the system's voice rang out. "Scarlet Light Raptor Core. A Super Monarch Tier Spirit Beast Crystal. Due to severe damage. The current skill imprint is the Purple Sky Meteor." He thought to himself, a devious smirk slowly creeping across his face. Bai was completely caught off guard. He never expected a small town like Black City to be hiding a treasure like this. It looks like Bai's luck is finally paying off. The merchant starts acting a bit more honest and makes his offer. "Look, let's just be straight with each other. 90,000 yuan. But Zi'an acts like he's completely out of patience. "Enough. It turns out this trick really does work. No wonder our moms always do this at the market." The merchant quickly panics and tries to pull him back. "Hey, wait, 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan is my absolute lowest price. If you want it, take it." Zi'an smiles and says, "Deal." But suddenly, a voice rings out from behind. "Hold on." A guy with purple hair struts over from out of nowhere. He's clearly trying to snatch the soulstone away, shamelessly declaring, "I'm interested in this core too." Just looking at his punchable face, you can tell he's looking for trouble. The purple-haired prick flips his hair arrogantly. "I'll pay 20,000 yuan. Zi'an brushes his hand away, thinking to himself, "This guy has some nerve trying to hijack my deal." He gives him a cold warning. "Buddy, cutting in like this is pretty low." The shameless guy scoffs, "The boss hasn't sold the core to you yet. I have every right to bid." He points at Zi'an with a smirk. "Besides, for a great beastmaster like you, don't tell me you can't even afford 20,000? He brags. "I'm the nephew of the mayor of Zuhuo City. I could even hook you up with a little job so you can actually afford to live." So he's just a spoiled nepotism baby with a powerful dad. Suddenly, his eyes land on her. The purple-haired creep looks past Zi'an and grins. He notices Bai. He didn't see her before, but her soft skin and cute face are right up his alley. The look on his face is absolutely disgusting. He gasps, "What a rare beauty." Zi'an has officially reached his limit. He suggests, "Since we both want it, why don't we just have a death match to settle this?" He steps in front of Bai, thinking to himself, "He's exactly the kind of weak villain who talks a big game. One look at this loser's face and you can practically see the word evil written on it. I'll just use you for some target practice." His eye of revelation opens as the purple-haired guy flares his aura. "Trying to play the hero and save the girl? You've got a death wish." The beast beside him starts spitting fire. The system notification pings. Race, red flame sacrificial dog. Element, fire. Level, peak silver. Talent, B-tier magma body. Quality, mid-tier iron. Skills, flowing fire, sun flame, and blazing flare. He commands, "Go, good boy, kill him for me." The sacrificial dog lunges at Zi'an, ready to tear him apart, but Zi'an doesn't even blink. He calmly holds Bai and gracefully dodges the attack. Zi'an finds this pretty interesting, for someone who is always protected by his clan. A real life or death battle against another beastmaster is a rare opportunity. The purple-haired guy's beast lunges again with a roar. Zi'an just gives a slight smirk. "I just took down a bronze-level beast. Let's see how strong an iron-level beastmaster really is." He easily sidesteps the beast's attack again. The purple-haired guy starts trash-talking. "If you've got the guts, stop running, you piece of trash." By now, a crowd has started to gather, and whispers fill the air. "Isn't that the mayor's nephew, Zhou? He's dead meat." Zhou is famous for being a ruthless bully. I heard he loves using cheap shots during duels. The beast continues its assault, growing more and more frenzied. Bai screams out in worry, "Zi'an, watch out." Even the merchant sighs. This kid is history. but Zi'an isn't worried at all. He's as relaxed as ever. If you want me to stop dodging, then I'll face you head on. He waits for the perfect opening. As the dog lunges, he moves his hands in a circular motion, spinning the beast around like he's washing rice. Then, he delivers the finishing blow. A powerful palm strike sends the beast flying. The dog whines and curls up like a terrified puppy. It's actually a pretty pathetic sight. The mayor's nephew sees Zi'an isn't backing down and starts making threats. "You little brat, you should have checked who the master was before hitting the dog. I'm going to make you regret this." Ignoring his beast's injuries, he barks out another order. "Sacrificial dog, use flowing fire." The beast obeys and charges up a massive fireball. It spirals toward Zi'an at high speed. He dodges just in time, watching as the fireball carves a crater into the ground. He decides it's finally time to summon his own beast. "Scalefish, you're up." Water beats fire, after all. Zi'an calls him out. "Come forth, water-type beast, Scalefish." As soon as Scalefish appears, Zi'an feels something is off. Out of nowhere, a massive serpent strikes from behind. It lunges with its massive jaws wide, trying to swallow Zi'an whole, but he manages to dodge. It turns out the purple-haired coward was hiding a second beast for a sneak attack, but the guy is still shamelessly proud of himself. "I'm impressed you managed to dodge a cheap shot like that." The system pings again. Race, shape fire snake. Element, fire. Level, mid-tier silver. Speed talent rank B, mid-tier iron quality, with the blue skill. Celestial fire rain, low-level green toxicity. Even Lin thinks this is a dirty move, and Zi'an couldn't agree more. "Looks like things are getting tricky," he shouts the order. "Lin, let's wrap this up quickly." Lin understands perfectly and stays in sync. That purple-haired guy, clearly overestimating himself, shouts out, "This is great. Lanky Hound, Flame Tearer, go." In a 2-on-1 fight, if he doesn't die, he'll be crippled for life. Lin is suddenly surrounded by fireballs. He cries out, "This isn't good." The fireballs suddenly explode, and Lin is swallowed by a wall of red flames. You can't see a thing. The purple-haired guy sneers arrogantly. "You're clearly just an entry-level beast tamer. You only have one tiny spirit beast, and you dared to challenge an iron rank like me? What a waste of a spirit beast with such good potential." He says pridefully, "You've lost, kid." But Zi'an is the complete opposite. Perhaps sensing that Lin is perfectly fine, he fires back a question. "Calling the match now? Don't you think it's a bit too early for that?" Out of the thick dust, Lin lunges forward. There isn't a single scratch on its body. Furious, it uses its tail to slap the spirit beast right in the face. That one dominant strike sends Lanky Hound flying a long way. Lanky Hound is knocked out cold on the spot, leaving only Flame Tearer. It uses its long body to coil around, trying to trap Lin. But Lin is too agile and dodges easily. It charges up a water ball and fires it straight at Flame Tearer's head. Flame Tearer is officially out of the game. Seeing this, the purple-haired guy stammers in shock. How? How is this possible? It's clearly just a bottom-tier beast. At this point, Lin has finally vented its anger. Zi'an recalls Lin and says, "To be honest, your soul beasts were actually too bad for them," he says mockingly. "They chose the wrong master." Being provoked like that was the final straw. How could an arrogant guy like him just swallow his pride? This kid. Since I'm already the villain, I might as well act like one. Out of nowhere, he pulls out a dagger. The purple-haired guy charges in a rage. "You're just a bottom-tier soul beast tamer. What do you have to be so smug about? Just die." Bai Zi'an flies in out of nowhere and lands a kick right on the purple-haired guy's head. "Hiya!" She makes a grand, flashy entrance. She smiles as she hands a message to Zi'an. "Young Master An, the city lord has sent a secret letter." After taking that kick, the stinging pain leaves the purple-haired guy lying there, doing nothing but cursing. Zi'an continues his deal with the merchant. "Boss, here is $10,000 for you. Give me the spirit core." The scene shifts to the city filled with towering skyscrapers. In a private room, Zi'an is lost in thought. He stands before a pile of medicinal herbs. The letter from the city lord starts to play a recording. "Little An, the letter you asked for regarding all the materials for Lin's evolution. It's done. You aren't planning to use the Bai family's evolution secret, but chose super intuition instead, to create a brand new evolution path. Your grandfather respects and trusts you, but you must remember, setting foot on a path that no one has ever taken before is extremely dangerous." He silently considers the evolution. Sure enough, Lin has already surpassed the iron rank and can now undergo its first evolution. Based on the Bai family's secret method, Lin would eventually evolve into the red-eyed golden patterned fish. But the all-seeing eye has given me an evolution path I can't refuse. The kun peng. From entering the sea as a kun to soaring into the heavens as a peng. First, from fish to whale, then from whale to kun, and finally, from kun to peng. To reach these 3 states, it must evolve a total of 9 times. Zi'an is ecstatic. It will become a god beast, ruling over the oceans and the skies of legend. He summons the white-scaled fish again. Come here, little flying fish. It acts like it's blind and flies straight into his back. Damn it, Zi'an feels like his entire spine needs to be replaced. A voice calls from outside the door. Zi'an, are you okay? Zi'an grabs Lin and grumpily spins it around, poking its cheek. We're starting the evolution right now. Lin looks at its master with pitiful eyes. Without another word, Zi'an begins the evolution process. He takes out everything needed for this transformation. Everything blends together as they enter the first stage of evolution. Lin's appearance slowly begins to change. Its tail and fins grow longer and longer. They've reached the final stage of evolution. Lin emerges in a completely different form, like a 1-year-old child suddenly growing into a 5-year-old. Race: giant white shadow. Lin is a water element. Rank: beginner iron. Talents: S, rank god, speed current control, and S, rank nether power. A rank raging current burst and A rank shadow mist trace. The system voice rings out. Quality: high tier monarch. Skills: purple beginner water, swift speed, purple beginner nether water, erosion, and raging current burst. Blue beginner, void shadow, and green proficient water spear impact. Green tier foam. This unique innate talent provides power that far exceeds any normal scaled fish. It also possesses the phantom shadow talent of the whitewater whale, which can daze enemies and drastically lower their accuracy. As the system finished its report, a small explosion shook the room, and the scaled fish's body began to grow uncontrollably. Tuan was about to be flattened into a pancake. Damn it, why is this thing getting so huge? He desperately barked out an order, knowing he'd be crushed if he didn't. Hey buddy, get back inside right now. The scaled fish obeyed instantly, vanishing back into the beast space. Tuan slumped over, catching his breath. He'd almost been crushed to death by his own spirit beast. Luckily, only the room was a complete disaster. A knock at the door startled him. Bak Chi had heard the commotion and asked worriedly, "Young master, are you all right?" He glanced at the trashed room and forced a reply. "I'm fine. I was just practicing some beast taming techniques. Go get a new room ready for me. This one is pretty much trashed and unusable now." Tuan started thinking. He had to find a way to fix this size issue, or things were going to get really awkward. Suddenly, he realized he'd missed something. There was one more letter, and it only had one sentence written on it. Azure Essence Dew in Red Wing City. He thought to himself, this is perfect. Grandpa found a lead on the dew way faster than I expected. I have to get my hands on it. His mood instantly improved as he continued his plan. While I'm there, I might as well see if Red Wing City has any other treasures. Cut to Red Wing City, where the streets were buzzing with vendors. Fresh spirit cores and beast eggs right here. Come and get 'em. Get your beast distribution maps for Red Wing City. Check it out. The Black Crow Adventurer team is hiring. We've got full insurance, plus free room and board. Tuan found the whole scene exhausting and muttered, "Ugh, so freaking noisy. We've walked through almost this entire market, and I still haven't found anything worth a damn," he thought. But the moment the thought crossed his mind, he felt a surge of regret. The system notification chimed in his head. Detected Fire Breath Spirit Core, Black Iron Rank Beast. Detected Bronze Rank Fossil Materials. Detected Chu Min Eagle Feather. It looked like Tuan was about to strike gold again. As the two of them scanned the street, a voice drifted over. I heard the auction this time is going to be massive. It's going to draw a huge crowd. It turned out to be two young guys gossiping. One of them said, they'll have resources all the way up to diamond rank. His buddy chimed in. Yeah, that old lady who travels everywhere collecting, and even the diamond rank from Blue City will be showing up. They kept talking excitedly. So, who do you think is going home with the goods? Probably nothing for us to look forward to. Anne grew anxious. Crap, that Azure Essence Dew is vital for me. If the Lord of Blue City gets involved, this auction is going to be a nightmare. Suddenly, a vendor behind them shouted, Hey, you buying that or what? If you aren't, keep your hands off. Kobach picked up an object, looking a bit shy. Sir, how much for this rock? Duke Engu snapped back furiously. A rock? What are you talking about? This is a treasure. You can't even afford it. Now get lost and stop ruining my business. Right then, the system screen flashed. Detected glimmer fruit. Diamond rank material. Tu-on couldn't believe his eyes. Kobach just picked up a random stone and it's diamond rank. He didn't waste a second. He rushed over, slapped a hand on her shoulder, and said with an excited grin, "Boss, name your price. I'm taking this." The man immediately threw out a staggering number. 30 million Kyushu coins. But inside, he was laughing. Another rich, dumb kid with too much money. Kobach saw Tu-on trembling and tried to talk him out of it. Tu-on, that's way too expensive. Let's just go. Duke Engu laughed smugly. Hey kid, if you want to show off for a girl, it's gonna cost you. Tu-on grit his teeth and slammed his card down. Just swipe the damn card. Deep down, he was cheering. 30 million for a diamond rank resource? I'm basically robbing him. The vendor was beaming as he took the money. Thank you so much, valued customer. Suddenly, a massive beast soared across the sky. The people below began to whisper in awe. Whoa, what kind of beast is that? It looks so powerful. It's a crane, and there's a man standing on its back. A voice boomed from above. Phoenix Crown Cloud Winged Crane. Let's pick up the pace. The system displayed the info. Race, Phoenix Crown Cloud Winged Crane. Intermediate type. Intermediate diamond rank realm. Talent, Calling Storm. Potential, High Diamond. Skills, Calling Storm, blue, Cloud Wing Blade, blue, and Rain Dance, green. Kanj Sung glanced down at the crowd. He issued a reminder. Tell old Ghost Chich that we've arrived. The crane banked through the sky, leaving a trail of shimmering dust behind. On the other side, amidst a brilliant pink and purple glow, someone was riding a scarlet wing crow and laughing heartily. Well, if it isn't the famous Lord of White Scale City, standing there all tough. He's looking even more radiant now. Jing Chong was clearly annoyed by that smug attitude and spat, "You old red devil. Why is a grandmaster like you still pretending to be all civilized?" He then quickly put on a respectful front. A guest is a guest, so after you, old man white. Down below, Zi'an watched with his jaw dropped, deeply moved. He realized his grandfather had actually come in person just to make sure he could successfully get the azure cloud due. In the sky, tens of thousands of birds flew together in one direction. The next day, the scene shifted to a magnificent palace. The old man asked his grandson anxiously, "Zi'an, are you absolutely sure you want to do this?" He was completely certain of his decision and replied, "Yes, Grandpa, I'm determined to win that azure cloud due." Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. "Old man white, what do you want with me?" Dongli spoke with a cold, serious tone. "If it's about the azure cloud due, don't waste your breath. This item goes to whoever pays the highest price." This was the city lord of Blue City, Dong Li. Her granddaughter, Tri Kai, was huddling nervously behind her. As she stared at them, Zi'an recognized her immediately. "That girl?" Jing Chong laughed out loud. "Isn't that your granddaughter? I heard you've been scouring for diamond tier resources, just to treat her illness." Furious, she snapped back at them. "Are you talking in circles because you're trying to threaten me?" A terrifying power erupted from her, as she shouted, "We're both diamond tier Beastmasters. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Zi'an raised his hand to shield himself from the surging green energy she had just unleashed. He thought to himself, "This is the first time I've faced a diamond tier's power head on. It's suffocating." Unlike him, Jing Chong remained perfectly calm. "City Lord Dong Li, you've misunderstood. We're both after the azure cloud due. Whoever pays more gets it, just like a regular auction." Jing Chong had already manifested a protective barrier. "I've noticed you don't seem to have any specific requirements for diamond tier resources. Why not make a deal with me so we can settle this peacefully?" Zi'an watched the scene in total awe. Only silver tier Beastmasters and above can condense a protective shield like that. Dong Li finally started to calm down. She frowned and asked, "What kind of deal?" He pulled out a box and said, "I happen to have a diamond tier resource right here, a radiance fruit. If you let me take the azure cloud due, I'll sell this to you for the exact same price." Zi'an quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Wait a minute, Grandpa." He looked at Trikai and smiled. "This little sister is sick. She's so pitiful. Why don't we just give her the radiance fruit as a gift?" On the outside, the old man froze. On the inside, his jaw hit the floor in shock. He thought, "Give it to her?" We went from selling it to a total giveaway. This wasn't part of the plan. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Young man, diamond tier resources are incredibly rare and precious. Why on earth would you just give it to us? She still looked at them with sad eyes, but Zi'an just gave her a bright smile. Didn't you say she needs it for her treatment? Trikai's face turned beet red as he continued. I like this little girl, so I'm giving her the radiance fruit. Jing Chong looked at his grandson suspiciously. Zi'an isn't usually the type to fall for a pretty face. And even if he does like this kid from the blue family, she's way too frail to be my granddaughter-in-law. He gave an awkward laugh and handed over the box. Please, don't mind him. My grandson is a bit too straightforward, but if he says it's a gift, then it's a gift. In his heart, he thought, maybe straightforward meant he had a sharp intuition. Zi'an must have sensed something to change his mind like that. Dongli looked down at the box in her hand. She started leading the child away, turning back to say, City Lord, Bark, I've accepted your gift. I won't compete with you anymore. Jing Chong watched them leave and replied, Thank you, City Lord Dongli. Trikai shyly turned back to look at him and asked, Big brother, what's your name? Zi'an gave her a big smile. My name is Zi'an. I live in Whitescale City. Come find me once you're feeling better, okay? She memorized his name. As she walked away, she kept whispering, Zi'an. Big brother. Zi'an stared ahead and muttered to himself. Giving away a diamond tier resource for nothing? His expression became quite chilling. I'm not exactly the type to just throw money away. The system then flashed a notification. Space-type larva detected. Element, space, rank, level 9 of the unranked tier. Talent, double, S, space, void worm, potential, low epic, skill, orange. Tier low void worm. Description, a natural space, type spirit beast with high growth potential. However, it requires massive amounts of energy before reaching maturity. Otherwise, it will drain the Beastmasters' energy instead. This places a heavy burden on the host. Zi'an watched her, thinking to himself, a double S epic space-type spirit beast that can even strengthen her talent. If she manages to survive, she'll definitely become a powerhouse of her generation. The system notification continued. Double S talent strengthening power, support, type talent system. Imagine being able to boost the power of every single one of your chosen beasts by 100%. Tuan gave a knowing smirk. This radiant fruit worth 30 million would definitely make her owe him a huge favor. It was worth every penny. Inside the packed auction hall, the hostess finally stepped out and made the announcement. Since power is the only thing that guarantees victory, she prepared to kick things off. Dear honored guests, welcome to today's auction. The spotlights hit the first item, and the auction officially began. Let's get straight to it. Here is our first item. The crowd below immediately started buzzing with excitement. A gold-rank soul beast egg, the amethyst rock eagle. The starting bid is 1 million. I've heard these eagles are notoriously difficult to raise and train. Tuan and his grandfather were watching from the VIP room. He was stunned when he saw the item. The hostess raised her gavel, ready to go. A genuine gold-rank beast egg at a fair price. Does anyone want to start the bidding? Suddenly, a voice from one of the private rooms bid 1 million. The audience was shocked. Rich people really do just buy things like this for fun. I'll never understand the world of the wealthy. The hostess let out a sigh of relief. The first item is usually the hardest to sell, so that was a lucky break. Kan Sung looked at the boy with concern. Tuan, do you want to rethink this? Amethyst rock eagles are a nightmare to take care of. He glanced at his system notification. Species, amethyst rock eagle, dual element, wind and thunder, talent, lightning, current rank, basic amethyst tier, skills, flash bolt and thunder wind slash. Tuan spoke up to reassure the old man. Grandpa, my gut is telling me this egg is much more special than everyone thinks. He smirked to himself. He couldn't believe the auction house's high-end appraisal machine actually messed this up. There's a massive world of difference between gold rank and amethyst rank. The hostess slammed the gavel down. Congratulations to the guest in seat 3 for winning the amethyst rock eagle egg. Our next item comes from... Everyone in the hall erupted in applause. An hour later, the host checked the list. Finally, it was time for the grand finale. Clear source due. The lights focused on a sparkling stone. There was no starting price, so the bidding was completely open. Each bid must increase by at least 1 million Kyushu coins. The room went wild instantly. Someone shouted, I bid 10 million Kyushu coins. Only 10 million? You really think you can snag a diamond rank material for that much? In your dreams, I'm bidding 30 million, 50 million Kyushu coins. Everyone, please, just do me a favor and back off. Who cares about your reputation when there's diamond rank material on the line? I bid 100 million. Grandpa quickly tried to stop Tuan. Tuan, stay calm. It's not time yet. Wait for the bids to go higher, then we'll swoop in with a massive offer. Tuan frowned slightly. This clear source dew was the absolute key to awakening his second talent. He picked up the blue stones he took from the mutant fire bamboo spider leader. Now that I have these awakening stones, how should I use them? He looked at the system prompt appearing before him. You are currently researching how to use the awakening primal stones. You have received a heavenly revelation. Method 1. Carry the awakening stone with you at all times. Over time, there is a chance to awaken a talent from rank F to D. This can be used once a year. Method 2. Directly embed the awakening stone into your own body. This provides a chance to awaken a talent from rank C to A. It can also be used once a year. That mutant fire bamboo spider leader must have accidentally swallowed one, which triggered the second method. Method 3. Use the primal stone as the main ingredient and supplement it with nirvana secret leaves. Mix in clear source dew, heavenly tears, and other materials to create an awakening solution. After soaking for one full day and night, there is a chance to awaken a talent from rank S all the way to SSS. For now, I have to use the third method. I need that S to triple S rank talent. The only problem is that the ingredients for the solution are incredibly rare, especially the heavenly tears. Wait, nirvana secret leaves. I remember seeing heavenly tears and nirvana secret leaves in the Bach family's treasure vault. I'll have to ask the Bach family for help finding the clear source dew. Just then, someone placed a massive bid. 500 million, Duong Dukangu smirked arrogantly. Once I get that clear source dew, I'll finally reach diamond rank. Suddenly, an even higher number was shouted from one of the rooms. 700 million Kyushu coins. He immediately began to plead. Listen, I am Duong Dukangu, a top-tier gold-rank beastmaster. This material is life or death for me. I hope you can understand and step aside, my friend. Then he yelled out, 800 million Kyushu coins. Everyone in the audience was panicking. Boss Duong was really only one step away from reaching the diamond rank. This guy definitely wants to take it a step further. Being able to sit in seat number 3 suggests he is no ordinary person, probably another powerhouse. Didn't everyone notice that City Lord Lamb in seat number 2 hasn't even bid yet? And yet, Tang Duke still has the guts to keep shouting. A massive wave of pressure surged from the room as the person inside spoke with pure contempt. A first-grade gold-tier beastmaster? They must think they are pretty tough, huh? He was absolutely terrified now. A diamond-tier beastmaster. Even the auction hostess was trembling. This was a powerhouse the city lord himself had personally welcomed. Just who was that person from yesterday? A dry cough echoed from inside the room, making the girl shudder in fear. 900 million Kyushu coins, going once. Anyone else? Tangduk immediately bowed in respect, saying, Please forgive this junior's rudeness. I hope you won't take offense, sir. The onlookers snickered. How could a mere gold tier dare to compete with a diamond tier beastmaster? Isn't that like drinking poison because you are tired of living? The hostess quickly got back to work. 900 million, going twice. If you don't bid now, you will miss your chance. She looked absolutely thrilled. 900 million Kyushu coins, going 3 times. City Lord Lamb usually obsesses over diamond tier materials, so why didn't he join the bidding this time? Everyone's eyes were glued to that window. The girl in red pointed toward the room and announced, Congratulations to our guest in seat number 3. The auction is closed. Suddenly, Old Red Demon from Thin Vien Road kicked the door open and burst in. Old White, how on earth did you get that lamb lady to stop competing with you? Kan Sung didn't look happy at all. That was my grandson's idea. Old Red looked at the boy and immediately started trash-talking. This is your grandson? He is pale as a ghost and his limbs are skinny as sticks. Can he even handle being a beastmaster? But Tuan was only focused on the item. And that is the second talent done. The old man slapped Kan Sung's back hard. All right, it is settled then, Tuan. Tuan looked up in surprise. Settled? What was settled? The old man then informed him, Tuan, in 3 days, you are going to have a match against City Lord Red's granddaughter. Tuan was completely dazed. The afternoon sun began to set over the City Lord's mansion. Over at Red Wing City, a girl angrily kicked a door open. It was Nan Ing, looking quite lively. You old geezer, I'm back. She grabbed his beard threateningly. What did you call me back for, old man? If this isn't something important, I'm going to shave your beard right off. He was in total pain. My little darling, let go. My beard is about to fall out. Old Red gave her an awkward, nervous smile. You are about to rank up to bronze tier. I've found an opportunity for you to get a spirit beast with diamond tier potential. She was stunned. What kind of opportunity? He pointed right at the boy. You just have to beat him. Kan Sung was also there, cheering Tuan on. Tuan, make sure you grab this chance to enter Red Fang Valley and find yourself a flying spirit beast. The two sides were already sizing each other up. Old White, you sure showed up early, didn't you? It is better to get this over with quickly. Waiting around is just a waste of time, and we still have to go to Red Fang Valley to pick out a beast. Before Old Red could even finish his sentence, he added, I hope your grandson loses. Nyan Ung Wei looked at Tuan with great interest. Wow, Tuan is such a handsome guy. My name is Nan Nge, what is yours? Her enthusiasm caught him off guard, and he simply replied, Tuan. Old Red angrily pulled them apart. Just start the match already. Nan Ing got into her fighting stance. Get serious. Handsome. At that moment, the system screen displayed her character info. Nan Ing. Spirit Soul Talent A. High-level Black Iron rank. Winged Fang Dragon Beast. High-level Black Iron. Golden Claw Eagle. Level 9. Unranked. A spirit beast instantly appeared. Let's burn it up. Winged Fang. Species. Winged Fang. Fire and wind attributes. High-level Black Iron rank. Attack talent. Gunpowder. Blue Storm. Rise. She commanded her spirit beast. Winged Fang quickly took control of the sky. Nan Eun-K pointed straight at him. Come on, summon your pet already. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Tuan didn't keep her waiting. He raised his hand toward the sky and shouted, Come forth, white shadow giant scalefish. A massive figure appeared, but as soon as the scalefish came out, it fell flat on its face. It looked at him with an awkward smile. I tried to lose weight, but I just got fat again. Nan Na couldn't help but burst out laughing at the sight. Your pet is actually kind of adorable. Tuan felt like his soul was shattering. This spirit beast was giving him a major headache. During the auction, he had obtained an elastic core, which granted a skill to change size at will. He didn't expect that shrinking it would lead to this look. Winged Fang immediately dove down. She laughed triumphantly and ordered, Winged Fang, do it! Use Wing Slash! The bird unleashed its move. Both Tuan and his pet managed to dodge it narrowly, though one strike grazed his hair. Tuan had to bend his body back to dodge the next attack. Now he was truly annoyed. Use water gun. Knock that thing out of the sky. The scalefish immediately fired its water torpedoes. The massive pillars of water made the bird scream in terror. Naning-K quickly gave another order. Winged Fang, get out of the water gun's range right now. The bird obeyed and flew away instantly. Tuan couldn't help but praise his pet. Nice job. After the scalefish evolved, its firing speed and power had increased significantly. Suddenly, something comes flying in, and the system displays its info. Species, golden beak bird. Elements, fire and wind. Level 9 unranked realm. Talent, Great of Fire Vortex. Aptitude, mid-tier diamond. Skill, blue flame arrow. Movement speed, grade A. Watching the golden beak bird spit fire, he starts blaming himself. I totally forgot she had another beast. Luckily, Tuan's scaled fish absorbed the flames. Thank goodness it's only a level 9 unranked beast. The damage isn't too high. He keeps comforting the scaled fish, saying, I'm sorry. I guess I'm still a bit too inexperienced. You've suffered a lot because of me, buddy. But Nyan Ing continues her assault. Your defense is pretty high. Let's see how you handle this next one. Both birds charge forward, brimming with power. He uses telepathy to ask the system just how much a grade A talent can boost a beast's combat power. The system replies instantly. At that moment, the two birds fly in a circle while Tuan looks at his scaled fish in shock. They'll likely attack from both sides at once. Wait, what are you doing? Old Devil Red is feeling incredibly smug. Elder Bai, your grandson is toast. Your bronze rank beast can't keep up with these consecutive attacks. Kansh Sung remains perfectly calm. Don't celebrate too early, or you might just shorten your own lifespan. Wingfang dives straight for the golden beak bird. Both spit fire simultaneously, creating a thick cloud of smoke and dust. Kansh Sung is starting to feel uneasy. Tuan, why haven't you made a move yet? Seeing this, the old man mocks him. Don't worry, Elder Bai, we won't hurt your grandson. But in reality, Tuan has already conjured a barrier. All three of them are stunned. How is this possible? He's only at the Black Iron rank. The power of water surrounds him. Now, Tuan can finally smirk. I've realized that protective shields aren't just for silver rankers. As long as you have enough power, you can use it, and my space is overflowing with spiritual energy. He seriously commands his beast to end the battle as usual. White Shadow Scaled Fish. Finish this according to plan. The scaled fish immediately uses the vast sea and hydro cannon skills. It transforms into a massive whale. Old Devil Red's eyes widen in shock. Elder Bai, what on earth is your grandson? Even Kan Sung is trembling. Even I'm not sure about this. The scaled fish creates swirling currents, aiming its water pillars directly at the opponent. Wing Fang is submerged by the water pillar, and the golden beak bird doesn't escape either. It falls right at her feet. Nyaning loses her cool. Wing Fang, use raging flames and take Tuan out. The bird immediately lunges at him. Wing Fang charges, its eyes glowing like a roaring fire, and its sharp beak ready to tear through the air. Intense smoke and fire surround it now. Seeing this, Old Devil Red is completely shocked. He can't help but shout, "This girl is crazy." She refuses to admit defeat. This reckless attack will only cause her more harm. In front of her, Whaley is charging head-on with blue energy. Wing Fang is also diving in from below. Tuan watches intently, his tension rising. Seeing that Whaley has no intention of stopping, Tuan breaks into a sweat and screams, "Don't hurt her." In an instant, the two spiritual beasts collide. A massive wave of blue energy surges forward. Opposite it, the flames roar, making the air hotter than ever. Right after, Whaley charges toward Nan. She panics instantly. Seeing this, Kan Sung turns to reassure the anxious Old Devil Red, "Calm down. Tuan knows what he's doing. He won't hurt your granddaughter." Nan Ing is left hovering in midair. She raises her hand and screams in resignation, "I give up. Just let me down already." Tuan breaks into a cheerful smile. He makes a hand seal and says softly, "Thanks for letting me win." All four of them turn to head inside. Then, Old Devil Red speaks up first. "A bet is a bet. Your grandson can go inside and pick one item, but you aren't allowed in." He thinks to himself excitedly, "This kid probably can't tell the difference between trash and treasure anyway. He won't know what's good and what's bad." On the other side, Kan Sung thinks to himself, "Tuan's intuition is even sharper than my own appraisal skills." Old Devil Red raises his hand. Crimson energy gathers in his palm. He slams the green button, and a bright light flashes. Tuan and Nanya are blinded by the glare from Red Fang Valley and shield their eyes. Old Devil Red stands with hands on his hips and reminds them, "Kid, I'll give you 1 hour. Whether you've picked something or not, you have to come out." Then he turns to instruct Nanya. Nye, keep an eye on this kid. Don't let him cause any trouble." Tuan immediately agrees. "Elder Red, I'll keep that in mind." Behind him, Nan crosses her arms annoyedly and says, "Fine." With that, Old Devil Red steps aside, and Tuan slowly enters Red Fang Valley the moment his foot touches the ground. Looking around, the realization hit him like a freight train. Crimson Fang Valley wasn't just a canyon, it was a literal fragment of a dead star. The ancestor of the Crimson Clan used a secret technique to refine it into a mini-realm, making it overflow with intense fire energy. But that energy was constantly leaking out, and excitedly raised his hand to get a closer look, unable to hide his awe. "This is incredible." Hearing that, Nini, who was standing nearby, replied with a smug look on her face. "Well, of course it is. My family's crimson spider nest is legendary. We wouldn't be standing tall today without a treasure like this." The entire landscape was a burning red, giving off a stifling heat. All around them were nothing but withered, skeletal trees. Following Nini, Anne asked as they walked, "Hey, Miss Nini, could you tell me about some of the spirit beasts living here in the valley?" Nini stopped and pointed toward the sky, and looked up and listened closely as she began her introduction. "Look, that's a blazing fang." It was a massive bird with bright orange feathers and glowing eyes. There were 4 other blackbirds flying just ahead of it, Nini continued. "They carry both the wind and fire elements. But honestly, I have a feeling they're not going to like you," and turned away, sweat dripping down his face, and gave a flat response. "It's not just that they don't like me. They're looking at me with pure hatred." Nini looked at him, completely confused by his words. Just as he finished speaking, a flock of birds with golden feathers suddenly swarmed across the sky from every direction. Seeing one diving straight for him, and instinctively jumped back. Everyone around him began channeling their energy for a fight. Nini quickly stepped in front, holding up a card as if she were shouting a command. She held a glowing red card in her hand. A burst of light erupted from the card, instantly forcing the birds to retreat. Their eyes widened in pure shock. Once the coast was clear, Nini turned around and pointed a finger at An. She said arrogantly, "A water user like you being here is like a drop of water in a sizzling frying pan. You're lucky they haven't attacked you all at once." Ain nodded, glancing around as he replied, "So that's how it is." An walked over to a nest and stared intensely, and more information popped up before his eyes. Species: Blazing Fang. Elements: Fire and Wind. Talent: Smokescreen Charge. A rank: Potential: High Tier Diamond. Skills: Blue-grade Smokescreen Charge and Blue-grade Rising Wind. Species: Blazing Fang. Elements: Fire and Wind. Talent: Red Fire. D rank. Potential: Mid-tier Silver. Species: Blazing Fang. Elements: Fire and Wind. Talent: Dying Ember. B rank. Potential: Mid-tier Gold. Skills: Blue-grade Lingering Flame and Green-grade Crimson Spark. After processing it all, An reached out and poked the bird in front of him. The bird was absolutely livid. He said calmly, "Just average. Let's keep looking." An then hopped over to another nest. He opened his eyes wide to inspect it, giving the bird quite a scare. He kept moving from nest to nest while the sky remained peaceful. 1 hour later, An was still tirelessly searching. Nini sat on a rock, resting her chin on her hand as she complained impatiently. "Hey, are you done picking yet? Time's almost up." An didn't answer. He was completely lost in his own thoughts. None of these are really that good. Diamond tier is the best I've seen so far, seeing that he was totally ignoring her. She turned around and yelled in a rage, "Hey, did you even hear me?" And still didn't pay her any attention. He rubbed his chin, thinking seriously, "Forget it. I'll just take that Diamond tier 1. I won't form a contract with it, but I can at least give it to the White family." Behind him, Nini was losing her mind, screaming at the top of her lungs. While he was deep in thought, a bird with vibrant orange-yellow feathers caught his eye. He gasped. "Wait, what?" An walked over, his eyes sparkling with genuine curiosity. "This one's color is really special." It had sleek, glossy orange feathers, a golden tail, and blue eyes that were half closed. Species: Mutated Blazing Fang. Element: Fire. Talent: Blazing Sun, SS rank. Potential: High Tier Bronze. Note: the core is severely damaged. Skills: Orange grade Solar Point, Purple grade Blazing Charge, Blue grade Smokescreen Charge, and Blue grade Lingering Flame. An was instantly stunned. He thought to himself, "Oh my god, a mutated spirit beast with an SS rank talent and an orange grade skill? How did I miss this earlier?" An looked up to read more. This mutated fire beast abandoned all other attributes for pure fire. Because of that, it's blessed by the solar flame, allowing it to grow incredibly fast. However, because the solar flame is so unique, it requires massive amounts of fire energy, which led to its core being severely damaged. But if that core can be healed, it has the potential to reach the epic tier, and to think you almost missed this because you were focused on that diamond rank 1, and picked up the blazing fang and inspected it closely, while the blackbirds nearby watched in pure shock. He gently asked it, "Hey little guy, you want to come with me?" Sitting in his palm, the bird gave him a cold, flat no. He didn't have a shred of interest in Tuan. Seeing that, Tuan quickly realized what was up and muttered to himself, "Looks like, if I don't give you a little bribe, you're never gonna follow me." Right after that, Tuan pulled out a sparkling pink crystal from out of nowhere. Since it was so shiny, Rukna got curious and couldn't help but steal a quick glance. Once he got a good look at that crystal, he whipped his head around to stare even closer, his face filled with pure shock. After looking it over, Rukna hesitated for a second but still talked big, saying, "I am the incarnation of the sun. You think a puny little soul core like this is enough to tempt me?" Tuan immediately flashed a devious smirk and tempted him, "Just follow me, and I guarantee you'll get your fill of fire-type soul cores." Rukna started to break a sweat, feeling torn. He really couldn't resist the temptation, and his eyes kept darting back toward that crystal. Tuan held Rukna with one hand while waving the crystal around with the other, just to mess with him. Rukna thought hesitantly, "Wealth cannot seduce me, and poverty cannot break me. I will absolutely not become a slave to a soul core." He lowered his head, trying his hard. "No one can tempt me." Meanwhile, the blue sky stayed perfectly peaceful. After a while, Rukna couldn't hold back anymore and grabbed the crystal. His eyes sparkled with obsession as he thought, "It's not that I wasn't strong. It's just that he's offering way too much. Naninghe's eyes nearly popped out of her head after witnessing this whole scene. Holding Ruknya in one arm, Tuan turned back to look at her in surprise. He stared at Naninghe and thought to himself, City Lord Shich is an expert at raising Ruknya. If he spots this and stops me from taking a mutated Rukna, it'll be a huge pain. A second later, he decided to just sign the contract with Rukna right then and there. He muttered to himself, better just sign the contract right here. Seeing what he was doing, Nannu yelled out in a panic, Are you crazy? I can't believe you're actually going through with it. The contract aura is manifesting right here. A surge of blue and red energy erupts, swirling around the contract scroll and blazing fang. Yan Ni is blinded by the intense flash and instinctively shields her eyes. Meanwhile, Zi'an looks like he is losing his mind. His eyes sharpen as the blue energy surges with terrifying power. I am in trouble, he thinks. Blazing Fang also lowers its head, looking grim. It silently folds its wings. Zi'an's eyes bulge in agony, his mouth wide open as if he is about to scream. Right in front of him, Blazing Fang is radiating a massive amount of crimson energy. He realizes the beast is draining his water element power. Yan Ni can't just stand by and watch this. She rushes in to help, but she still can't resist mocking him. You have completely lost it. She thrusts her hand forward, firing a stream of flames. The fire streaks towards Zi'an, who is collapsing to the ground. Zi'an is absolutely terrified after what just happened. Sweat pours down his face as he gasps for air. Attempting a direct contract with a mutant spirit beast is way more dangerous than I thought. It almost sucked me dry. Blazing Fang sighs beside him. Zi'an performs a hand sign, sending Blazing Fang back to its spirit space. The creature clutches the spirit crystal tight. It closes its eyes and descends. A notification pops up. Mutant spirit, beast Blazing Fang, your larva. Mythical beast taming space activated. New talent awakened. S-rank, fire, spirit body. As Blazing Fang huddles near the crystal, a giant eye and a stream of water appear in mid-air, lifting the creature up. More info about Blazing Fang flashes by. Fire spirit body reduces incoming water damage and can absorb the opponent's fire skills to boost its own power. Blazing Fang erupts with a brilliant red glow, shattering the dark, silent night. Beneath the water, a creature pokes its head out to watch. It is Jing Zi, staring in total confusion. Cut to Yan Ni standing with her arms crossed, looking thoughtful. Zi'an, still out of breath, says, Thanks for the hand back there, Miss Chi. If you ever need anything, I will definitely pay you back. He tells himself with sincere gratitude. If that fire energy hadn't appeared out of nowhere, today's contract would have been a disaster. I really owe her one. The sudden thank you makes Yan Ni feel a bit shy. She blushes and looks away. She mutters a quick excuse. Don't get the wrong idea. It is not like I did it for you. If you died here, the Chi family would have a hard time explaining things to the Bai. She hesitates before adding, We aren't afraid of the base, but I just don't want to start a war we don't need. Zi'an quickly replies, I appreciate the concern, Miss Chi. Yan Ni immediately denies it, flustered. I told you, I am not worried about you. He can only give a helpless smile. Right. Outside, Jing Chong and Old Man Chi are waiting for the two of them. As they emerge from Blazing Fang Valley, the elders turn to look. Jing Chong catches his trembling grandson, asking softly, Xiaoan, what is wrong? Are you hurt? Zi'an waves his hand to show he is fine, smiling at his grandfather. Don't worry, Grandpa. I am okay. Contracting a second beast just took a lot out of me. The old man gasps in shock. What? Attempting a contract without proper preparation is suicidal. Didn't you know that? Zi'an just looks up. He holds up 2 fingers, opening a rift. Blazing Fang drops down from above, still hugging its crystal. Jing Chong follows his grandson's gaze. Zi'an glances at the little beast perched on his head and says, See? I am perfectly fine. I noticed this little guy was special back in the valley, so I decided to make it mine. Jing Chong is stunned, but Old Man Chi is even more shell-shocked. Jing Chong thinks to himself, no wonder Xiaoan took the risk. One look, and you can tell this beast is extraordinary. That old fox Chi just lost a fortune. Old Man Chi realizes it too. He panics internally. That is a mutated Blazing Fang. Jing Chong grabs his grandson's hand and turns to say goodbye. Old Man Chi, everything is settled now. We won't bother you anymore. Take care. Yan Ni watches them leave, her eyes narrowed. Old Man Chi forces a smile. Safe travels. Yan Ni can't hold it in anymore and yells, Zi'an. Having talent doesn't mean anything. True power only comes from surviving 1,000 battles. Just you wait. The road ahead is long, and I'm going to catch up to you. Zi'an pauses for a moment, then smiles back. I am not going to wait for you. If you have the guts, then try to catch me. As they head out, he thinks to himself, let's meet at the top. They return to Whitescale City. The flying beast lands softly, creating a small gust of wind on the grass. Jing Chong reminds his grandson, Xiao An, go inside and absorb as many fire crystals as you can. Replenish the energy you lost. He obediently replies, I will, Grandpa. Zi'an's figure slowly fades into the distance. Suddenly, someone called out to Jing Chong from behind. It was Kuai Cheng, the former city lord. Hearing his name, Jing Chong turned around to see who it was. Gasping for air, Kui Cheng managed to say, Sir, you're finally back. Seeing him in such a state, Jing Chong frowned and gave him a stern reminder. Xiao Yuan, you're not a kid anymore. Pull yourself together and act professional. Kui Cheng leaned in to whisper a report. As soon as he heard it, Jing Chong snapped in anger. Those little brats. Cut to outside, where Bai Shuo and Bai Ji were standing guard. Bai Ji raised a finger and spoke first. Young master is really pushing himself. He just got back to Whitescale City and went straight into seclusion. Bai Shuo listened but didn't say a word. Bai Ji continued, why did the young master specifically order us not to let Gu Bai contact anyone? I mean, the young lady already passed the marquee title exam. Inside the room, Zi'an heard everything. A strange expression crossed his face as Bai Ji kept talking. Do you think this counts as some kind of overbearing tyrant imprisonment? Bai Shuo finally spoke up. Stop gossiping about the young master. Meanwhile, Zi'an poured 5 vials of liquid medicine into a container and stirred them together. He focused on grinding a green crystal into a fine powder. Once finished, he wiped his brow and muttered, That's the catalyst for the awakening solution done. Next was the main ingredient. Zi'an picked up the bowl of powder and cautiously approached the water. He made sure to pinch his nose. This smell was worse than a sewer after a rainstorm. The eye of the apocalypse better not be pranking me, he thought. He poured the powder into the black water. They slowly merged, and once the reaction was complete, the liquid turned green. A few bubbles popped on the surface. Zi'an winced and waved the air. Okay, it's changing. At least the smell isn't burning my nose anymore. Just then, a notification popped up. Awakening solution detected. Zi'an stripped off his shirt, revealing a toned physique with clearly defined 6-pack abs. He told himself, this tub of medicine cost me 10,900,000,000 credits. Don't let me down. Then he jumped in, causing the water to ripple. He sighed with satisfaction. Oh man, that feels incredible. As Zi'an relaxed in the medicinal bath, blue electric currents surged from his brain, racing down his spine. Everywhere the energy touched emitted an eerie glow. Massive golden chains gradually materialized in the air, interlocking tightly before plunging straight into Zi'an. Outside, a bolt of lightning illuminated the dark sky, startling even the most passed-out drunks awake. With blurry eyes, one man instinctively looked out at the gloomy horizon. He rubbed his throbbing, foggy head. There were golden chains erupting from a skyscraper, piercing the heavens and swirling the clouds into a massive vortex. Staring at the sight, his mind felt even more dazed. That's weird. An awakening energy inside the city? Is someone actually self-awakening? The thought flashed through his mind but was quickly dismissed. No way. The awakening hall is hundreds of miles away from the city center. Even if someone did self-awaken, the energy waves shouldn't be able to reach all the way here. Still clutching his wine bottle, he slumped onto the sofa and let out a heavy sigh, a faint smirk on his lips. I must be drunk out of my mind. It's just an illusion. The long chains continued to lash through the air, wrapping around Zi'an before slowly shattering into tiny fragments. 2 days later, Zi'an woke up from his deep slumber. He stretched his limbs, his bones popping after being still for so long. He rubbed his eyes. Without him noticing, golden chain patterns had appeared in his pupils. The system flashed a notification. Rank SS, rule-based talent. The world has a spirit, and those with spirits cannot fully merge with the rules. However, the power of the heavenly Tao can forcibly break the barriers between living beings and the forces of the origin. Biological resonance. Zi'an stared at the system and muttered, breaking barriers. He burst into a loud laugh, catching the attention of the servants downstairs. A thought popped into his head. I need to find someone to test this on. As soon as the words left his mouth, he shouted out again. Bai Shuo and Bai Ji, standing outside the door, were breaking into a cold sweat because of how weird Zi'an was acting. Bai Ji signaled to Bai Shuo. What's wrong with the young master now? Bai Shuo was just as confused. Who knows? Bai Shuo gently pushed the door open, only to witness a scene she definitely wasn't supposed to see. Zi'an, oblivious to his state, just kept rambling on. I have an emergency and need your help. Stand right there, don't move. Bai Shuo couldn't help it. Her face turned beet red from embarrassment. She bolted out of the room, shouting back, I'm sorry, young master. I can't help with that. Only then did Zi'an realize what was going on, and he fell dead silent. He cringed, trying to cover himself up. Flushing red, he sank back into the bathwater. Ahem. This is just a misunderstanding. Once he had finally composed himself and gotten dressed, Zi'an hurried over to ask Bai Shuo for help with some actual business. Bai Xiao, stand still and relax. Do not resist. Zi'an's eyes glow once more as the golden chains of heavenly law manifest. The chains turn solid, coiling around Zi'an's arm, before lunging forward to bind Bai Xiao tightly on his command. This sudden move catches Bai Xiao completely off guard. She has no idea what he is trying to do. Before she can even process the situation, the spiked end of the chain swings high and plunges directly into her chest, sinking deep into her body. Golden energy pulses through the chain, surging from Bai Xiao into Zi'an. Zi'an focuses, channeling blue sparks like an electric current. It worked. A smirk plays on his lips, looking like a man who just achieved his ultimate goal. Heavenly Law Chain Number 1, link established. Host, Bai Xiao. Acquired B, rank water element talent. With the golden chain still pulsing between them, Zi'an moves to the next phase. Bai Xiao, initiate your defensive stance. Obeying instantly, Bai Xiao enters a state of deep focus, her hands forming a complex seal in front of her. In the blink of an eye, Zi'an is right in front of her. Hand on his chin, he stares intensely, scrutinizing her face from inches away. Zi'an doesn't look away for a second. The chains remain wrapped tightly around her, showing no signs of fading. Bai Xiao trembles under his unblinking gaze. He hasn't said a word of explanation. Is he up to some more of his weird antics? While Bai Xiao's anxiety spikes, Zi'an is lost in thought. It is time for the next step. Deactivate your defense. He does not seem to notice her growing panic at all. Cut to West City. In a quiet, secluded alleyway, Bai Xiao gives Zi'an a call. Young master, I have arrived at West City. Zi'an picks up, his expression a bit tense. Copy that, Bai Xiao. The golden chain stretches all the way to her, passing right through the door. Zi'an tracks the link with his eyes. All right, you can head back now. Bai Xiao hesitates, her voice trailing off. Zi'an looks confused, wondering why she is acting so strange. Young master, if I may be so bold. She is walking on eggshells, trying to gauge his reaction before speaking her mind. Your behavior today has been highly unusual. First, you let me see you completely naked. Then you start acting all bizarre, not to mention how you were just staring at my body. Young master, if you are feeling overwhelmed, please talk to us. Bai Ji and I are here to help. But you really should not. She goes on a long rant until Zi'an finally realizes the misunderstanding. Oh crap, wait, Bai Xiao, can you seriously not see anything on your body? Confused by his weird question, she answers firmly, no sir, nothing at all. Finally understanding how the chains work, he turns serious. In that case, just come home. I am hanging up. It is confirmed. Bai Xiao cannot see the soul-binding chains. Left alone with this bizarre situation, Bai Xiao feels a cold shiver run down her spine. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? Meanwhile, Zi'an is back to business, meticulously breaking down the rules of his new power. It makes sense. As long as the link is active, outside factors cannot interfere. He scribbles on a notepad, crossing out ideas to find the truth. The chains of heavenly law have 3 main traits. He visualizes them. First, concealment. No matter what I do, Bai Xiao won't even know they are there. Though, looking at it now, it really does look like I am bullying her. Second, suppression. By activating the chains, I can force a link with her whether she likes it or not. This allows me to resonate with her talent. Thinking about the sheer power at his fingertips, he cannot help but grin triumphantly. Third, initiative. Usually, resonance requires mutual consent, but with this channel established, I am the one in the driver's seat during the resonance process. So, to sum it up, these chains give me 3 unique traits, and since I have 3 chains, I can link with 3 different beast tamers at once. Combine that with my Eye of Revelation. Zi'an rests his chin on his hand. I could potentially hold 4 different talents. Deep within his beast space, he stands in a lush green meadow where 3 jagged rocks form a strange, claw-like monument. Stars illuminate the sky above. He suddenly notices something different. Wait, has my beast space expanded this much? Near the coast, a massive rock formation sits partially submerged in the water, surrounded by jagged blue stones. In the volcanic region, molten lava flows through the cracks of the earth. Zi'an sinks into deep contemplation. It seems like every time I level up, the beast space evolves, adding more diverse terrains. Suddenly, a blur of motion streaks across the sky. Blazefang flaps its wings, unleashing a torrent of flames. The attack dives straight into the water, triggering a series of massive explosions. And that was more than enough to make the scalefish below absolutely furious. Bursting out of the water, now it is my turn. He spat out a powerful blast of water, aiming it right at Wingtooth, who was flying high above. Seeing this, Tuan yelled, "Hey, you little blue fatty, knock it off." Scaly nervously tried to explain, "It is not what you think." But Tuan would not listen and continued his loud lecture. "You guys are partners. From now on, you are brothers in arms. How can you be trying to tear each other apart already?" Tears welled up in his eyes as he felt totally wronged. "Sniff, he started it. He attacked me first." Wingtooth quickly chimed in to back him up. "He keeps shooting those water pillars everywhere. Everything is soaked, and I hate it." Those droplets made his fur all soggy. Tuan suddenly went quiet as the realization hit him. So that was it. Scaly was just following the plan and practicing his skills. Since Wingtooth hated that kind of environment, a new idea popped into his head. Tuan reached out his hand towards Scaly. He formed a protective sphere of water around him. "Scaly, I am moving you to a bigger place. You do not have to feel cramped in this tiny pond anymore." As soon as he said that, Tuan teleported them to the coastal terrain. He marveled at the power of his own beast-taming space. "I can teleport wherever I want just by thinking about it. This is so incredibly convenient." The sight before him made Scaly's heart bloom with joy. His eyes grew wide and sparkled like diamonds. Without waiting another second, he dove deep into the water, gradually returning to his massive true form before soaring back up. Water splashed high into the air across the surface. Seeing Scaly so happy made Tuan feel good too. It must have been really frustrating for Scaly to always have to shrink his body down. He glanced over at the restless Wingtooth on his arm. "As for you, you little troublemaker," Tuan teleported again, this time to the volcanic region. A notification popped up. Phoenix Blood Fire Wutong, a tree for god-level spirit beasts with phoenix bloodlines to perch on. It greatly boosts fire-type talent. Teleporting in front of the massive tree, Tuan walked around to inspect the area. "The volcano will be your new home." He picked up a piece of flint from the tree, looking at it with a slightly concerned expression. "The fire energy here is incredibly dense. It can quickly replenish the core essence that Wingtooth is currently lacking." Wingtooth made himself comfortable, finding a spot with plenty of flint stones to lounge on with a smug look. Seeing how lazy he was, Tuan glared at him with a murderous intent. "That skill I told you to practice, have you actually been doing it?" Feeling the murderous aura aimed right at him, Wingtooth stayed quiet, glancing at Tuan before quickly changing his attitude to act all high and mighty. "I am destined to become an existence like the sun itself. Just watch and let a mere mortal like you open your eyes to my greatness." Seeing that cocky attitude, Tuan pointed his finger. "Wingtooth, use your radiant sunflame and smash that boulder over there." Wingtooth soared high into the sky. Not wanting to keep Tuan waiting, he breathed out a massive blast of fire. The force of the attack triggered a massive explosion, with thick smoke rising to create a truly spectacular scene. But faced with all that power, the boulder only chipped off a tiny pebble. Wingtooth proudly puffed out his chest and flapped his wings. "Have you seen my true power yet, human?" Tuan was fuming inside, but he managed to force a tight smile. "Wingtooth, do you want me to give you a little lesson? I guarantee that under my guidance, your strength will grow exponentially." His eyes remained narrowed as he tilted his chin up arrogantly. "No thanks. I was already destined to become a sun-like existence on my own." His tail could not help but wag back and forth with joy. Tuan looked at the stone in his hand. "Just as I thought I knew this would happen. Did you really think I could not handle a little guy like you? Look at what I have here." Wingtooth could not hide his excitement, muttering, "A monarch-grade spirit core." He started jumping up and down, his wings flapping wildly as he prepared to pounce and hug the treasure. Wingtooth lunged for it, but came up empty-handed as Tuan pulled it away. He had no intention of handing it over so easily, his face looking like a total demon's. There is no rush to do something bad. Do you want this? Wingtooth started trembling, looking at him with deep suspicion. Wingtooth, how about a little bet? The beast nodded his head vigorously. Tuan smiled as he laid out the conditions. You release your skills according to my training methods. If you feel like it is working, then I win. Otherwise, you win. Wingtooth was secretly thrilled. With conditions like these, wasn't his victory already in the bag? This human is such an idiot. No matter what happens, if I just say it is no good, won't I win for sure? Under Tuan's dangerous smile, Wingtooth did not think twice. I accept. Once the deal was made, Tuan gathered energy in his hand while patiently explaining it to him. Look here, when we release a skill, we have to concentrate the energy. But Wingtooth did not seem to take him seriously. Standing, watching him with a bored expression, it didn't even notice its own arrogant attitude while he continued to prep his move. He explained to it that if you can compress energy to improve the quality of a skill, its destructive power becomes way more intense. Both his hands focused energy into a water sphere, trying to apply as much pressure as humanly possible. Rukna found his weird technique confusing. It seemed like this was the first time it had ever seen someone do that. Before it could get any more baffled, he bent low and hurled the energy sphere straight forward with all his might. That energy beam shot out like a bullet, zooming directly toward a massive boulder nearby. The impact was so massive that the boulder shattered into dust in an instant. Watching the scene, Rukna actually started to tremble. A tiny water ball is stronger than my fireball? It seemed it had seriously underestimated this Beastmaster. Seeing the spirit beast on his shoulder, wide-eyed and breaking into a cold sweat, Tuan couldn't help but flash a smug, condescending smile. It probably wouldn't know in a million years that the little show just now was totally rigged from the start. He secretly let out a terrifyingly sinister grin behind its back. That rock had just been scorched by Rukna's high-temperature flames. Then it was suddenly shocked by cold water. It would be a miracle if it didn't explode. But Rukna wasn't about to be outdone. It immediately copied his move, soaring high into the air and condensing a massive fireball in its mouth. Then it fired that terrifying beam of energy downward, even using extra force to boost the fireball it had just created. The giant pillar of fire, carrying an insane amount of destructive power, came screaming down like a projectile. In a split second, that formidable power bored right through an entire mountain range. Rocks and debris went flying everywhere. The majestic mountain range that was standing tall with its soaring peaks just a second ago was now a total wreck. The peak was gone, replaced by a perfectly round crater following the shape of the energy sphere. That ball moved so fast, it created a violent shockwave that made Tuan's hair stand straight up. This time, he was the one left with his jaw on the floor. He watched the whole thing from start to finish, and yet when that energy sphere finally hit the ground, it triggered a massive explosion. Dirt and sand were kicked up everywhere, and a mushroom cloud of smoke rose up just like a nuclear blast. The energy was so intense it lit up the entire horizon. Witnessing that terrifying scene, he was completely stunned. With his eyes wide and mouth agape, he marveled at Rukna's insane natural talent. With just a little guidance, it had already mastered the skill. It had even reached the level of minor mastery. Though he was a bit shaken, he didn't forget to reach out his hand for Rukna to land. Just a few seconds later, he regained his cool and flashed a smug smile at the spirit beast in his hand. See the results of today's training? He continued to confidently talk it up. As long as you follow my training method, I guarantee you'll grow up in no time. The proof is right here in front of you. How could a spirit beast turn down such a sweet deal? Just as expected, Rukna didn't even stop to think before agreeing. It even chirped a few times, acting all respectful and submissive. The poor little spirit beast had no idea it had fallen for a trap. It was still happily playing with its pile of new spirit cores, not noticing the Beastmaster's triumphant face at all. Seeing how sinister he was being behind its back, he smugly thought to himself, I've totally got him hooked. The moment Tuan stepped through the door, he was greeted by the sound of Tu Ngu and Fa Tian laughing and chatting away. In the dining room, little Tu Ngu's eyes lit up the moment she realized her big brother was home. She innocently pointed at him and shouted, Look, it's Big Brother. Fa Tian also turned around, startled. He could only manage to blurt out, Brother Anne. Out of reflex, he walked over to Tunu and gently patted her head. He asked how things were at home. Be a good girl, Tu Ngu. Where are Mom, Dad, and Grandpa? Behind him, He quietly brought out some food for the young master. Hearing her brother's question, Tunu's temper started to flare. The little girl puffed out her cheeks and grumbled, "They haven't come back yet." She seemed really upset, her eyes starting to well up with tears. She turned and tugged on her brother's sleeve to complain. Seeing that scene and feeling sorry for himself since they were in the same boat, Fa Thien let out a heavy, "My dad hasn't been home for several days either." Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Uncle Vian hadn't come home either? Did something happen in Baklan City? While trying to figure things out, he glanced at the system panel. The words Demon Curse Sect tracking popped up, but there wasn't a single piece of specific info. His friend saw him just standing there, spaced out. The guy quickly waved his hand and called, Brother Ann, the food's on the table." He bluntly asked his chubby best friend, "Why are you even here?" Fa Thien found it hard to believe. Even though a million questions were swirling in his head, he still answered honestly. "Brother An, today is the opening ceremony. I came to find you so we could go to the Beastmaster Academy together." He waves over "Ah fuck" to give the order. "Ah fuck, get the car ready." The man respectfully obeys. "Right away, young master." The magnificent cityscape of the bustling city. It rises against the deep blue sky. Nearby, a young girl has already been waiting outside the car. Seeing him approach, Gu Bai greets him respectfully. "It has been a long time, Lord Tuan." Her beautiful face and her shoulder-length azure hair, along with those shimmering purple eyes, made his heart flutter. The scene before him felt as if it were filtered through rose-colored glasses, breathtakingly beautiful. He feels a bit shy. Scratching his head, he asks the girl, "Gu Bai, how are you finding life in Whitescale City?" She gets bashful. Her cheeks turn a shy shade of red as she strokes her hair and replies, "Thanks to your help, I am doing very well in Whitescale City." The blue Rolls-Royce zooms down the street. Before long, they arrive at the Beast Taming Academy. Tuan and Fa Thien walk down the hallway toward their class. Behind them, Gu Bai follows silently. Fa Thien cannot help but wonder, whispering to Tuan while glancing back warily. "Hey An, who is that lady behind us? Why have I never seen her before?" Even at the classroom door, he continues to ramble. "Brother An, there are many people from the subsidiary cities in this class, so just wait a moment." The moment the two of them step inside, the atmosphere suddenly turns eerily silent. Everyone turns to stare directly at him. A group of punks with dyed hair looks on with disgust, their eyes filled with contempt as if looking at an enemy. Another group, however, starts buzzing like fans meeting an idol. They keep shouting, "Young Master Bai, Little Ann, Brother Ann." Witnessing this scene, he is speechless and sighs to himself. A bunch of kids who do not focus on training. Just forming cliques here is so annoying. Fa Thien is still behind him, looking left and right while rambling advice. "You are the top freshman of our main city. You cannot let them push you around." Surrounded by a dense crowd, Tuan reluctantly gives a polite greeting. "Hello everyone." He is seriously trying to find a way out of this awkward situation. "It seems that after today, I definitely need to talk to my grandfather about taking a leave of absence." Thinking it over, he realizes something is not right here. This peaceful school environment is too relaxed, and the progress is far worse than fighting for your life out there. Images of wilderness survival flash through his mind. Out in nature, in a corner at the back of the class, there is someone who has been silently watching. That person is now Tian, possessing a double S rank dark talent. His rank is currently unclassified, and he has not yet contracted a soul beast. Behind him are two others, one with an S rank talent and one with an A rank talent. A guy with a bowl cut whispers in his ear, "Boss Zhao, it looks like he is the leader of the group from the main city. Do you want to test him out a bit? I am sure aristocrats like him only got in through connections. He looks like a paper tiger, who is all show and no substance." Hearing that, Ngao Thien's rage flares up intensely, startling the S rank and A rank guys behind him. Startled by the feeling of an invisible fire flickering, Tuan turns around and immediately sees Ngao Thien. Seeing that burning rage, Tuan flashes a devious smile, while Gu Bai is also startled. "Oh, trying to test me?" The two of them lock eyes, staring each other down. The air around them reeks of gunpowder. One of the fire element and one of the water element, clashing just like that. Ngao Thien is still seething with rage and a murderous aura. Tuan, on the other hand, is much more relaxed. He silently evaluates his opponent. Not a bad talent, but too bad he does not have a soul beast yet. He is far behind me. The two of them continue their staring contest. Then suddenly, Gu Bai rushes out to stand between them, leaving both of them stunned. She shields him, Gathering all her courage, she gives the guy a piece of her mind. Stop this baseless provocation, or do not blame me for being ruthless. That beautiful face once again steals a young man's heart. Gauthian's heart begins to race, his legs tremble, and his face turns bright red. He hurriedly scratches his head and apologizes profusely. I am so sorry, boss. This leaves the two guys behind him bewildered, asking, Boss, why did you just surrender? Suddenly, the loud voice of a girl rings out from the classroom door. Tuan, you have not forgotten what you promised me before, have you? Thien Vu stands arrogantly at the door, issuing a challenge. Fight me. Tuan feels like he just struck gold and secretly rejoices. The little phoenix arrived at the perfect time. A fight will open the eyes of these brats, so they do not waste their energy on internal bickering. While thinking to himself, he glances at the chaotic scene inside the classroom. He happily puts his hands in his pockets and accepts the challenge. I accept, little phoenix. He cheerfully suggests, let's use the school's arena, you do not mind, right? Thien Vu becomes even more fired up. I could not ask for more. She crosses her arms confidently, thinking to herself, I have worked hard for 2 months just for this very moment. She looks Tuan straight in the eye and urges him, then let's go. He simply smiles in silence and agrees. Behind them is a crowd of spectators with their mouths hanging open. They begin to gossip excitedly about the upcoming match. Everyone is caught off guard. Nobody expected the young master of the Bai family and the eldest miss of the Feng family to actually throw down like this. And it's not just any fight, it's a beast battle. The crowd is buzzing with excitement. People are scrambling for seats, shouting at each other to hurry up before they miss the opening move. Some are even getting impatient, yelling that a rare match like this doesn't happen every day. Behind Ao Tian, his 2 lackeys are whispering to each other. The black-haired one speaks up first, saying those two definitely have some serious bad blood between them. The blonde guy nods in agreement, adding that a beast battle is the perfect chance for them to scout the true potential of the other students. Bai Lin Cheng Ao Tian just gives a slight nod, deciding that they might as well go see what the hype is all about. Under the scorching sun, the arena is packed, and the energy is electric. 2 figures stand in the center of the massive ring, ready to let their spirits. Zi'an curls his finger, beckoning his opponent forward. Come on, let's get this show on the road. I don't want to drag this out all day, little phoenix. She just puts her hands on her hips, looking completely unimpressed. Fine by me, she says. I'm going to crush you right here in front of everyone. Once I'm done, no one will ever doubt my power again. She starts focusing her energy, and a glowing crimson orb begins to take shape. With a sharp cry, she summons her spirit beast. Massive wings of fire erupt from her back, making her look absolutely stunning yet deadly. Suddenly, a purple phoenix materializes in a flash of light. Its eyes glow with an intensity that sends chills down the spine of everyone watching. The system immediately pings, displaying the beast's data. Species, ruby, tainted purple-winged luan. Element, fire. Realm, primary black iron. Talent, S, rank, potential. Primary 4 spirits. Skills, entry. Level purple phoenix cry. Proficient blue smoke impact. The description says it's a bird from the primordial world, rumored to carry the true bloodline of the Phoenix clan. It can unleash a divine pressure that leaves enemies paralyzed with fear. Between the bird's flames and the midday sun, Zi'an is already starting to break a sweat. He shades his eyes with one hand, squinting against the glare as he mutters to himself. Seriously? A bird? I didn't think I'd run into a primordial beast so soon. This thing has the potential to reach the purple crystal rank. Up in the air, Tianwu flexes her fiery wings, looking down at the arena. Seeing her posturing, Zi'an just smirks. He wipes a bead of sweat away, thinking that this is actually getting interesting. It seems the Feng family has been hiding some big secrets. She's practically radiating confidence now. She looks down her nose at him, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Hey Zi'an, does my spirit beast look a little too high level for you? She treats him like he's just some commoner who wandered into the wrong place. You've probably never seen anything like this in your life, right? Should I tell you it's… Zi'an doesn't even blink. He just stands there, calmly rubbing his chin like he's solving a puzzle. Your family's influence is impressive, I'll give you that. Signing a contract with a ruby-tainted purple-winged Luan is no small feat, especially since they aren't even found in the Thousand Spider Nest. He looks up and flashes a bright, playful grin, dropping a bombshell. But even with a fancy bird, the outcome of this fight isn't going to change one bit. Her jaw drops for a second. She can't believe How the hell does he know the exact name and origin of the purple-winged Luan? Zi'an just keeps poking the bear, enjoying how worked up she's getting. Hey, little phoenix, quit stalling and make a move. I'm worried that if I summon my beast first, you won't even get a chance to play. That does it. Tianwu screams at him, her face turning red with rage. You arrogant brat! You're dead! She commands the phoenix to dive, and it unleashes a concentrated beam of white-hot fire. Zi'an just sighs, thinking, seriously? This move again? He gives a casual whistle and steps aside, letting the massive fireball roar past him. The phoenix screeches, drawing in more energy, and suddenly launches a second orb of fire directly at his back. He turns his head just in time, looking totally bored. Predictable. There's a deafening explosion as the massive fireball slams into the ground. A wall of flames swallows Zi'an whole. The audience gasps, thinking it's all over. Amidst the smoke and fire, only Ao Tian remains calm. He wonders if the fight really just ended that quickly. Tianwu is already wearing a victory smirk, but then a hand calmly reaches out from the flames. Zi'an casually swats the fire away like it's just dust on his jacket. Is that it? He asks. You better start using your real moves, or this is going to be a very short day. She breaks out in a cold sweat, her eyes wide with shock. This is impossible. She can't wrap her head around what she's seeing. The stands go wild. Everyone is losing their minds. They can't believe a freshman can control a spirit beast with that much precision. Others are arguing back, saying, forget the girl, did you see that guy? He just blocked a spirit skill with his bare hands. Xiao Jubai is jumping for joy, shouting that young Master Zi'an is the coolest person alive. Meanwhile, Tianwu is internally cursing up a storm. She realizes she can't hold back anymore and decides to go for the finisher. Purple-winged Luan. Use that move now. She soars into the air, funneling all her energy into the bird. It begins to vibrate, building up a massive sonic shockwave. Then, with a roar, the entire arena begins to shake. The sound wave creates a literal hurricane of force. The spectators scream and cover their ears, trying to protect themselves. Zi'an quickly throws up a defensive shield, bracing for the impact. Gritting his teeth against that terrifying sonic wave, Zi'an refused to back down, leaving everyone in the stands in absolute shock. Getting nervous, Tianwu decided to press her advantage and ordered her phoenix to finish him off once and for all. Hurry up, he is out cold. Teach him a lesson, she shouted, but Zi'an just stepped out from behind the barrier, trembling slightly as he threw a few unexpected taunts her way. That move could pierce right through a defensive shield. As the phoenix lunged at him like a predator on the hunt, Zi'an did not flinch and quickly summoned his own beast. 9-scaled shadowfish, come forth. Suddenly, a colossal whale surged out from the middle of the air. Seriously. Its mouth alone was bigger than a few hundred phoenixes combined. The purple-feathered firebird was no pushover, but faced with such a titan, it could not help but shake like a leaf. With an arrogant flick of its tail, the massive whale sent the legendary phoenix flying, and it crashed down heavily right next to Tianwu. The proud phoenix she was so obsessed with had been utterly crushed right before her eyes. Zi'an and his beast stood there, completely victorious. He looked down at the wreckage with ice-cold eyes. Amidst the swirling dust, she collapsed to her knees, blinking back tears as she forced herself to look up. I surrender. Zi'an looked her dead in the eye and said, Little Phoenix, did you forget our little agreement? Her whole body trembled with rage as she glared at him. Sweat rolled down her cheeks as her anxiety reached a breaking point. The winner takes all, so just tell me what you want. Zi'an just gave her a wicked, mocking smirk. He leaned in and whispered something in her ear that made her freeze instantly. Tianwu gasped, her face turning beet red as if she were about to burst into tears. Just you wait. Zi'an laughed and waved his hand dismissively. The show is over, everyone. Beat it. Suddenly, the skyscrapers all around them began to shake violently. Zi'an shoved his hands in his pockets and frowned as the crowd descended into total chaos. What is happening? What is going on? Everyone was screaming in pure terror. It is an earthquake. Just as he looked up, something came crashing down from the sky, sending dirt and stone flying everywhere. Zi'an braced himself, but before he could even react, Bai Shi and Bai Ji appeared and raised their hands to strike. They cast a barrier to block the falling debris, standing firmly by Zi'an's side to protect him. He looked up with a deep scowl as Bai Shi urged him, Young Master Zi'an, it is far too dangerous here. Bai Zi added, Please, we need to return to the main estate immediately. He looked at them and asked, Bai Ji, what is going on? She replied. I am not sure, but the buildings are starting to collapse and debris is flying everywhere. Seeing the devastation around him, he could not shake a very bad feeling in his gut. As thick smoke filled the air, massive spaceships suddenly appeared, darkening the skies over Whitescale City. Purple ships bearing a spider logo hovered above, carrying terrorists with bright red and yellow hair. Along with the monsters piloting the ships, a woman barked out, "Why have the internal defenses not been neutralized yet?" The blonde man stepped forward to report, "Number 2 just sent word." The earthquake slowed them down a little bit. She checked the monitors and let out a satisfied shout. "Perfect! That earthquake could not have come at a better time." She ordered the blonde man, "Get the demon fire explosives ready." The blonde man obeyed instantly. Below, the city streets were a mess of tangled power lines and crumbling ruins. Zi'an, Bai Ji, and Bai Ruo were speeding away in a car. Zi'an stared out the window, his face etched with worry as he wondered, what happened to the Eye of Heaven's revelation? He thought of the glowing blue eye pulsing with mystical light. A system notification popped up. You are searching for the cause of the Whitescale City earthquake. Receiving heavenly revelation. An illustration of 2 planets colliding appeared as the system spoke. 2 worlds are clashing as they draw near each other. The spatial boundaries are triggering a chain reaction, resulting in tremors and monstrous roars. Zi'an braced himself, his brow furrowed. What? A conflict between 2 worlds? He rubbed his chin, lost in thought. What would happen if 2 secret realms actually merged? He dove deep into his consciousness and watched the Eye of Heaven's revelation open, searching for the 10,000 spider nest, and an unknown world, receiving heavenly revelation. The screen showed buildings shaking violently. Debris collided with the planet. 3 months before the merger, parts of the 10,000 spider nest experienced varying levels of tremors and monstrous roars. 3 months later, the world conflict will stabilize. A spatial rift will form, marking the beginning of the merger. 1 year from now, the 10,000 spider nest, and the unknown world will fully integrate, forming a high-level secret realm. A calculating smirk played on his lips. This situation is not bad at all. In fact, it is a massive opportunity. As Zi'an sped down the highway, massive explosions rocked the city and the buildings began to burn. The fire is spreading, and the protective barrier is getting ripped apart. Zi'an stares out, his eyes filled with concern. Bailin City's shield is completely gone. Did someone break the core? Those terrorist aircraft are dropping bombs to shatter the shields on every building. As the flames roar, the terrorist leader grins like a maniac, barking orders at his men. Excellent. Let's get this party started. I'm out here kicking giant spiders away like they're nothing. They're falling from the sky one after another like soccer balls. A swarm of drones is blotting out the sun, dropping pods everywhere. Suddenly, an alarm blares inside Zi'an's car. Danger! Danger! Zi'an's eyes go wide, and his jaw hits the floor when he hears the system warning. He immediately screams to the 2 girls beside him, Bai Zi, Bai Ruo, activate the defenses, now. Before the words even leave his mouth, a barrier wraps around the car. A spider hits nearby and explodes, sending up a cloud of thick, greenish-white smoke. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Inside the City Hall Command Center, officials are scrambling to issue orders. This is an emergency. This is an emergency. Bailin City is now under a state of high alert. Level 1 war footing. A soldier rushes in, breathless, reporting to Kang Song. Sir, Bailin City was just hit by a magnitude 8 earthquake. We haven't confirmed the cause yet. The man is shaking as he explains the chaos unfolding across the city. It turns out the spider cult bombed the energy core, leaving the city shield in ruins. Our defense forces are struggling to hold back the beast invasion. The situation is critical. Kang Song doesn't flinch. He stays ice cold, instantly ordering a team to fix the central core. Deploy every Beastmaster in the city to the walls, he barks. Security Bureau and all City Hall staff, get out there and start the rescue operations. The soldiers salute instantly. Sir, yes sir. Kang Song's expression remains grim. The spider cult has been hiding in the shadows for years. Why choose now to crawl out? Is this earthquake their doing? The Vice City Lord standing nearby just scoffs. Old Bai. You're overthinking it. The spider cult? Those pests couldn't trigger an earthquake if they tried. It's just a coincidence. Suddenly, the monitor screeches with a desperate transmission from the patrol. The Awakening Hall is under attack. We need backup. Immediately. Kang Song slams his hand on the table and stands up, his face pale. Damn it. Their goal is the Awakening Hall. They want to tear out the very foundation of Bailin City. He glares at his men. Move it. Get to the Awakening Hall now. Old Wu won't be able to hold them off for long. Explosions continue to rock the city. We cut back to Zi'an, standing motionless by his car. Bai Zi'an walks over to inspect the damage. She looks at him with a sigh. Young master, this car is totaled. Since it's beyond repair, she has to break the bad news to Zi'an. Looks like we're walking from here. Suddenly, a massive explosion sends dust and debris flying everywhere. Zi'an looks toward the center of the blast, his heart sinking. Wait, that direction is. He realizes with horror that the most important site in the city is being targeted. Someone is actually attacking the Awakening Hall. While Zi'an is processing the shock, an aircraft zooms overhead. A system window pops up before his eyes. The spider cult. The spider cult? Zi'an mutters. Beside him, Bai Zi'an spits out in anger. Those low-life scumbags. A fleet of aircraft converges on the Awakening Hall, which is already buried under thick plumes of black smoke. Inside the lead ship, the terrorist smirks. Looks like it's time. Down on the ground, the patrol is fighting a losing battle against the fires. One of them screams, "Put out the flames first. There are wounded people over there." But at that moment, shadows begin to loom from the sky. As a dark shadow falls over one of the patrolmen, he looks up in pure terror. Pods are raining down from above, crashing into the earth and kicking up massive dust clouds. A spindly leg reaches out from the wreckage, followed by a swarm of spiders. As the smoke clears, the patrolmen are paralyzed with fear. We're dead meat. Those are ghost-face shadow spiders. The monsters don't waste a second before lunging. They tear through the patrol's lines with terrifying speed. The soldiers scramble back, screaming, "Cover me, fall back!" Hearing the chaos outside, Xinghan frowns. What the hell is going on out there? His subordinate immediately tries to radio for info. Eagle 1 to base, Eagle 1 to base. Do you copy? Respond immediately. But before any answer comes, the heavy doors begin to shudder under a series of violent slams. Xinghan draws his weapon. Get ready. The doors are buckling under the pressure of something massive. The vibrations make Xinghan's face go dark with worry. Suddenly, the doors explode inward as the ghost-faced shadow spiders flood the room. Before the soldiers can even process what's happening, the spiders are already on top of them. That's when Xinghan realizes just how bad the armor is completely useless against those Shadowcat phantom spiders. Without a second thought, he summons his battle pet. A mythical Qilin appears the moment he calls out Ji Tri. Tinhan barks an order for all the soldiers to form a shield wall. Instantly, a wave of soldiers rushes forward, locking their shields right in front of him. The shields connect one by one, forming a solid line of defense. Right then, Tinhan activates his special ability, Guardian Crystal. Massive boulders manifest instantly, covering the shields to create a fortified stone wall. The stone wall rises as Tinhan shouts, "Core Sentry Pillar." Once the defense is set, he whispers a warning to his men, telling them to stay sharp, don't play the hero, and just focus on buying time. Tinhan sighs heavily. It's been years since anyone was stupid enough to mess with an awakened representative. Can't a guy just retire in peace for once? Behind the wall, Tinhan rallies them, shouting, "For the temple." But outside, those Shadowcat phantom spiders aren't backing down. They charge forward, picking up speed. The screeching sound of their joints echoes through the air like grinding wheels. The phantom spiders lunge like arrows. The massive impact makes Tinhan's entire defense shake to its core. White smoke billows up from behind the defensive line. Tinhan stays cool, his voice steady as he reassures his men, "Don't panic, everyone. It won't break through that easily." But outside, cracks are already spiderwebbing across the stone wall. Seizing the chance, the beast fires a web at a shield. It wraps around so tight it looks fused to the metal, then snap, it yanks with incredible force. The soldier holding the shield is pulled off balance, dragged along until he passes out. In a heartbeat, a huge gap opens up. Seeing this, Tinhan turns pale. A single thought races through his mind. We're screwed. Immediately, the swarm of Shadowcat phantom spiders floods in like a violent tide. They tear through the fortified wall Tinhan worked. In a split second, everything is reduced to rubble. Tinhan's face hardens, his eyes turning ice cold. He bellows out an order. Focus fire, pin them down. Gunfire erupts like a thunderstorm. The soldiers fight back desperately, bullets flying everywhere as muzzle flashes light up the front lines. But these phantom spiders are impossibly fast. They glide and weave like ghosts, effortlessly dodging every single bullet. Watching this, Tin Han is stunned, thinking to himself, "They're too fast." Suddenly, one of the shadow cat phantom spiders appears right in his face. It's so close he doesn't even have time to react. But Tin Han doesn't flinch. Instead, a spark flashes in his eyes. Like he's been waiting for this exact moment, he screams, "Now!" The moment his spear hits the ground, the earth trembles violently. Sharp stone spikes erupt from the ground like wolf fangs. They skewer the shadow cats, pinning them in place. The phantom spiders are taken down. Tin Han lets out a soft sigh, his grip on his spear finally loosening a bit. Looking exhausted, he thinks to himself, finally, some peace and quiet. But deep down, he's annoyed. Where the hell is old Bach? I've already played my final card. Suddenly, a figure emerges silently from the body of the giant spider. Everyone is shell-shocked. Even Tin Han's eyes go wide with disbelief. It's a terrorist. She's literally crawling out from inside the Shadowcat phantom spider. Tin Han immediately yells, "There are people inside the spiders." Before anyone can react, the terrorist and her crew haul a cannon onto the field. Her voice booms across the battlefield like a clap of thunder. She hisses with pure hatred. "You demons have invaded our world. Now face your judgment." With that, she swings her arm. A shell screams out from the arm-mounted cannon, cutting through the air. It heads straight for Tin Han. A deafening explosion rocks the area, the shockwave blowing soldiers off their feet, but he stands his ground. In that split second between life and death, he managed to trigger his ability. A shield appears, blocking the brunt of the blast. Taking advantage of the thick smoke, the terrorists make their move. They use the moment the soldiers are dazed from the blast to launch a relentless assault. But the defensive line isn't that easy to break. The soldiers immediately start firing back. The sound of bullets fills the air like heavy rain. Through the smoke, the terrorist suddenly appears right in front of the formation, screaming, "You've got a death wish." At that exact moment, a spear comes flying. Tin Han appears, the weapon in his hand glowing with blinding light. Instantly transforming into a sturdy shield, he blocked her powerful attack head-on. Seeing that, she quickly jumped back. Tin Han looked back at the soldiers behind him and shouted, "Anyone who is still alive, get the wounded out of here now." Tin Han's face turned serious as he leaned down and whispered to his beast companion, "It all comes down to us now, buddy." As soon as he said that, he looked up with a sharp, determined gaze. The air around them began to tremble, and massive boulders sprouted out of nowhere, swirling in midair. The moment he roared, "Space Crystal!" They shot toward the terrorist at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, those rocks locked together, slowly forming a massive perimeter. It surrounded Tin Han and the terrorists. They were stunned, forced to watch as the walls closed in around them. A giant stone cage was complete. For a second, the battlefield went dead silent. This gave the soldiers the chance they needed to retreat, dragging the wounded away from the danger zone inside the stone cage. The terrorist just smirked, looking at Tin Han with pure sarcasm. "Old man, you are nothing but a corporate slave." She mocked him loudly. "You are barely making minimum wage, so why the hell are you putting your life on the line like this?" Tin Han did not get angry. He just smirked back, his eyes fixed on the enemies. "You would not understand." Seeing his reaction, she barked an order to her subordinates. "Kill him, get him now." The blonde-haired thugs immediately charged in. Blades clashed in a flurry of strikes as Tin Han and his beast jumped into the fray. The battle turned brutal instantly. The sound of clashing steel echoed over and over, with neither side backing down even an inch. Tin Han lunged forward, but the blonde fighter dodged and counterattacked. In the middle of the chaos, the terrorist leader pulled out a crossbow. The crossbow glowed with an eerie purple light, aiming straight for him while he was busy fighting off the thugs. She pulled the trigger, and a powerful bolt whistled through the air. At that exact moment, Tin Han froze as a chill of certain death washed over him. He turned his head and went stiff, seeing the bolt closing in at a terrifying speed. He thought to himself, "Oh no, I am done for." Suddenly, the Qilin let out a roar, and a stone wall shot up from the ground, shielding Tin Han's back. It blocked the bolt perfectly. Taking the opening, he swung his sword, forcing the blonde attacker to back off. Without giving them a chance to breathe, the Qilin suddenly appeared right behind the blonde woman. She spun around in shock, but she was way too slow. The Qilin sent her flying into the air before she slammed hard against the back wall. Seeing his opening, the spear in Tin Han's hand burst into intense flames as he swung it with everything he had. A shock wave tore through the air, knocking the crossbow right out of the terrorist's hand. But right then, a shadow lunged at him from behind. It was the blonde woman again, and this time, she was wielding two gleaming scythes. Tin Han stayed calm, summoning a glowing shield to block the incoming strike. A massive clang rang out as her scythes slammed into the shield. Tin Han thought, that is it. Every strike from her only made him more confident. Keep it coming. Suddenly, a triumphant smile crossed his face. Now, instantly, an explosive force erupted from his spear. Starshock blast. A massive boulder rammed straight into the blonde woman's stomach. She was sent flying back toward the terrorist leader. Tin Han sneered. It has been many years, and you people from the demon spider sect have not changed a bit. He roared at the top of his lungs. As long as I, Tin Han, am standing here, I will not let you demon spider scum take even a single step into the central core. His words hit a nerve. The terrorist screamed, you damn old man, you talk too much. She pulled out a sword crackling with bolts of blue lightning. With a single slash, she shattered Tin Han's boulder. He watched in shock, his face turning pale. Earth is weak against wood. The 5 elements. Wood counters earth. This is bad. I am being suppressed. The Qilin rushed over to shield him immediately. The terrorist dodged the beast's attack and backed off. Tin Han gave a small nod and whispered, thanks, brother. The Qilin let out another roar, causing a series of rocks to burst from the ground, creating a protective barrier. But she did not flinch. She unleashed a volley of daggers at Tin Han, one of them pinning itself into the ground right by his feet. There was a bomb inside that dagger. He paled and gasped. Oh no. A massive explosion rocked the area, leaving Tin Han leaning on the Qilin, struggling to breathe. But he still forced himself to speak. As long as I am breathing, this crystal wall is not going anywhere. He was severely injured, but kept pushing. But you should know, killing a councilman of the Awakened will bring the full force of the law down on you. The terrorist cut him off with a sneer. Save your breath, old man. She grabbed Tin Han by the collar. Pulling him close, she sneered. You old fossil, we've already dug up everything there is to know about you. She leaned into his ear, her voice a low growl. Your beast space has a hell of a defense, but even that has its breaking point. Her tone turned cold. And this time, we came prepared. We brought the shadow mask spider, specifically to shatter your spirit stone space. Just as she finished, heavy thuds echoed from outside. She mocked him. Hear that? They've already started. Outside, the shadow mask spider slammed its massive body against its legs dug deep, clawing at the earth and corroding the solid stone walls layer by layer. Just like that, the massive stone cage was obliterated. Han collapsed to his knees, his eyes filled with despair as he cursed under his breath. Damn it all. Gritting his teeth, he whispered, White. I can't hold them off anymore. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted from the sky. From the distance, a massive fist descended like a meteor. A giant gorilla appeared, tearing through the stone cage like it was nothing but scrap paper. The terrorist looked up in a panic. What the? The gorilla let out a deafening roar, raising its fist to crush her. But at that exact moment, the shadow mask spider lunged forward to block the blow. A figure leaped down from the gorilla's shoulder. It was Thon. He rushed to Han's side, shouting, Han! Propping him up, Thon asked urgently, Han, are you okay? Hang in there. Han replied in a weak, strained voice, Do I look like I'm okay to you? Meanwhile, the gorilla was absolutely dominating the shadow mask spider. Hearing Han's sarcasm, Thon grumbled, Seriously? You're still cracking jokes at a time like this, White? Before they could finish, Han cut them off. He's almost here, isn't he? What took him so long? Right on cue, a massive bird soared toward them. Thon smiled. See? White is here. Han chuckled. Still as arrogant as ever. Sung arrived with his beast. In an instant, the divine crane snatched the spider monster and hoisted it into the air. Seizing the moment, Sung shouted at the top of his lungs, Catch it, Fuang! From high above, the divine crane dropped the spider. Below, Fuang was charging forward on a warhorse, looking like he was ready for war. He immediately took command, wielding his powerful staff alongside his fire Kirin. Fuang charged in like a legendary knight. He barked an order, Do it now, fire Kirin. He sped toward the spot where the giant spider was about to land. As soon as he closed the distance with the massive creature, Fuang raised his staff. He conjured a massive wall of fire. Once everyone had gathered, Sung spoke with pure contempt. You pathetic thieves from the demon spider sect. He glared at them, his aura thick with killing intent as he growled, Your little operation is over. Surrender now, or else. The goons started to panic, whispering, "Boss, what do we do?" Seeing this, the gold-haired leader snapped, "Plan B, I'll hold them off." But then, one of the subordinates stepped forward, her strange mask leaking thick smoke. The gold-haired terrorist spoke up, "Wait, boss, let me handle this suicide mission." She pulled off her mask, revealing a beautiful face with a healthy, sun-kissed tan. She said firmly, "Boss, you still have a sister to take care of. I've been alone my whole life. No family, no attachments, nothing to lose." Seeing his subordinate leap onto the giant spider's head without hesitation, the leader gasped, "You?" The masked girl just gave a small nod and said, "Let me do this for you." The boss threw a weapon to her and yelled, "Catch!" She stared at the gun in her hand for a moment, feeling the faint surge of power within it. With grim determination, they all shouted in unison, "For the holy sect." The terrorist quickly regained her focus as she pulled out several small spheres. "I'll cover you," she yelled. A thick, suffocating cloud of smoke erupted from the bombs. Seeing the threat, Sung quickly cast a shield to protect the team, but then he realized it was just a smokescreen. Staring into the thick fog, Sung ordered, "Scatter now." Using his connection, he commanded his beast, Divine Crane, after them, fast. The crane immediately dived through the haze to chase the spider. The spider was carrying the gold-haired girl away. The terrorists were making a break for the core. Seeing this, the giant gorilla and Fuang gave chase immediately. The terrorists were agile, leaping over obstacles with ease. Behind them, the gorilla let out a furious roar to alert the others. "There are two more. They're closing in on the core." But from a distance, the spider began firing globs of slime. One hit the gorilla square in the back. The fire Kirin, soaring through the air, instantly lost its balance. The sticky goo trapped both the gorilla and the fire Kirin, pinning them down. In the chaos, Fuang and the other soldiers were also smothered in the thick slime. Unable to move, one soldier spat out a curse. "Damn it all." Riding on the back of the divine crane, Kansung couldn't believe how fast that giant spider was moving. In the distance, Elder Fuang shouted at the top of his lungs, "Elder Bach, go after them. I'll handle these spiders myself." Deep inside the core chamber, the two terrorists had finally reached their goal. Right behind them, Kansung swooped in on his divine crane. One of the thugs shouted, "Boss, he's right on our tail!" The giant spider arrived a split second later, but it was already too late. The blonde-haired masked man realized the situation and panicked. "Damn it, the boss is in trouble." At that exact moment, Gorilla and Elder Fuang burst onto the scene as well. Gorilla, the Red Kirin, and Elder Fuang all charged in to put an end to that spider once and for all. Gorilla struck first, delivering a bone-crushing blow that slammed the spider into the ground before sending it flying into the air. Elder Fuang didn't miss a beat, closing the distance in mid-air before the spider could even process what was happening. He immediately drove his staff straight into the spider's torso with lethal precision. The impact shattered the spider's outer shell, exposing the terrorist hiding inside. Elder Fuang's strike ripped through the beast and slammed into the floor, creating a massive crater as dust filled the air. The monster was finally spent, its strength completely drained. Elder Fuang glared down at him and growled, "Surrender, you little brat." A soldier nearby added, "Your little plan is over. You've lost." Facing a certain end, the terrorist could only stare back in silence. Back at the energy core, the divine crane touched down, kicking up clouds of dust. Kansung stepped off the bird, his voice cold. "You demon spider cultists are so damn stubborn. Why do you always have to make things difficult for us?" With a piercing gaze, Kansung raised his wooden cane. In an instant, it transformed into a deadly whip. He stepped forward slowly, cracking the whip with terrifying power. "Killing you won't even weigh on my conscience." Every strike of his whip tore through their skin, leaving the two terrorists bloody and broken. Kansung didn't stop there. "Gale Cannon!" he roared. The divine crane turned into a localized cyclone, charging straight at the two thugs. Seeing the beast coming, the two pulled out their weapons to fight back. One of them swung his sword with everything he had, meeting the crane head-on. Seeing the energy radiating from the blade, Kansung realized something. That wind thunder strike is a wood elemental technique. He felt a surge of concern. "I don't have anything to counter that element. I need to find another way, and fast." The terrorist shouted to his partner, "I'll cover you. Go get the core." They both lunged at Kansung, trying to seize the moment. They were determined to get their hands on that core, coordinating their moves with perfect timing. She leaped high into the air, bringing her sword down on Kansung. While he was distracted, the blonde-haired man sprinted toward the core. Kan Sung saw it immediately and shouted, "Cloud-winged crane, stop him right now." The massive crane moved to block the terrorist's path, but the blonde man suddenly hurled his sickle toward the ceiling. The blade hooked onto a beam just as the crane tried to stomp him into the ground, but the blonde thug was one step ahead. He used the rope attached to his sickle to swing right over the crane's attack, landing safely on the other side and heading straight for the objective. As soon as he got past the beast, he threw another sickle forward. The second blade latched onto the energy core, allowing him to pull himself forward at high speed. Meanwhile, Kan Sung was still locked in a fierce struggle with the other terrorist. He caught a glimpse of what was happening behind him, and his face went pale. Oh no! The blonde-haired man reached the energy source and quickly began tapping into the system. The core began to hum, emitting a mysterious, eerie blue glow. Staring at the brilliant light, his eyes filled with excitement. Finally, the day I've been waiting for is finally here. He feverishly worked the controls. Almost there. He reached out to press the final button and screamed, "For the sacred cult!" But suddenly, his hand began to tremble. He was pushing with all his might, but his arm felt like lead. He looked down to realize a heavy chain had been cinched tightly around his throat. From across the room, Kan Sung had used his whip to ensnare both of them at once. The blonde man gasped for air, cursing, You damn old geezer." Kan Sung glared at them with eyes like ice. "It's over for you, invaders." Somewhere else, the white-haired terrorist had been captured by Elder Fuang. She spit on the ground, yelling, "This place belongs to us." She glared at them with pure hatred. "You're the real invaders. By what right do you stand there acting like you're the victims?" she screamed, her right hand reaching for a hidden gun. She suddenly whipped out the pistol and fired, catching everyone completely off guard. The bullet whizzed past Elder Fuang's head. He didn't have time to fully react, but luckily, he managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. The bullet shot forward like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the red-haired terrorist and locking onto Kan Sung. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Kan Sung thought to himself, "It is too fast. I cannot dodge it." But then, a pair of wings suddenly spread out to shield him. Kan Sung realized his beast, Cloudwing Crane, had stepped in to take the hit. The crane took the full force of the bullet. In an instant, its limbs were being ripped apart from the inside out. A massive surge of electricity coursed through its body, causing it to convulse violently. Horrified, Kan Sung screamed, "My crane!" The crane dissipated into thin air, and Kan Sung's whip vanished along with it. Panic started to set in as he realized, this is bad. That was all the time the blonde terrorist needed to be rescued, and his red-haired partner took the chance to rush over and back him up. After slamming the button, they smirked at each other, saying, "It is done, let's get out of here." The two of them vanished in a heartbeat. By the time Kan Sung realized what was happening, it was too late. They had left behind a ticking time bomb. A massive explosion erupted right before Kan Sung's eyes. The scene cuts to a news broadcast. Yesterday, a 7.8 magnitude earthquake struck Bailin City. The death toll has reached 18,213, with 51,235 people still missing. Authorities report that Bailin City's shield generator was sabotaged by a mysterious terrorist group, triggering a massive monster tide. Level 3 monsters are flooding in, and soldiers at the front lines are struggling to hold them back. The news anchor continued, "Terrorists have launched coordinated attacks across the provinces. City Lord Kan Sung is personally leading the response. Officials from various departments are launching a counter-offensive against the terrorists. Media reports state, one of the terrorists has been captured, and the situation is currently under control." Hearing this, Tu An's heart sank as he thought of his grandfather. The news kept rolling. Following the attack, the City Lord's son and Deputy City Lord, Bai Chengji, stepped forward to address the crisis. Meanwhile, the number of casualties continued to skyrocket. Doctors were screaming, "Get out of the way!" Bai Chengzi appeared on screen, declaring, "We will overcome this tragedy together," but nobody there had the heart to watch. The doctors rushed patients through the halls, whispering words of hope. "Stay with me, don't give up," someone cried out. "Look, everyone! Our brave soldiers are putting their lives on the line for us. They are out there on the front lines right now, but the soldiers being brought in were in terrible shape. Many had horrific injuries, and some had even lost their sight completely. All the doctors could do was whisper, 'Just hang on.'" Watching this, Tuane felt a wave of unbearable sorrow. As he passed another room, he heard someone crying out, "Hang in there, Vi." A soldier was trying to comfort his friend, saying, The doctor is coming. Just wait. The man on the bed was covered in scars, and his legs had been completely blown off. He looked up at his comrade with glazed eyes. His friend could only squeeze his hand, clinging to a shred of hope. Just stay with me, he begged. Seeing them hold hands, Tuan was suddenly hit by a memory from his past life, a fellow soldier on the battlefield reaching out for him. Weakly, that person had whispered, Tuan, amidst a hail of bullets and explosions. Covered in blood and leaning against a wall, his captain had said, I really didn't think you would come back for me. Tuan had cried out in panic, Captain. But the captain just kept up his tough guy act. He flashed a confident smile and teased, You little brat, you always looked like you didn't care about anything. I honestly thought you were a cold-hearted bastard. The captain took off his helmet and placed it on Tuan's head. As the boy stood there in shock, the captain added, You really surprised me. Tuan couldn't find the words to speak. The captain straightened the helmet and gave him one last message. If you make it out of here alive, then don't you ever forget. But he died before he could finish the sentence, right in front of Tuan's eyes. Tuan clenched his fists so hard they shook. Bai Thuk and Bai Chi called out nervously, Young master. Bai Thuk stepped closer, asking, Are you okay? Tuan's face was deathly pale, looking as if he had just woken up from a horrific nightmare. He forced himself to answer, I'm fine. I'm okay. The hallway went dead silent. He spoke up, Everyone, please. Don't say a word for the rest of the way. Then he asked, How is my grandfather? Just then, the hospital door creaked open, and a voice called out, Tuan, inside the large, sterile white room. Old Feng and Kuei Cheng stood guard while Tuan's mother sat by the bed, looking absolutely devastated. She stammered, Tuan, your grandfather is back there. Kan Sung was lying there, having lost an entire arm, his body covered in bandages. He pulled off his oxygen mask and spoke weakly. Is that you, Tuan? He looked at the others and said, Everyone, please step out. I'm going to be fine. I have a few things I need to say to Tuan. In the quiet room where it was just the two of them, Kan Sung asked with a worried face, Tuan, my boy, you aren't hurt, are you? Seeing the concern in his eyes, Tuan sat down beside him and politely replied, I am fine, Grandpa. The old man looked down at the physical toll the battle had taken on his own body. Tuan added with a trace of worry in his voice, But Grandpa, lifting his sleeve to reveal his injuries, Kan Sung said dismissively, It is no big deal. But then, his expression turned deadly serious. Compared to this arm of mine, what I am about to tell you is far more grave. Seeing his grandfather like this, Tuan felt a surge of fear. He thought to himself, Grandpa is a diamond rank powerhouse, yet he is this tense. This is the first time I have ever seen him like this. Kan Sung then asked him, Do you know anything about the demon spider cult? Hearing the name, Tuan replied, I only know they are a cross-species terrorist organization made up of cultists. Kan Sung explained, That is correct. Before this incident, their operations were only carried out by silver-rank spirit masters. But this time, judging by how they can manifest spirit energy into physical objects, it is clear that the cultists involved are all at the diamond rank. He continued his story, stating that compared to their previous raids, this one was clearly much more organized and defiant. Their plan has already started moving right under our noses. In the silence of the hospital room, Tuan speculated, was this earthquake also part of their plan? At this point, Kan Sung could no longer push himself and had to put on an oxygen mask. He wheezed out, No, it is actually a much more serious situation. At that exact moment, a notification appeared. Kan Sung knew that a secret realm was encroaching upon the myriad spider nest world. He feared that the myriad spider nest was on the brink of destruction. Placing his hand over his grandfather's frail, trembling hand, Tuan spoke up. My super intuition tells me the myriad spider nest won't be destroyed. It is actually merging with another secret realm. Hearing this, Kan Sung was taken aback and asked, Are you absolutely sure about what you are saying? Tuan firmly replied, It is the truth, Grandpa. It is a vision I saw beforehand. The two worlds are merging, and that is why the earthquake happened. Relieved, Kan Sung sighed and said, Well, that is good to hear then. Suddenly, Kan Sung began to reveal a secret, Tuan. The truth is, I actually come from the Bai family of planet origin. Tuan gasped in shock. What? For him, the truth was coming out way too fast. A thought flashed through his mind. Planet origin. Kan Sung continued. Back when I was on planet origin, I was the one chosen by the head of the Bai family. But back then, I was arrogant and full of myself, looking down on everyone. He sighed. Then I made a grave mistake and was exiled by the family. Kan Sung added, eventually, I was banished to the myriad spider nest. However, they still gave me a second chance. He recounted the terms of his exile, saying, if I could kill the broodmother and obtain a purple gold spirit beast, I would be allowed to. He admitted that he had been too reckless and had completely underestimated the power of an amethyst rank beast. My red-eyed golden patterned fish was utterly defeated, its core was damaged, and it could never level up again. He remembered the tragic scene when the crane god was struck down. Kan Sung said gloomily, and now my phoenix-crowned cloud-winged crane is dead too. He felt a deep sadness, knowing his hopes of reaching the amethyst rank in this life were gone. Seeing this, Tuan stepped forward and insisted that he definitely still had a chance. But Kan Sung just replied, my boy, you just don't understand. He placed a hand on Tuan's shoulder, entrusting him with the future. You are now the future of the Bai family. Didn't you once say you would become the strongest spirit master? Kan Sung then suggested, if that is the case, you must go to planet Origin. Tuan was stunned by the proposal. The old man looked him in the eye with intense seriousness and said, join the secret realm selection 1 year from now. As long as you make it into the top 10, you can go to planet Origin. Only there will you have the chance to become the strongest spirit master in existence. His hands trembled as he gripped the boy's shoulders, showing his desperation and the weight of the responsibility he was passing on. Seeing this, Tuan held his hand and called out, Grandpa. Taking off his necklace, Kan Sung said, I know you have incredible talent. With your ambition, the Bai family's resources will fully support you. He handed Tuan a card and gave him instructions. If you use the resources in the treasure vault sparingly, it will be enough for you to reach the diamond rank. Kan Sung then gave him a final warning. But Tuan, do not end up like I did when I was young. You must remember this. The blurry image of his former captain appeared in his mind. Looking at Tuan, Kan Sung forced a strong smile and emphasized one final point. The most important thing in this world is the bond between people. Tuan was startled, immediately thinking of his own captain. He took the necklace and replied, I understand, Grandpa. The scene then shifted to the Bai family's private residence. Tunu sat on the porch, asking worriedly, is Big Brother sick like Grandpa? Why hasn't he come home yet? Seeing her distress, the two maids tried to reassure her. It is okay, Tu Ngu. Young Master Tu An will be just fine. Suddenly, Tuan pushed the door open, clutching the necklace. He was lost in thought, unable to stop thinking about those words, the bond between people. As soon as she saw him, Tunu scrambled to her feet and shouted, Big Brother! The little girl lunged at Tuan with all her might. Before he could even react, in the blink of an eye, Tungu had latched onto Tuan's head, causing him to completely lose his balance. Seeing that, Bach Chi, Bach Thuok, and the two maids were all left speechless by the little girl's mischievous antics. Tunu immediately blurted out, Big Brother, you're finally back. She asked with a worried face, Are you okay? Looking at the adorable little sister in his arms, Tuan told himself that in this world, having such a lovely family was something to truly cherish. He tenderly ruffled Tungu's hair and replied, I am fine. Recalling the past, Tuan thought to himself that he had already experienced the process of death in his previous life. My heart has always been terrified of being weak, which is why I want to become the strongest Beastmaster. He realized that now, he understood something more important than anything else. Thinking back to the small family that reached out to pull him from the mud, Tuan thought to himself, it was the bond with his loved ones. The scene shifts to a room where Tuan is preparing something. Holding his grandfather's necklace, he puts on a very sharp outfit. Taking out a box containing a purple crystal, a letter, and the necklace inside, Tuan told Tu Ngu, Mom and Dad will be home soon. Can you help me give this box to them? Hearing that, Tungu obediently replied, Yes, of course. Tuan gently stroked his sister's head and gave her instructions. I have some important business to take care of, so stay home and be a good girl, okay? Kobak then stepped forward and shyly called out, Young Master Tuan. He looked at her and gave a gentle smile. Kobak, are you ready to go on an adventure with me? Kobak answered bashfully, Wherever you go, I will follow. He walked beside her and asked, Aren't you afraid? Kobak confidently declared, With you here, I'm not afraid of anything. Tuan turned to look at her and said, Can you please stop calling me young master? Kobak immediately replied, Yes, young Master Tuan. They reached an unfinished building, and Kobak turned to him and asked, "Have you thought about where we're going?" Tuan looked at the space in front of him and replied, "I haven't picked a specific spot yet." He had his own goals in mind. This trip was mainly to level up his strength and collect some materials along the way. Then he opened the system panel and said, "Let me check some data first." He seriously questioned the all-seeing eye. Eye of beginnings. How do I heal my grandfather's severed arm? The system immediately presented a vial of the water of life. Tuan's mind turned to that dragon, asking, "How can I heal my grandfather's spirit beast, the crimson-eyed, golden-patterned fish?" The system displayed spirit-sustaining heavenly water. The origin of Kansung's crimson-eyed, golden-patterned fish is damaged. Spirit-sustaining heavenly water is required. This is a purple soul-grade material containing incredible quadruple system water elements. It is extremely beneficial for water-type soul beasts. He lightly tapped the system panel. Water of life, spirit-sustaining heavenly water. Suddenly, something made Tuan jump. What? The system gave him an undesirable result. Water of life search result is 55%. No data found for spirit-sustaining heavenly water. He continued talking to himself. There's still information on the water of life, but the spirit-sustaining heavenly water has completely vanished. Tuan used his divine sense to talk to the eye. How do I fix the core of the Great Awakening Hall? An encrypted device appeared, titled Construction of the Awakening Spirit Temple Origin. Currently impossible to repair. He remembered the egg he left behind after the battle. His grandfather had clearly lost all hope. I left the purple thunder eagle egg on a purple crystal evolution path just to give him a little hope. The hope that we can truly save White Scale City. Back on the origin planet, he was confused and questioned himself. What should I do? Now even the lead on the spirit-sustaining heavenly water is gone. Where should I go now? His whole body trembled as he looked at his arm. What? I can't move my body? Tuan stared at the hand placed on his shoulder. Could the God's Eye be doing this? That hand pointed to a spot on the system panel. Go here. Kobak also noticed something. Tuan, did you find something? But he still seemed a bit confused. Let's head out of the city first. The city's east gate is the closest from here. Let's leave through there. But she expressed her concern. Do we have to cross the wasteland? I have a bad feeling about this. He gave her a smile to reassure her. We are both Beastmasters. There's nothing to fear. Besides, we can hitch a ride with an exploration team. The two of them continued walking. On the broken road, she asked, "What exactly are those exploration teams?" They are mercenaries who go outside the city to explore the wilderness. The sky above remained clear blue, but the road to the east gate was packed with cars. Everyone, please undergo inspection and line up in order to leave the city. The scene before him startled him. What is this? He pointed ahead at the massive crowd. Kobak, your intuition was right. But just then, a car came racing toward them. He quickly pulled Kobak aside. Watch out. They managed to jump out of the way just as the car rushed past. The driver also brought the vehicle to a stop. The two of them looked awkwardly at their tightly held hands. Tuan turned away in embarrassment. Are you okay, Kobak? She didn't dare look directly at him either. I'm fine. She looked at the scene in front of her in sheer amazement. The monster tide just pulled back, so why are so many people flooding out of the city? Zi'an looked straight ahead, his mind racing to analyze the situation. Maybe some of the rich folks think White Scale City is toast, so they're taking this chance to tuck tail and run. But since they don't have any power of their own, surviving in the wild means they have to hire expedition teams to act as bodyguards. There is a massive convoy up ahead. When one rich person hires an entire squad, the crowd naturally gets huge. The East City Gate is a massive, open space. A girl from the military steps forward and shouts a warning. Attention, stay on guard for beast attacks. Make sure to inspect every vehicle leaving the city. Keep the military lanes clear at all times. Zi'an watches the girl, noting how serious she is. All personnel leaving the city, please surrender your weapons and equipment. Present your personal identification for inspection immediately. Even the canine units are on high alert. Zi'an thinks it is strange. After a disaster and a direct attack, shouldn't they have the city on total lockdown? Are they doing this to give the outside world an illusion of safety? His personal info pops up on the system as he moves forward. The two of them enter a long, narrow corridor. People leaving the city are instructed to wear protective masks. Zi'an follows the order and puts his on. Bai, of course, doesn't dare to disobey either. They step out into a desolate wasteland. and the two of them quickly split off in different directions. Zi'an keeps scanning his surroundings, staring intently at the landscape before him. It looks like this defense line has become a graveyard for countless monsters. Zi'an uses his binoculars to search for a target. He needs to find the expedition outpost first. Before him lies a scene that looks like it's been scorched by fire. It is so hot. But that is exactly the place he's looking for. Found it. High above, the sky remains a brilliant, clear blue. They walk past people who are still hard at work. Zi'an's face turns red as he passes by some of the more provocative women. Soon, the two of them reach the main tent. He looks ahead and speaks up. That is the expedition outpost. Let's head over there. A strange, tattered flag is fluttering in the wind. This must be the place the Red Monkey mercenary group. Right then, at the Red Monkey camp, Feng Ling speaks up. Hey, old Duan, look at those two rookies by the entrance. What do you think, old Duan? Seeming interested in the pair, he replies, not bad. The quality looks pretty high. Old Duan chuckles and puts on a friendly act. Hey there, young friends. But the look in his eyes is full of hidden meaning. Are you two lost? Feng Ling lets out a whistle from behind, making Gubai jump. Zi'an glares at them, sensing these guys are definitely not the good guys. Zi'an looks over at her and thinks to himself, I wonder what kind of switch got flipped in Gubai after she joined the Bai family. Her whole body is trembling as those creeps approach, yet she still manages to draw everyone's attention. Right then, Zi'an lets his power erupt. Old Duan lunges toward them, saying, The wasteland is a dangerous place, kids. How about Uncle here protects you? He swaggers between them with incredible speed, closing the gap and getting right in Zi'an's personal space. He gently lifts the boy's chin and whispers, Little one. Zi'an shudders in disgust, thinking, Is he hitting on me? Gubai stands there frozen for several seconds. Old Duan seems to enjoy his reaction. Is my little darling angry? Before he can say another word, Zi'an slams him into the ground. Old Duan's head cracks against the dirt. Not stopping there, Zi'an twists the man's hand back. Old Duan screams in pure agony. He desperately calls out to his partner, Feng Ling, help me. This brat actually fought back. By now, Zi'an's entire body is engulfed in flickering blue flames. You are welcome to try. Feng Ling is absolutely terrified by the sight. That bloodlust is way too heavy. The sunlight hits the loudspeaker above as everyone looks toward the front. Snake speaks in a flat, bored voice. Vice Captain. What is it? You are being way too noisy. Vice Captain Qiming gently runs a hand through his hair and asks, What else could it be? The beasts are coming. Zijing immediately checks the thermal scanning system. The readings show a pack of about 200 to 300. A voice booms down from a high platform. Feng Ling. What is the status? He is currently aiming at a target. Vice Captain, are you done? The situation is not looking good at all. In the distance, a thick cloud of dust and smoke is surging toward them. Monsters approaching from the east. They will reach the outpost in 5 minutes. Old Duan is still desperately begging. Look, kid, let me go. We are all in the same boat now. You wouldn't want us to just stand here while the beasts tear this place apart, would you? But Zi'an's face remains cold and expressionless. A moment later, Zi'an flings the man's arm away. Stay the hell away from me. Duan immediately scrambles to call someone. Hurry and call the vice captain. Everything out here is turning into total chaos. Someone on the high ground starts unleashing bursts of fire. Don't panic. Qiming roars out, trying to get everyone's attention. It is too late to run back to the city now. Everyone, stand your ground and fight together. We only survive if we hold out until reinforcements arrive. The people below seem completely lost. After observing for a moment, Zi'an can't help but give Qiming some silent credit. At least someone here knows what they're doing. He stands tall, rallying the crowd. Listen up, I am the vice captain, a silver rank beastmaster of the Red Monkey expedition team. I'll be taking the front line. We still need a beastmaster to guard the other side. Any volunteers? Tuzan looked at the iron rankers with a bored expression. The experts were all too terrified to risk it. Just then, a blonde girl in the crowd spoke up. I am also silver rank. Tuzan raised his hand from his side too. Did my move earlier leave you speechless? I guess I can still beat you to the punch. Young Master Ming stepped forward as everyone gasped in awe. Give me some backup fire, and I guarantee I can hold the line. Wait, isn't that the heir to the Ming Corporation? Young Master Ming has already reached silver rank. Qiming felt a surge of annoyance seeing him. He is just a rich kid. Can he actually handle this? He then barked orders at his subordinates. Old Duan, Feng Lang, take some of the expedition team and go grab the heavy weaponry. Both of them immediately shouted back, "Got it." Qiming then raised his voice to rally the troops. "Just keep living, everyone." Tuzan stared at the young man and gave a warning. "Gubai, stay behind me and make sure you protect yourself. This guy is definitely going to screw things up." The entire area felt like it was baking under the sun. Tuzan walked forward boldly and spoke. "Get out here, Scarlet Fire Monkey. There is no time to be lazy." The sky remained as blue as any other day. Everyone was working frantically. The priest was praying with all his might. "Lord, please be with your servant, and grant your servant the wisdom and courage to overcome today's trial." He focused on the Bible in front of him, praying that the Spirit of the Lord would be with all the other brothers. "We humbly receive your word." Young Master Ming was flexing his arms. "For your word has the power to save us from the sin of pride." Old Duan gripped his weapon tightly. "May we receive courage and humility." Gubai watched everything with a look of pure anxiety. "Deliver us from discouragement, suffering, and weakness." Old Duan, carrying a massive gun, walked over to Tuzan and asked, "Young man, are you a Beastmaster too?" He kept his eyes locked on Tuzan. "Looking at how skilled you seem, I bet you are pretty strong, huh? I have a feeling you are much better than that rich brat." Tuzan's attitude toward him softened. "Well, it seems you are not just a muscle-bound freak after all. You think my head is just full of muscles?" Old Duan glanced at the two of them. "Man, you have got a sharp tongue. Your little girlfriend looks terrified over there." Gubai was trembling uncontrollably. Tuzan's hand on her shoulder made her heart nearly leap out of her chest. "Gubai, are you all right?" Her face had turned pale as she stammered her response. I am fine. I am just a little nervous." Tuzan looked at her with a dead serious expression. "When the beasts arrive, just stay close to me. Nothing will happen to you." They stood side by side, waiting. Old Duan powered up his weapon and let out a thunderous roar. "The beasts are almost here. Prepare for battle." The monsters came rushing in like a flood. A voice rang out from the observation deck. "Do not fire yet. They are about to enter the minefield. Trigger the mines toward the beasts." The monsters were swallowed by thick smoke. Tuzan could not help but be impressed by the scene. The Zijing's fireworks are truly brutal. The survivors kept charging forward. Feng Lang watched them through his scope. "They are quite stubborn, aren't they?" He immediately pulled the trigger. "Eat this!" A monster's head was instantly blown off, and another bullet left the barrel right after. Another beast went down. Feng Lang prepared to fire again. "Old Duan, some of them are headed your way." The automated guns fired incessantly, but the monsters managed to dodge the bullets. "Hey, little Zijing, I just saw a beast slip through. It got past your automated machine gun." Zijing was furious about the comment. "If you saw it, then go after it." "Damn it." Old Duan ran toward the automated gun. "I told you, your rotating barrels are too small. They are useless." He pointed his own barrel toward the enemy. "Big barrels are the only way to go." Old Duan fired both guns simultaneously. A series of beasts had their heads blown off. Others began climbing the city walls. Tuzan's expression became very grave. "The bronze rank beasts are about to charge." Young Master Ming let out a smug laugh. "Finally, it is my turn to shine." Old Duan gave orders while still firing. "Not yet. Toss the oil drums down now." The others rushed to roll the drums over. The beasts were blocked by the oil drums. Feng Lang kept firing, aiming specifically at the drums. The oil ignited instantly. The fire incinerated the beasts. Tuzan watched the scene in awe. "You guys in the expedition team actually have some skills." Old Duan smirked proudly. "Of course, our Scarlet Monkey team is ranked #1 in all of Huayuan." The flames made the monsters hesitate. Suddenly, a different kind of beast stood tall, asserting its dominance. Old Duan narrowed his eyes at the creature. "The big boss is finally stepping up." Tuzan immediately summoned his system, Eye of Apocalypse. The system then displayed the information. Alchemy Beast Race, Steel Type, High Silver Rank. Scrap Metal Talent Rank C, High Silver Potential. Skills, Green War Roar, Blue Scrap Teeth, Green Iron Shroud. A red silver rank beast appeared. They glared at their target. Feng Lang watched it through his scope as it let out a roar. His face is tight with tension. "Old Duan, we are facing about 7 to 8 silver rank monsters on our side." He looks completely bewildered. 7 or 8? Are you for real? He immediately points toward the area behind Jiao. "Whether we can hold the rear or not depends entirely on you." Jiao keeps his signature confident smirk. "Leave it to me." He then summons his own precious companion. "Come forth, golden-horned frog. A massive frog appears, belonging to the golden-horned frog race. Metal attribute, mid-tier silver rank. It possesses a B rank flexible body talent and high-tier gold potential. Skill, frog rapid fire. With a massive tongue and a metallic body, Qiming has called out his battle beast. The number of silver rank fierce beasts nearby is increasing way too fast. We have to take them out first. He barks an order to his Scarlet Fire Monkey. Scarlet Fire Monkey, Fire Punch Blast. It raises a fist wreathed in roaring flames, and with just one strike, a beast's head goes flying. Another beast lunges forward. The two sides immediately clash in a fierce struggle, both entering their offensive stances at once. Qiming stands in the back, commanding the fight. Scarlet Fire Monkey, it is time for that move. It nimbly dodges the enemy's strike. Its arm erupts in flames once again. The Scarlet Fire Monkey pummels the beast repeatedly. Red Lotus Explosive Fire Fist. The fierce beast's body is left in tatters after being hit by that relentless barrage of punches. The Scarlet Fire Monkey bared its teeth aggressively. Alert! The deputy captain from the military side is currently on his way here. He should arrive in about 8 minutes. Hearing this, his face darkens, and his eyes fill with a complex mix of emotions. Behind the city walls, everyone is cheering and celebrating. Qiming turns around and gives a careful warning. Hang in there a little longer, brothers. We are almost there. While everyone is caught up in the excitement, a streak of red light suddenly appears. It zips right over one of their heads. That man immediately drops his gun, his body going limp. The man standing next to him beholds this sight and turns pale as a ghost, stuttering out the name Old Truong. The man is trembling uncontrollably. Before he can process what is happening, a tall, dark shadow looms behind him. He turns his head, asking in total confusion, "What the hell is that?" Right at that moment, the thing behind him strikes. That red light slashes out once more. It cleaves right through the man's head, sending bits and pieces flying through the air. Over on Zi'an's side, his expression has grown increasingly grim. He raises his hand, gathering energy to prepare himself. He dives into the fray. Zi'an's movements are lightning fast as he delivers a series of powerful blows. A glowing blue energy blast hits a monster pouncing from above with incredible force and precision. However, a swarm of monsters is still closing in on him from a distance. Caught off guard, he thinks to himself, "I am screwed," just as Zi'an starts to panic. Massive spiderwebs suddenly shoot through the air, wrapping tightly around the monster and squeezing the life out of it. Zi'an is stunned by the sight. He raises his hand to shield his head, but he quickly snaps out of it. He immediately drops to one knee while raising both hands to concentrate his energy. Zi'an thrusts his hands toward the monsters. The energy surrounding him surges forward to strike them down. Once finished, Zi'an turns to see who helped him. Recognizing the familiar figure, he blurs out, "Gu Bai?" Then he cannot help but ask, "Has your spider already evolved to the bronze rank?" The person who just saved Zi'an was indeed Gu Bai. She tucks a strand of hair behind her ear and replies shyly, "I went to the black market to get some materials for it. That is why it leveled up." Standing beside her is a towering purple spider, a fire-type lava spider, early tier bronze rank. It has an A-rank lava body talent and high-tier gold potential. Skill, molten spider silk. After scanning the stats, Zi'an is so shocked he breaks into a cold sweat. His eyes widen as he thinks, how can she be this lucky? The scene shifts to the other side, where the city walls and gun turrets are being smashed to bits by the monsters. They are frantically tearing everything apart until it is nothing but rubble. The area is now thick, with heavy white smoke. Old Duan observes the situation and shouts to Jiao behind him. "The heavy fire is gone. Get your soul beasts into the fight now." Jiao immediately points forward and commands his golden-horned frog. Golden Horn, use giant tongue. It quickly flicks out its massive tongue. With one swift sweep, the unsuspecting monsters are all knocked backward. Zi'an clenches his fist against his chest with a serious look, telling himself, "Everyone is doing their part. I cannot be a burden to the team." He swings his arm to summon Blazing Fang into the battle. "Come out, Blazing Fang!" Blazing Fang zooms into the air. It unleashes 3 bolts of fire that strike the ground like lightning. Seeing the chaos, Zi'an shouts, "Blazing Fang, do not just do whatever you want." The firebolts were perfectly aimed though. They accurately pierce right through the monster. Zi'an is fuming, raising a clenched fist as he yells, "I have not even given you the order yet, you brat." As he speaks, Blazing Fang flies back to him, staring him down with an arrogant and condescending look. "I am the literal incarnation of the sun, Do you really think I need orders from a human like you? Tuan didn't even hesitate before slapping the bird right on the head. It crashed down with a huge bump on its crown. Nearby, Gubai and his spider were completely speechless at the sight. Somewhere else, Chi Ming, Red Fire Monkey, and another teammate were hiding behind some cargo crates. Outside, that massive monster was pacing back and forth, hunting for them. Chi Ming remembered the man who just got shredded by that thing, and his face went pale with worry. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "This monster is way too fast. I am no match for it head-on. The most important thing right now is to stay calm and wait for an opening." Just as he was lost in thought, Chi Ming turned around and saw the guy next to him raising his gun. He hissed, "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" Seeing the guy about to rush out, Chi Ming grabbed his arm, getting more desperate. "Hey, stop!" But the man held his gun tight, pulled the trigger, and screamed, "I am taking you down with me, you bastard." And just as you would expect, the bizarre monster swung its arm again, decapitating the man in a single strike. This monster is known as the hammerhead shark. She was massive, clad in sleek, sharp black armor, with glowing purple veins snaking around her body, and her hands ended in. She was holding the man's head like a trophy. Chi Ming hid behind the crates, sweat pouring down his face as he panicked. What on earth is this thing? Could it be a gold rank beast? Right then, he got a transmission. "Vice Captain, the eastern defense line has been breached. The beasts are swarming the camp." He clicked his tongue in frustration. When it rains, it pours. Chi Ming barked out an order. "Feng Lang, we need backup." 6 o'clock. Feng Lang answered instantly. "Got it." He aimed his rifle towards 6 o'clock, just like he was told. That was exactly where the monster was. Hidden between the crates with Chi Ming, Red Fire Monkey joked, "Vice Captain, you are definitely buying me dinner after this." After lining up the perfect shot, he pulled the trigger. The bullet slammed into Hammerhead Shark's head, sending her reeling backward. Chi Ming saw his chance and jumped out, yelling, "Now is our chance." Red Fire Monkey also ripped the cloth off his eye. Flames erupted from his left eye. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, he unleashed a massive blast of fire. "Flame impact!" he roared. But Hammerhead Shark was incredibly agile. She moved like a blur, easily dodging the blast. A massive explosion rocked the construction site, leaving Lao Duan, Feng Lang, and Tuan completely stunned. All three of them had the same thought. What the hell was that? Tuan immediately turned to Yao Ya and ordered, "Yao Ya, get over there and support them." Yao Ya obeyed, flapping its wings and taking off without a second's delay. Meanwhile, things were looking grim for Chi Ming's side. Hammerhead Shark stepped toward him, 1 foot at a time. She swung her razor-sharp claws, slashing through the air and creating terrifying streaks of purple light. Chi Ming quickly deployed a protective shield, barely surviving her onslaught. But her attacks were too much. Cracks began to spiderweb across the energy barrier. He saw Red Fire Monkey grimacing behind him and shouted, "Red Fire Monkey, get out of here first. Retreat." In an instant, Hammerhead Shark shattered the shield, sending shards flying everywhere. She lunged forward and grabbed Chi Ming by the throat. He gasped in pain, clawing at her massive hand. Just then, Yao Ya arrived on the scene. Hammerhead Shark sensed the bird coming and immediately hurled Chi Ming right at Yao Ya to knock them both out. Luckily, Yao Ya was fast enough to swerve out of the way. As for Chi Ming, Lao Duan managed to swoop in and catch him just in time. The force of the impact was so strong it smashed a massive hole into the wall behind them. Lao Duan asked worriedly, "Vice Captain, are you okay?" Chi Ming winced, his face covered in scratches. He gritted his teeth and replied, "I am fine. But we have a problem." Yao Ya rained down fire from above, but Hammerhead Shark summoned a purple energy shield to block every single blast. Seeing this, Chi Ming continued, "If we do not take this thing down now, we are all dead meat. Someone needs to pin it down to give us a real opening." He immediately called out, "Feng Lang, those alchemy bullets Tu Ling gave you earlier. Use them now." Feng Lang's face was deadly serious and focused, yet he still could not help but joke. "You got it, Vice Captain. That is 2 dinners you owe me now. Do not you dare try to skip out on the bill." As he spoke, Feng Lang loaded the bullets into the magazine, muttering, "I really hope this does not wreck my baby." Unfortunately, things did not go as he hoped. The massive surge of energy from the bullet shattered the rifle's barrel, leaving him absolutely speechless. "Damn it, I'm dead!" That thought flashed through his mind as the bullet and its raw energy slammed into the macehead serpent, completely blinding the creature. Feng Lang realized he was in a tight spot and immediately reported in, "Shichmin, my sniper rifle is toast. only the scope is still usable. Meanwhile, Tuan was rushing over from a distance. Up ahead, Lao Don and Shich Min were shielding their eyes, squinting as they tried to track the Macehead Serpent. Then he replied, "That is Tu Kin's business. Go find her if you want answers." Tuan quickly stepped up beside the two men, with Duke Nya now perched firmly on his hand. Lao Don spoke up first. "There is no way it is getting back up after that, right?" Shich Min kept his eyes locked on the target and immediately snapped back. "No, look." The Macehead Serpent was still standing tall, looking like it had not felt a thing. It was completely unfazed by that bullet and the massive surge of energy. Fong Lang was still trying to line up another shot, but a split second later, the Macehead Serpent vanished from his crosshairs. Fong Lang was absolutely stunned by what he saw. He could not help but curse under his breath. Damn it! The Macehead Serpent had figured out exactly where he was hiding. It launched itself into the air like a rocket, unsheathing its claws to tear him apart. Fong Lang could only grip his rifle tight. A blinding purple explosion suddenly erupted at the sniper post, looking like it wanted to rip the sky open. Tuan looked up, his heart sinking with fear. His eyes widened in disbelief as he thought, "This speed, is this what a gold-rank beast is truly capable of?" The Macehead Serpent went silent. In its claws was nothing but a mess of torn wires, not Fong Lang's head. From its high vantage point, the creature looked down and saw 4 distinct flames of purple, blue, white, and red. Seeing this made it fly into a blind rage. It blew up the entire sniper post, sending thick white smoke billowing into the air. Below, Tuan was still looking up, trying to track it. The Macehead Serpent was like a ghost. One second it was high in the sky, and the next, it was looming right behind Tuan. He could feel the cold chill of its presence behind him, and his face froze in terror. The Macehead Serpent lunged at Tuan, using both hands to snatch him up, but all it caught was Tuan's protective barrier. He raised his hand to cast a spell, thinking to himself, "I can barely keep up with its speed with my naked eyes." The Macehead Serpent slammed its head and razor-sharp claws into the shield with crushing force. Realizing his defense was about to be pierced, he thought, "This shield is not going to hold much longer." Finally, just as he predicted, the shield shattered under the beast's sharp claws a second later. The massive creature now stood tall and menacing right in front of Tuan. Just as he was bracing for the end, with his hands over his head, a glob of sticky spider silk came flying toward him. It latched onto Tuan's hip while he watched in confusion amidst the flying debris. Before the Macehead Serpent could land a killing blow, the silk yanked him off the ground, successfully pulling Tuan to safety. Tuan ended up with his eyes squeezed shut, crashing right into Kobak's chest. Both of them turned bright red instantly. Tuan spoke up first. "Kobak, thank you. No, wait, I'm sorry." Kobak could not even bring herself to look him in the eye. She shyly replied, "Oh, you are welcome. It is fine." She supported Tuan with one hand while raising the other to give an order to the fire bamboo spider. "Fire bamboo spider, let out the lava." The fire bamboo spider slammed the ground hard, creating glowing cracks in the earth. Everything turned into pure chaos as the Macehead Serpent nimbly dodged every single attack from the fire bamboo spider. Tuan and Kobak watched, drenched in sweat. He said tensely, "It dodged again. Could it be?" He thought back to the moment the creature avoided the sniper bullet. That bullet was incredibly fast, yet the serpent did not even try to dodge a direct physical shot. Then he thought about how it moved so quickly against spirit beast energy attacks. He continued to piece it together, which means it probably can only sense spiritual energy fluctuations, not physical or optical movements. Tuan turned and shouted over to the other side, "Hey, mercenaries, I have figured out a way to deal with this thing. I need your help." But before Tuan could even finish his sentence, Lao Don and Shich Min were already running away for their lives. When Tuan saw them, he screamed, "Hey, what the hell are you two doing?" Shich Min yelled back to Lao Don, "It is right behind us. Let's get out of here." Seeing them bail, Tuan realized he could only count on Kobak. "Kobak, it is all on us now." She waited for a moment until a person sitting on a spirit beast shouted, "Wait!" That person was Anjiao. He pushed up his glasses and smirked. "Did you guys forget that there is a Beastmaster of this caliber here?" Behind him stood the golden-horned frog. He gave a proud command, "Golden-horned frog, guardian gulp." The frog immediately swallowed Anjiao whole, leaving the two nearby completely stunned. Inside the golden-horned frog, Anjiao stretched his body out. A burst of white light erupted from him, followed by a brilliant golden glow, causing the frog's body to start transforming. His face starts morphing to look exactly like him, right down to those glasses. He drops low to the ground, taking a combat stance. This is an A-rank talent, the state where you can fuse your physical body with your contracted soul beast. All your stats get a massive boost, and new skills are unlocked. Watching this go down, Zi'an rests his chin on his hand, thinking that even though it's powerful, it looks pretty hideous. Still, he can tell it's a useful skill. Behind him, Bai grimaces in disgust. "That is so gross," she mutters. Meanwhile, the golden-horned frog stays low to the earth. It's surrounded by a pulsing green aura. The beast bares its teeth and screams at the hammerhead spider. "I'm about to show you all what young Master Ming is truly capable of." He lunges forward with a sneer. Toxic thunder charge. But the hammerhead spider is too quick, narrowly dodging the blow because he was being reckless. The golden-horned frog overshoots, curling into a ball in a mix of shock and pain. In the back, Zi'an is analyzing every move. He says, "Just as I thought. It only sees targets with spiritual energy. It must be using that to track its prey." He turns to her and says, "Bai, our plan might actually work." Bai hesitates, her eyes filled with doubt. "But I'm not sure I can do it," she whispers. Zi'an takes her hand firmly to reassure her. "It's going to be fine. I believe in you, so you need to believe in yourself. You already pulled it off once, didn't you?" Hearing those words, Gubai's face flushes a light pink. Zi'an gives a cold smirk, with Blazing Fang right behind him. With a sharp, determined gaze, he declares, "Let's go. I'm 100% sure we'll win this." Bai reaches out behind him, wanting to stop him but staying silent. Zi'an stares straight at the hammerhead spider and bellows, "Hey, hammerhead!" His eyes ignite with power. The energy gathering around him grows brighter and more intense than ever. He shouts defiantly, "Get over here, you coward!" Suddenly, he catches the hammerhead spider behind him. Of course, it was trying to go for a sneak attack from behind. He narrows his eyes, thinking, it moves fast, but there's a slight hesitation right before it strikes. That's all the opening I need. He brings his hands together as blue energy surges. It looks like flickering azure flames, lighting up the entire area with a brilliant glow. He watches the hammerhead spider's confusion and thinks that his energy must be getting more violent by the second. The light completely surrounds the hammerhead spider, forcing it to shield its eyes. Zi'an smirks to himself. "To you, this light must feel like staring directly into the sun, huh?" Then he roars, "Now, Blazing Fang!" On command, Blazing Fang quickly unleashes a massive pillar of fire from its mouth. The blast slams into the hammerhead spider, sending her reeling backward. The flames from Blazing Fang strike with devastating force right where the spider was standing. The battlefield is a mess of charred earth and scorched webbing. Zi'an points a finger forward, commanding, "Don't let it move, pin it down." Instantly, Blazing Fang takes to the skies. It spits out a swirling torrent of fire like a literal tornado from hell, trapping the hammerhead spider inside. This is the flame vortex. In a heartbeat, the fire has made the surrounding air hotter than it's ever been. The fire cyclone towers over the massive spider, even as huge as she is. She's forced to look up in terror from the center of the inferno. Over on Gubai's side, she immediately barks an order to the fire bamboo spider. "Web it up." The spider shoots out thick, strong strands of webbing. The sticky silk rapidly clings to large shipping containers, stacking them on top of each other. Zi'an seizes the moment to end it. "Blazing Fang, use your ultimate." The beast's eyes glow as it pours every ounce of its power into this final strike. This is the core beam. Its wings spread wide like two razor-sharp blades as it fires a deep crimson blast from above. The beam slams into the ground with a bone-shaking explosion. White smoke and debris from the shattered crates fill the air. The scene shifts to a guard post on the outskirts of Whitescale City, where someone is watching the whole thing through binoculars. The observer can't help but marvel. Holy crap, that is insane. His partner looks on in shock. A faint blue light emanates from a crack in the ground. Zi'an looks down into the pit and asks, "Bai, are you okay?" Bai replies, "I'm fine." But suddenly, a hand with long, sharp claws reaches out from the earth. Bai freezes. Realizing something is very wrong, she calls out hesitantly, "Not dead yet?" Tuan's panic started to set in. Could he have messed up? Suddenly, from deep underground, the macehead serpent erupted with raw power. Even though its chest armor was shredded on one side, it didn't look any less terrifying. Behind him, Bai watched Tuan standing on the rocky ledge. Remaining calm, he snapped his fingers and said, "Guess I have no choice then." He then summoned his beast, the scaly fish. He activated the Devour skill. The fish's maw hung wide, quickly gulping down the mace-head serpent. But as soon as it closed its mouth, its eyes suddenly rolled back. Faint red spikes flickered across its skin. It was being ripped apart from the inside. Blood-red veins began to snake through its eyes. They spread all over its body as it froze up in agony. Tuan couldn't believe his eyes as he watched the scene. "White Shadow, save Scaly Fish," he shouted, sweat pouring down his face in a panic. Before he could figure out what was happening, his legs gave out. All around him, blood-red vines were coiling like snakes. He thought, "What's going on? Something's trying to take over." Bai rushed over, looking worried sick. He swiped the vines away and mentally commanded his beast, "Get back for now." Meanwhile, old Duan finally sat up back at the underground base. He looked around and muttered, "I guess it's all over, huh?" Qi Ming climbed up right behind him and replied, "Let's see if any of those monsters are still breathing." The area was thick with white smoke. Old Duan happened to pick up a leg from the golden horned frog. "Since its mouth blew up like this, I doubt anyone survived," old Duan said. Qi Ming heard him and shot back. "Take a look over there." Down in the bunker, Zihin was slowly making her way up. Right in front of them, Bai was propping up Tuan. He noted, "Those two are bronze rank." Tuan's vision was fading. Old Duan, Shi, Zihin, and Qi Ming all stared at the boy. Old Duan tossed the frog leg aside and mocked. "Looks like that little young master didn't make it after all." Tuan's world was going dark. Qi Ming started shaking. "Duan, don't just stand there. Move it. Get over here and help." He called out, "Hey Tuan, you little brat." Then he turned to the others. "Damn it, he's totally out." By now, Tuan's eyes had completely shut. As Tuan drifted into unconsciousness, it felt like his body was sinking into the depths of the ocean. He could still hear the faint echoes of his name. Tuan. Tuan. In his daze, he wondered, "Who's calling me?" Suddenly, that giant blue eye, laced with blood-red veins, appeared again. It loomed over him once more, terrifying him to the core. He bolted upright in a hospital bed, his eyes wide with fear. She and Bai were right there by his side, watching him with worried eyes. Bai called out, "Doctor, he's finally awake." Tuan sat up. She put her hands on her hips and said, "Looks like you're going to be just fine. You probably just drained too much of your soul power." Tuan clutched his head, lost in thought. There was no way his soul power limit was that low. Bai heard him and replied, "I really don't think that's it though." Just then, old Duan pulled back the tent flap. Both of them looked over as he said, "Oh, so you're finally awake? Our boss wants to have a little chat with you." Tuan followed old Duan outside. Qi Ming was over by the campfire. Seeing the boy, he asked, "Hey, bronze rank brat, you're finally back with us?" He gave a sly grin and added, "To be honest, I didn't think a little punk like you would actually have what it takes." Old Duan and Tuan walked closer. Tuan shot back, "Is that so? Is that why you guys left us behind and ran for your lives?" Qi Ming replied, "You sure have a big mouth for a kid." He scratched his head awkwardly. "I can't blame you for being bitter though. But as the vice captain, I had to look out for my own people." He looked up and gave a small smile. "If I'd known you were that capable, I wouldn't have gone that far. I won't beat around the bush. Are you interested in joining us?" Tuan couldn't help but let out a sarcastic laugh. "Join your crew? You really think a few words are going to make me trust you?" He thought to himself, "This guy abandoned us once. He'll definitely do it again." Qi Ming looked away, feeling a bit embarrassed, and replied, "We lost a few good men, and our fighting strength isn't what it used to be. Our mission is to escort a client to Pine Forest Town, but the way things are looking now, we're definitely short-handed." Tuan crossed his arms and studied him closely. "Pine Forest Town? Isn't that on the only path to Giant Eye City? This is the perfect chance to tag along with them." Qi Ming looked him straight in the eye and said, "Don't turn me down just yet. We won't let you walk away empty-handed. We'll pay you for your help." He smiled and held up 3 fingers. "How does a 3% cut sound?" Tuan smirked and agreed, "It's a deal." He looked at Qi Ming's sneaky face and thought, "But I'm not exactly working for you." Seeing him agree, Qi Ming teased him excitedly. A gentleman always loves his gold, after all. The night sky remained as gloomy as ever. The scene shifts to Pine Forest Town. At the Red Monkey Adventurer Camp, 3 tanks were parked in the middle of the cramped forest. The group was slowly making their way into a new area. Old Duan looked around, visibly annoyed, and grumbled, "Man, This road is way too bumpy. The engine's shot. I keep fixing it, but it just keeps breaking down. Zi'an stood next to a blushing Gubai, thinking to himself, looks like Gubai's talent is finally kicking in. Old Duan then turned to them and said, listen up, we're gonna hole up here for the night. Then we'll head to Tu Lam Town tomorrow. Hearing this, Zi'an quickly asked, wait, why can't we just head straight into town right now? The night was incredibly still, with the moonlight casting a pale glow over the landscape. Old Duan explained, because Tu Lam Town is a death trap at night. Even a gold-rank soul beast could get shredded there. Tu Lam Town. Tu Lam City. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a voice cried out, why aren't we there yet? All four of them turned around, confused by the sudden outburst. The voice belonged to a blonde woman wearing a tight blue dress with a white scarf wrapped around her neck. The woman screamed in a fit of rage, this road is literally killing me, you bunch of useless losers. Standing next to her was a man in round glasses, looking like he had completely given up on life. Further away, a blonde man leaned against the car. Tikza shot the woman a look of pure disgust. He snapped, if you don't want to die, shut your damn mouth. You're gonna lure the feral beasts right to us. The woman froze, stunned by his tone. Furious, the girl pointed a finger and barked, do you have any idea who I am? My brother is the mayor of Tu Lam Town. He's a gold-rank powerhouse. Tikza didn't even blink, which only made the woman even more livid. Even as her boyfriend tried to calm her down, saying, honey, she's right. She wouldn't stop screaming. I paid good money to be pampered, not to suffer like this. Zi'an and Shichmin watched the scene, unable to keep quiet. He cracked his neck, feeling irritated. Insulting your own bodyguards in the middle of nowhere? How can someone be this stupid? Zi'an thought. Zi'an stood there looking bored, but didn't say a word. Shichmin turned and pointed toward the tree houses, telling everyone, we're resting here for the night. We move out tomorrow. The four of them headed inside and gathered around a flickering fire. Zi'an scanned the room and thought, this place is pretty basic. Plus, I've got a bad feeling about this. He noticed a strange blue smoke rising from the fire and realized, that scent. Oh crap. Gubai looked dizzy, holding her head as she leaned toward Zi'an. Zi'an, I feel so lightheaded. Just then, Shichmin, Tichsa, Zijing, and Old Duan stepped through the curtain wearing gas masks. Old Duan asked, so, are they out? Zijing replied, see for yourself. He looked at the four bodies slumped on the floor and said, they're all out cold. This knockout gas really does the trick. They then turned their suspicious eyes toward Zi'an. Zijing knelt down and poked him. Old Duan, carrying their gear, asked curiously, by the way, why did we wait until now to make our move? Shichmin stood with his hands on his hips. This kid is actually pretty strong. We can use him to fill Windwolf's spot. Besides, it's easier to get what we want once we've earned his trust. They proceeded to slap handcuffs on him. Shichmin crouched down, scanning Gubai and Zi'an. Plus, he's probably from some rich family out here training, so we can demand a massive ransom for him. With the chaos in Bailin City, if we pull off this one big job, we can finally retire and leave all this killing behind. Old Duan started counting the unconscious bodies and realized someone was missing. 1, 2, 3. Wait, where's the other one? Right then, the sound of clapping echoed through the room, grabbing everyone's attention. Alpha appeared with a creepy smile and began to chant, God said, let there be light, and there was light. God said, let there be land, and there was land. The wisdom of God and the grace of God protect me, his most loyal servant. Zichmin looked at Tisa, completely baffled. What is he yapping about? What's wrong with this guy? Tisa frowned, equally confused. No way, my knockout gas is strong enough to put even Old Duan under. Old Duan raised his gun, furious. You son of a... He aimed the weapon at Alpha and roared, who the hell are you? Stop acting like you're God's gift to the world. Alpha raised his hands in surrender, that twisted smile still on his face. Relax. Let's just talk this out. When the group saw the symbol on his palm as he raised his hands, they immediately grew wary and dropped into defensive stances. Shichmin hissed, I never expected you to be one of those demon spider cultists. Zi'an, sitting in the corner, watched everything unfold and thought, who would have guessed that Man of God was actually with the demon spider cult? He had been wearing a gas mask all along, squinting just enough to see what was happening. This was definitely an unexpected turn of events. It turns out the Eye of Revelation had spotted the sedative long ago and gave him a heads up. He decided to play along and activated his mask. Zi'an thought this was just a normal kidnapping, but he never expected the spider cult to be involved. For now, he could only watch in silence. Shiming then signaled Lao Duan to lower his weapon. Looking toward the cultist, he asked, "So, what exactly does the spider cult want to negotiate with me?" Alpha pushed up his glasses and smirked. "I am a special agent under the outer sect of the spider cult. Codename Alpha. My job is to recruit geniuses for our organization." He pointed toward the unconscious Zi'an and his friend. "I didn't mean to interrupt your work, but I only want those two Beastmasters over there. Any talent who can take down a gold rank beast is exactly who I'm looking for." Shiming put his hands on his hips and gave Alpha a sinister grin. "Well, that's too bad. These two are my cargo. If you want to buy them, let's just say we're friends and name your price." Alpha waved his hand dismissively and sneered. "Friends? I think you've misunderstood. The spider cult doesn't do deals." As he spoke, two more blonde terrorists suddenly appeared behind Shiming. Shiming snapped back angrily. "So you're saying you want to take them for free?" Suddenly, the system displayed a holographic warning. Zi'an watched the scene in shock, thinking, "What the hell? Where did those two extra people come from?" He looked to the side and saw a notification for a holographic projection device, finally realizing what was going on. At that moment, someone from a distance was aiming a sniper rifle at the cultist. Suddenly, a loud gunshot rang out, and the bullet tore right through the cultist's arm, severing it completely. Shiming was stunned and wondered, who fired that shot? Immediately, a voice came through the comms. "It's me, Captain." He quickly replied, "Feng Lang? You're still alive?" Feng Lang, hiding in the bushes with a heavy rifle, answered, "Yeah. So, how many meals are you buying me for this?" Alpha, his arm blown off, collapsed to his knees, tears of agony streaming down his face. As he clutched his bleeding stump, Shiming spoke into the comms to Feng Lang. "Give me a break. The kid isn't dead yet. You missed," Feng Lang explained. "My gun is busted. I'm lucky I even hit him at all." At that point, Lao Duan, holding a holographic projector, turned to report. "Boss, those two were just holograms. There's only one of him." The four of them surrounded Alpha, looking down at him with pure contempt. Shiming gave a nasty grin and said, "You little punk. You really thought you could take us down with just that?" Alpha was trembling violently, struggling to suppress the pain as he hissed. "The High Priest is on his way. If you lay a finger on me, you're all dead." He was immediately swarmed by Lao Duan's group and kicked repeatedly. They beat him mercilessly. "Dead meat, huh? You little brat. I'm going to send you straight to the afterlife myself. I'm taking one of his kidneys first." Meanwhile, in the dark night sky over the forest, a group of people riding spirit beasts was flying forward. A man in black flew up close to Arthur, the High Priest. "We have reached the azure sky forest." He replied, "Get ready. I just hope Alpha is right this time." They continued flying their beasts straight toward the building. Hearing a strange noise, Lao Duan looked around. Shiming also wondered, "What's that sound?" Recognizing the sound, Alpha laughed hysterically and screamed, "You're all finished. The High Priest is here." Something crashed through the roof with a deafening roar, causing Zi'an to peek through his eyelids. "What's happening?" It was Arthur and his spirit beast crashing straight in. Seeing him, Alpha reached out his remaining arm toward the man. "High Priest, you finally made it." Behind him, the system panel flared to life. Species, Hala Beast. Realm, Peak Gold. Talent, Dreadful Gaze. Potential, Peak Gold. Skills, Netherfire, Terrifying Death Illusion, Shadow Dark Dash. Arthur stepped down from the beast's back, holding a staff as he asked coldly, "Where are they?" The system panel updated with Arthur's info. Talent, Dark Gate Domain. Realm, Peak Gold. Soul Pets, 4. Alpha knelt on the floor and bowed his head. Right behind me, those two youngsters who passed out. A mysterious dark purple aura began to radiate from behind Arthur. Zi'an broke into a cold sweat. This guy's power is insane. Arthur released his overwhelming pressure to intimidate the crowd. "Lao Duan, I suggest you step aside." Lao Duan cautiously pointed his gun at him. "What do you think you're doing?" Shiming cursed. "God damn it." He was surrounded by a pressure similar to Arthur's, and he thought in confusion. "What's going on? Why can't I move?" It turned out Arthur had released a field of pressure that completely paralyzed Shiming and his men. He walked right past them. Arthur approached Zi'an and Gubai, muttering under his breath, "May the mother of 10,000 spiders grant salvation to these two lost souls." While the creep prayed, Zi'an peeked out, watching his every move. Suddenly, the man pulled out a purple vial filled with a strange glowing liquid. A system notification popped up. Divine Spirit Poison. This lethal elixir is crafted from the spiritual essence of the illusion demon. When mixed with specific herbs, it can brainwash an opponent while simultaneously forcing their cultivation level to skyrocket. Arthur continued his hollow prayer as he moved the vial, now fitted with a needle, toward Zi'an. May your soul lead them out of the fog and into the promised land. Zi'an broke into a cold sweat. Oh crap, he's trying to use that stuff to turn us into puppets. He couldn't play dead anymore, and instantly shattered his handcuffs. He reached out, grabbing the man's wrist to stop him. Sorry pal, but I'm really not into guys warming my bed for me. Before the guy could react, Zi'an blasted him point blank with a high-pressure water shot. Arthur quickly threw up a protective barrier to block the attack, sneering with pure contempt. Is that all? Just a pathetic little trick. Zi'an took the chance to help the unconscious Gubai up. Gubai, wake up, come on. He scanned the room, realizing they were outmatched. We need to get out of here, now. With a flick of his wrist, Zi'an deployed a thick smoke screen right at Arthur's face. Arthur waved his hand, his sheer power instantly blowing the smoke away. But it was too late. Zi'an had already smashed through the wooden wall behind them to escape. Furious, Arthur ordered his men to hunt them down. They disappeared into the deep, haunting shadows of the midnight forest. Zi'an struggled to carry Gubai deeper into the woods. He tried to rouse her again. Gubai, can you hear me? Are you okay? There was no response. He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, whatever sedative they used on her is way too strong. He looked out at the vast expanse of the forest and commanded his system. Eye of Heaven, scan the perimeter. The system's pulse spread across every leaf and blade of grass. It locked onto a massive tree laden with strange gold fruit. Race, wood element green banana stalker. Rank, high tier. Talent, banana scent lure. Potential, mid, tier, gold. Skills, scent trap, vine lash, and constricting bind. Zi'an slowly carried Gubai toward the base of that massive, predatory tree. He realized the green banana stalker was blocking the only exit. Since he was carrying an unconscious Gubai, his combat options were severely limited. He looked up and saw the sky filled with cultists riding spirit beasts, closing in fast. They've got air support too? This is bad. His only option was to use his Beastmaster space to hide Gubai inside. He remembered doing this once before. It was the only reason he survived the impact of that nuclear explosion in the past. Standing under a massive rock, he let out a sigh of relief. Okay, Gubai is safe for now. Now, it's just me and these guys. He glanced back at the green banana stalker and the surrounding grove, a devious smirk playing on his lips. Tonight, this forest is playing on my team. Meanwhile, back at the cabin, Laudon remained frozen, forced to watch Alpha's final moments. Lord Arthur, please. Alpha gasped, his voice cracking as he realized he was being discarded. He reached out a trembling hand. Arthur just stared at him, cold and silent, before starting another prayer. May the mother of 10,000 spiders guide your soul to the promised land. Alpha's eyes widened in pure terror. What? Before he could say another word, Arthur raised his staff high. A surge of violet energy erupted from the staff, slamming into Alpha and incinerating him instantly. Laudon watched in absolute horror, unable to believe his eyes. He actually murdered his own subordinate without blinking. At that moment, Xihmin irradiated Fong Lung. Fong Lung, what's your status? Fong Lang looked down at his shattered, bandaged sniper rifle. The gun is totaled. I'm useless to you guys right now. Shichmin's heart sank, and he broke into a cold sweat. Is this really how we die? Just then, one of Arthur's scouts on a flying beast shouted, High Priest, we found him! From high above, they spotted Zi'an moving through the tall grass. The scout continued, But the woman is gone. Arthur didn't care. Bring him to me. Now. The cultists dived down, chasing after Zi'an. Zi'an looked over his shoulder and grinned. Hook, line, and sinker. The spirit beast lunged, its razor-sharp claws aimed right for Zi'an's throat. But Zi'an threw up a shield just in time. Suddenly, dozens of thick vines from the green banana stalker exploded from the ground like giant tentacles. The vines lashed out, snatching the spirit beast out of the air and entangling the cultists. They screamed in shock. What the? These vines! One of them finally realized the danger and shrieked, It's a wood element spirit beast, but they were already trapped, with no way to fight back. They've been swallowed whole by the green banana tree's vines. Zi'an watches, feeling smug. Just as I thought, this tree is a total predator. It only attacks creatures that trespass into its territory. Those guys have massive hyena beasts, so I just need to stay right on the edge of its domain. The tree will definitely see them as enemies. And once it decides that someone is its target, it'll shift into its most terrifying form to make them pay. The system pings. Green banana tree, perfect form. The tree starts shifting into a humanoid shape. It grabs both of them, draining every drop of their spiritual energy. It keeps sucking them dry until nothing is left but bleached white bones. Inside the tree, its fruit is ripening rapidly. The system display pops up. Green banana fruit, silver grade material. It's packed with life essence and can be used to heal almost any wound. Zi'an stares at it, thinking, with this much life energy, I can use it to replace some of the ingredients for a life potion. He immediately swings his hand, unleashing his water power. A blade of water slices off a bunch of fruit. Zi'an catches it quickly, taking a deep breath to take it all in. This smells incredible. I could get addicted to this scent. But then it hits him. Oh no, I got too cocky and forgot where I was. I crossed the line. He looks back at the man-eating tree, wondering if it noticed. It doesn't seem to have reacted yet. Is it because it's too focused on draining their energy? Zi'an grins and starts hauling tail. Well, then I won't be polite. But the second he steps down, Zi'an tramples right on a green frog. He loses his footing and slips. He falls backward, right back into the tree's territory. Looking at the thing that jumped on him, he thinks, another frog? Do I have some kind of weird connection with frogs? Behind him, the tree's monstrous face appears with glowing green eyes. It slowly creeps up on him, sending a chill down his spine. Zi'an turns around and screams, "Ah!" He thinks to himself, okay, I definitely overplayed my hand this time. Somewhere else in the forest, surrounded by giant trees, white birds are circling in the high night sky. Arthur raises his hand to send a message to his subordinates, asking, what's the status? There's a loud crack from the other end, and the line goes dead. He stands tall and signals his men. Fine then, Almighty Lord, we're going to need more manpower. He looks down at the glasses left behind where Alpha was just incinerated. The Alpha Ring, your spirit general will become a part of the Great Empress. He then swings his scepter, summoning a purple flame. It burns inside his left hand. From within that purple fire, several gruesome figures emerge. They look like spiders with way too many eyes. Qiming stares at them, terrified. Oh man, what the hell are those things? Arthur speaks with a voice of pure authority, commanding the little monsters. Go, my children. On his command, they slowly crawl forward. They creep up on Thixa, Lao Duan, Zijing, and Qiming, circling behind them and clamping onto their necks. The look of pure terror is all over their faces. As the monsters tighten their grip, the four are forced to their knees. Arthur swings his scepter and barks an order. From this moment on, you will obey my every word. If you don't, the spider bombs on your necks will blow you to pieces. Qiming glares at the monster strangling him, gritting his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, back with Zi'an, the man-eating banana tree is reaching out, trying to snatch him. Terrified, Zi'an can only push himself to the limit. He runs as fast as his legs can carry him to escape. He looks back, thinking, I'm really screwed this time. The tree slams its massive hand down, but luckily, Zi'an is fast enough to jump out of the way. However, the force from the impact is so strong, it sends Zi'an flying high enough to touch the moon. Have a safe flight, kid. He goes crashing down into a thicket of trees. He crawls out, head covered in leaves, squinting back at the tree. Man, I've got some seriously good luck. I landed just outside its territory. He scratches his head, waves his hand to open his storage space, and tucks away the bananas he just stole. He looks at the situation and considers, plant-type spirit beasts have such insane power. I wonder if I can form a contract with it. Suddenly, a noise comes from nearby, making him snap his head around. Alert! Is someone there? Zi'an quickly ducks behind a massive tree to hide and observe. It's the demon spider cult. These guys just won't stop trying to kill me. Thixa's group shows up, searching the area. Lao Duan says irritably, it's pitch black out here. How are we supposed to find anything? Arthur begins chanting a spell. Great Mother of 10,000 spiders, please, guide your humble servant. Suddenly, his scepter erupts in purple flames, and he slams it hard onto the ground. The energy from the purple fire spreads out in all directions. The system flashes a warning to Zi'an. Warning, you have been detected. He knows he's been caught and thinks fearfully, crap. Purple beams of light stretch out from the scepter, leading straight to Zi'an. Arthur points toward the guiding light and shouts, over there. Zi'an sees Qiming's group following close behind. He's confused, thinking, why is the adventurer team working with the demon spider cult? Zijing appeared out of nowhere, pointing her gun at Zi'an and barking an order for him not to move. You are completely surrounded. Zi'an threw his hands up in surrender, thinking to himself, what the heck is wrong with today? Why am I so unlucky? Suddenly, spiritual energy flickered in his palms. He had to use his old trick. With a flick of his wrist, he fired a massive cloud of white smoke toward Zijing. He wondered how many times this had happened today already. Seizing the opening, he quickly leaped onto the tree branches to make his escape. As the smoke gradually cleared, Old Duan anxiously checked on Zijing, asking if she was okay. Zijing narrowed her eyes, searching the direction Zi'an had fled, as she answered Old Duan, I am fine, but I let that brat get away. Seeing this, Arthur roared in anger. What are you all just standing there for? Get moving and chase him. Qiming had heard enough and could not take it anymore. He pointed his finger at the man and snapped, look, besides you and me, no one else here is a Beastmaster. Normal people can never catch up to one. Arthur replied calmly, do I really need to remind you that you all still have spider bombs around your necks? They were furious to hear that, but all they could do was look away, silenced by their own helplessness. Arthur continued, what makes you think you have the right to negotiate with me? Qiming thought bitterly, he actually thinks I have no standing at all. Just then, Windwolf's voice reached Qiming, asking if everyone was okay. Qiming immediately sent a message back. We are fine, except for the bombs strapped to our necks. Windwolf was hiding in the bushes near Arthur. He and his team held their guns ready, carefully observing the situation as he asked another question. I am close to you all right now. I can help. Qiming stopped him and explained the situation. Hold on, we still do not know how these bombs work. Until we do, we just have to endure it. Windwolf kept his eyes fixed on the group. Arthur agreed, saying, understood. Meanwhile, under a massive tree deep in the forest, Zi'an clutched his wrist in agony. Strange red tentacles were wrapped around his arm. Looking at those thorny red vines, he thought, not again. The system flashed a warning message. Your core has been damaged, and mana recovery has decreased. Your mana capacity has been cut in half. He used his spiritual pressure to make the tentacles vanish, then stood up, clutching his left arm. He realized things were looking pretty bad. It seemed he had burned through too much mana today. He wondered how much longer he could hold out. The system suddenly started spamming warning signals, which really annoyed him. What a pain, can you just give it a rest? Old Duan and Qiming slowly approached, followed by his monkey pet. It was an ugly, one-eyed creature. He yelled out so Zi'an could hear him, hey, you bronze rank brat, get out here right now. The system screen popped up again. Qiming, C rank, strength enhancement talent, level 3, middle realm. Battle pets, scarlet fire monkey, camouflage fire lizard, and earth-armored beetle. Zi'an peeked out from behind a tree. Watching Old Duan's group, he wondered why an adventure team would ally with the demon spider sect. There had to be a reason. He noticed something on the back of Qiming's neck. What is that thing attached to them? The system identified it as a spider bomb. Zi'an saw it and finally understood that they were being forced into this. He summoned Blaze Fang, the bird landing on his arm. He leaned in and whispered instructions. Blaze Fang, I am counting on you, but do not kill them. I have something to discuss with them. Blaze Fang cockily slapped Zi'an's face with its wing and said, fine. I get it. You have probably come up with another one of those plans you think will actually work, right? Blaze Fang flew off with a burst of energy. Zi'an shouted after it, looking annoyed. Hey, do not mess it up like last time. The bird replied dismissively. You sure talk a lot. It streaked past the bushes right in front of the group. Old Duan and Snow Snake looked up at the sky, sensing something. He alerted the others. Hey, everyone, look up at the sky. She could not make out the shape because Blaze Fang was moving at extreme speeds. She asked in confusion, what is that? Is it ice? Old Duan could not see it clearly either. He stammered, I think it might be. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he cursed. A massive blast of fire erupted from a streak of light, blowing the two of them away. A fire phoenix soared through the smoke, flying right past them. Qiming was trapped against a tree. His scarlet fire monkey stood before him. He barked an order. Over there. The monkey obeyed. It leaped up fiercely, swinging its fist at Blaze Fang. But Blaze Fang was no pushover. It easily dodged the monkey's punches. Then, it raised its head, its beak glowing with red-hot flames as it chanted, "Solar flare." With that, it spread its wings and hovered right over the enemy's head. Blasts of fire rained down from its body onto the one-eyed monkey, making it howl in pain as it was slammed face first into the dirt. Qi Ming, who had managed to break free by then, thought in shock, "Damn it, I did not expect this. That brat's spirit beast is actually that strong?" Qi Ming hid cautiously behind a bush, peeking toward the hooded figure in the iron helmet and thinking, "It looks like this guy isn't going to step in." Looking at the monster, with the giant monkey face taking those fiery hits, he thought to himself, "I've got to find a way out of this." Meanwhile, Lao Duan was lugging a machine gun, firing non-stop. Rukna skillfully swerved its wings to dodge every single bullet. Furious, Lao Duan squeezed the trigger, yelling, "Even bullets don't work?" Suddenly, the phoenix spread its wings and dived straight for Lao Duan below. It unleashed a blast of fire, knocking him flat on his back in total shock. His head slammed hard against the ground from the impact. After the attack, it shrunk back to its original form and perched on Zi'an's shoulder. Zi'an held his head, looking at the fallen guy, thinking wearily, "Rukna, you did it again." Just then, the monkey monster suddenly charged forward. It bared its teeth and aimed a massive fist at him. Panicked, Zi'an raised his hands to block, shouting, "Wait! We can talk this out." The beast's strike forced him to deploy a defensive shield. The monster's strength was incredible, slamming Zi'an's protective orb right into a tree behind him. Qi Ming finally spoke up, "But we have nothing to negotiate with you, kid." In the middle of the woods, the two stood face to face, one in red and one in green. Qi Ming made a request that sounded more like a command. "Actually, I have a request. For certain reasons, I have to take you with me." Zi'an found the offer ridiculous and shot back instantly. "Do you really think I'm going to cooperate with you guys?" Hearing this, Qi Ming gave a sly smirk and said, "Looks like it's going to be a fight then." Zi'an flashed a confident smile of his own. Under the lush green canopy, flames erupted. Ruknya clashed with the giant monkey. It turned out its eye wasn't missing. It was actually its weapon. While the two beasts traded fiery blows, Zi'an was busy fending off Qi Ming's fire attacks, raising a shield to block the heat. The guy attacked relentlessly. He frowned, thinking, "Not again." While pouring on the pressure, Qi Ming taunted, "Hey, bronze rank brat. How do you have a shield like that? Is it some high-tech toy for rich kids?" Zi'an ignored the provocation. He was more worried that his spiritual power was about to run dry. With a look of determination, he thought, "Then I'll just have to push the shield out." He channeled his inner energy to shove the flames away. Qi Ming, pressed against Zi'an's shield, laughed and said, "Pushing the shield toward me? You've got quite the imagination. You bronze rank brat." With that, his body erupted in a dangerous blaze. He warned Zi'an, who was standing right in front of him, "But this fight isn't some school practice session." He muttered, "There aren't many rules here." Then, he chanted a power-boosting spell, and the flames surged forward with him. Zi'an gritted his teeth, worrying, "I didn't expect him to charge in like this, especially right now." He couldn't dodge in time. His face darkened as Qi Ming slammed right into his gut. He even bragged about his past. Qi Ming wasn't satisfied yet. He kept raining punches down on Zi'an, who was covering his face. Zi'an managed to get out. "The spider sect is the enemy of the Federation. Even if you help them catch me, do you really think they'll let you live?" His face was all scuffed up now. He glared up at Qi Ming, who was raising his fist for another blow. He barked back angrily, What does a pampered rich kid like you know?" To Qi Ming's surprise, Zi'an reached up and grabbed both sides of his head. He lunged forward and slammed his forehead into Qi Ming's, shouting, "I know this much." Seizing the chance, he pinned Qi Ming to the ground. As the man struggled, Zi'an continued, "And I also know you guys are being threatened." Zi'an looked at him, trying to negotiate. "That spider on your necks. I have a way to deal with it for you." Qi Ming didn't believe him and hissed, "You have a way? Why the hell should I trust you?" Still pinning him down, Zi'an glanced confidently at the bushes behind them and replied, "Based on the fact that I know your friend is hiding right over there." Inside the bushes was Feng Lang, aiming his gun at them with a deadly gaze. Suddenly, a voice barked an order, "Feng Lang, stop." A smoke grenade was tossed toward them, hitting the ground and releasing a thick cloud of white smoke that quickly spread. Feng Lang suddenly appeared right behind Zi'an, pressing a gun to his head and ordering, "Hey, don't move a muscle." Qi Ming pointed at him, narrowing his eyes mockingly. "That's not going to be enough, bronze rank brat. Outside the smoke, Arthur stood holding a staff, looking lost in thought. A voice called out to him, "Hey, you!" Zi'an, now unconscious, was dragged in front of him by the two men. They said, "We've brought the target." Bossman led the group forward, scowling as he asked, "Can you let us go now, you bastard?" Arthur just glanced over at Zi'an. Still not satisfied, Arthur barked out an order. "What about that girl? Bring her to me." Hearing this, Bossman roared in pure rage. "Hey, this isn't what we agreed on." Arthur's eyes flashed with an eerie purple light as he spoke. "It seems I need to give you a little reminder. Have you already forgotten about the spider bombs attached to your necks?" Sheichman smirked and shot back. "Yeah, whatever. Those things are about to be ancient history anyway." Behind him, at that moment, Feng Long aimed his gun and pulled the trigger. However, Arthur summoned a purple energy shield, easily blocking the bullets. Sheichman seized the opening and shouted to the three behind him, "Now's the time, go!" Arthur gasped in shock. What? This entire plan had actually been set in motion minutes ago when Zi'an reached out to them. "I suggest you think this through carefully," Zi'an had warned. Under the cover of the white smoke, they had all shaken hands and agreed to cooperate. Sheichman put a finger to his lips, signaling everyone to stay quiet. Feng Long was worried. Zi'an didn't catch the drift. He covered his mouth and whispered, "The boss is worried that guy might be able to eavesdrop on us. So, keep your voices down." Zi'an glanced at them and understood perfectly, which is why he used the smoke grenades. It was all a trick to keep the Ma Chu sect from seeing them. Realizing this, Zi'an put his hands on his hips and laughed confidently. Seeing Feng Lang's hesitation, he said, "Relax, I've checked. The Ma Chu sect doesn't have any eavesdropping abilities. They're just ordinary mutated beasts. Why else would I be talking this loud?" That was when Bossman demanded, "All right then, tell us the plan." Back to the present, Lao Duan finally had Arthur pinned down. He recalled the strategy Zi'an had explained. First warning. The intelligence of those spider bombs is very low. They can only be triggered through that staff in his hand. To give orders, we have to control his movements. Do not let him use that staff, no matter what. Just as Zi'an predicted, the villain tried to jam the staff into Lao Duan's thigh. He kept calculating his next move. Now, we just need to destroy the staff to break his control over everyone. Thixza leapt into the air at that moment. She bared her claws, lunging straight for the staff. It was going as planned, but since he was a gold-tier Beastmaster, he was definitely going to fight back. He struggled violently, and a strange purple light erupted from his body, making Lao Duan's eyes widen in shock. That purple flame blasted Lao Duan backward. He had broken free of the restraint. Now, they needed their backup plan. Arthur roared at the sky in fury. "You insolent fools!" He grabbed Thixza by the throat, lifting her high into the air. She scowled, desperately trying to push his hand away, but it looked like she couldn't break free. Arthur swung his arm and hurled Thixza away, growling, "I see I've been far too merciful with you people." Thixza crashed right onto Zi'an. He winced and gritted his teeth against the pain, pushing forward with the next step of the plan. Once he escaped our control. Over at Arthur's side, he raised his staff, which was now pulsing with a thick purple glow. He shouted, "Accept your punishment." According to the plan they discussed, his next move was inevitable. He was definitely going to detonate the spider bombs. Sheichman glanced nervously at the red spider on the back of his neck. Lao Duan stayed alert. He couldn't help but gasp as the spider's claws began to grow. However, the command to detonate the bombs takes a long time. Because of that, they wouldn't explode instantly. Thixza tilted her head, listening closely to the spiders on their necks. And this was the exact moment he was most vulnerable. As planned, Zijing, armed with a dagger, moved in to attack him from behind. Meanwhile, the guy was busy muttering, "Lord, please wash away their sins." But it was like he had eyes in the back of his head. Arthur somehow saw it coming and grabbed Zijing by the throat, leaving her completely stunned. Zijing bit her lip and looked down. He shook his head and said, "It's no use. The Lord knew everything from the very beginning." But the plan wasn't over yet. Zijing smirked and wrapped her arm around his, her eyes locked onto his staff. Even though his shield was incredibly strong, it was completely useless in a close-quarters struggle. She dropped the dagger and caught it with her other hand. With a practiced motion, she spun the blade and prepared to throw it to shatter Arthur's staff. Zijing gave a smug smile. "Now, whose turn is it to be cleansed, huh?" She flicked her wrist and threw the knife. The blade flew with perfect accuracy, piercing right through the center of the purple gem on the staff right in front of Arthur's face. Zi'an stood next to Lao Duan and Thicksaw, pumping his fist as he cheered. "We did it! It worked!" Zijing looked at the spider on her neck and saw its red light slowly fading out. Lao Duan and Thicksaw quickly ripped theirs off too. Lao Duan breathed a massive sigh of relief. "Finally, I'm rid of this damn spider." Sishmin slammed his onto the ground. He stomped on it with all his might, cursing, "Go to hell." But the joy didn't last long. Arthur swung his arm and hurled Zijing toward him. She slammed hard into Sishmin, creating a chain reaction that sent him crashing into Lao Duan, who was standing right behind him. These four rush in together. Sishmin talks big, threatening the guy. "Run while you still have the chance." Tuan clicks his tongue in the back, thinking, "Here we go again." A Tho joins his hands into a triangle. Purple flames erupt around him, slowly spreading to encircle his folded hands. Forming a bizarre shape, the purple light pours out intensely, tearing open a spirit domain portal. He floats in midair, surrounded by mysterious purple waves and gas that spread toward Zichmin's group. The crowd watches in shock as Zichmin holds Tuan in his arms, the two of them locking eyes. Is this the domain of a gold rank powerhouse? Below, a figure watches the purple flames flickering like thousands of staring eyes. A voice echoes from within. "Fong Lang, go find the captain, now." Terrified, Fong Lang fumbles with his radio to call the boss. "Boss." He frantically pulls out the radio antenna and yells to the others. "The signal is jammed. I have no choice but to use this." Fong Lang presses the radio to his ear as he runs, desperately trying to get through. "Captain? Hello? Someone get a message to the captain. Hurry." Back at the base, a girl in a white hat receives the transmission. She reports to a red-haired woman sitting with her feet on the desk. "Captain, Fong Lang has an emergency report." Tu Ha, who was looking at a map, snaps back irritably. "Can't you see I'm in a meeting? What on earth is it now?" A piercing scream comes through the radio. "We're trapped by the demon spider sect in the green banana forest. Shichmin and the others are gonna die." Tu Ha freezes in shock, and the person with the map breaks into a cold sweat. She stands up, her expression turning deadly serious. "What the hell is wrong with those demon spider freaks? Why are they attacking my people?" The map reader stammers. There must be some kind of misunderstanding." Tu Ha just leans on her baseball bat. "Oh, really?" She's fuming, red sparks of electricity crackling around her as she hoists the bat onto her shoulder. She snarls, "The last guy who messed with my red ape core. Let's just say the grass on his grave is already 6 feet tall." Cut back to the spirit domain. The place is drenched in an eerie purple hue, with hundreds of eyes staring up at the intruder. The guy shouts at the top of his lungs, "Praise the Great Mother, the Almighty Lord! Praise the Great Mother, the Almighty Lord!" Swarming out of the gate, Tho just summoned are bizarre creatures, the parasitic bat race. Mid-tier gold rank, with the demonic sound talent. Their skills include demonic echo, purple illusion, wall of wings, and blue leap. And then there is the three-headed corpse beast, a mid-tier gold rank spirit beast with the bone crusher talent. It packs skills like heavy charge, corpse strike, and sonic blast. They zoom forward, barking orders at each other. "Get him." Then comes the terrifying spider, a high-tier gold rank with the light and shadow talent. It uses frightening purple ray, dark walk, and poison sting. Tuan stands below with Blaze Fang, staring up at the chaos. He frowns, impressed. "Are these all spirit beasts?" "They certainly look unique." He turns to Blaze Fang with a smirk. "You've eaten so many of my spirit crystals, it's finally time to earn your keep." The beast huffs, too proud to even look at him. It asks bluntly, "What do you want me to do, mortal?" Suddenly, a blinding fire engulfs both the boy and his beast, and his clothes begin to shift. He roars, "Possession!" The flames solidify into a suit of armor, wrapping Tuan in a protective shell. Polished metal gleams on his hands, his entire body is wreathed in fire, and a visor snaps into place over his face. Once the transformation is complete, Tuan looks at his flame-forged armor and breathes a sigh of relief. "Even my attributes have shifted to the fire element. This way, I won't take any damage to my source. This possession talent is incredible." He thinks back to that idiot Min Theo Hong. What a waste. That guy had such an amazing talent and had no idea how to use it. Guess it's my lucky day. A Tho glares down from atop his beast. "Possession is a rare talent, I'll give you that." But then he sneers. "Too bad you're still just a pathetic rookie." Tuan doesn't even bother replying. Terrifying spider, blinding horror. A voice suddenly rings out behind him, making him jump. Tu-an is stunned for a split second. What? Before he can react, he is ambushed from behind and tied up tight. Tu-an's body is frozen, no matter how hard he struggles. Thousands of eyes pop open all around him, pinning him down. Even Atho pauses for a moment, whispering to himself, "What is that?" Those bizarre eyes are stretching wider and wider. It is beyond creepy. Even Atho has no idea exactly what kind of monstrosity he is looking at. What the hell is going on? Just like that, Tu-an breaks free from his restraints. Even he is surprised by his own power. Well, that was easy. But damn, that feeling of dread was nasty. He looks down at the monster. Seeing it tremble, he feels a surge of curiosity. Wait, are they actually afraid of something? Atho suddenly lunges. Dark surge. Tu-an didn't back down for a second. Amidst the thick smoke and gunfire, two streaks of light, one crimson and one purple, slammed into each other. Neither side was willing to give an inch. Tu-an said with total confidence, "That was just a warm-up to get used to this body again. Now, I am really going to make you regret this." Hearing that, Arthur refused to be outdone. "You brat, don't get too cocky." Those watching from the sidelines could only stare in awe as the two powerhouses clashed. This is literally a battle of the gods. If regular mortals like us can't escape this disaster, we might as well stay and watch the show. We wouldn't even have a chance to step into that fight if we tried. Suddenly, Lao Don sensed something behind him and froze in terror. Everyone turned around curiously, wondering what was back there. The sight that met their eyes made Lao Don's entire group gasp in horror. A swarm of hideous, revolting monsters had appeared out of nowhere. Lao Don screamed, "Boss, tell that monkey of yours to do something." Jichmin, still clutching Tu Kin, shouted, "There are way too many of them." Stone Snake was speechless watching these two. They are about to die, and they are still talking nonsense. You two, focus on running. High above, Tu-an and Arthur were still locked in a fierce struggle. Ear-splitting explosions rang out one after another. Massive plumes of fire erupted as if the whole world was about to blow up. Arthur's spirit beast suddenly gathered its strength, forming a glowing purple orb in its mouth. Seeing this, Tu-an actually felt a surge of excitement. Finally, he is starting to take this seriously. Is he going after my spiritual energy now? Perfect. Now that I am not held back anymore, I can finally go all out. As he spoke, he channeled all his power into his clenched fist. Tu-an lunged straight at Arthur. Get ready to eat this punch. Two incredibly powerful forces were unleashed at once. A massive explosion erupted, sounding like the heavens themselves were splitting apart. Tu-an kept pouring everything into his strike, amping up his spiritual energy to the max. On the other side, Arthur wasn't backing down, constantly fueling the energy orb he had just fired. The earth shook violently under the pressure. The two forces collided before exploding into a blinding light. Tu-an looked down at his arm, which was still radiating intense spiritual energy. The stronger Flaming Fang's energy gets, the more strain it puts on my body. He felt a flicker of concern. Scratches appeared on Arthur's face. He was shocked that he couldn't overpower the kid, and he felt utterly humiliated. Rage boiled inside him. As pieces of his mask fell away, he offered Tu-an a cold compliment. "You bronze rank brat, you are hiding quite a few secrets, aren't you?" Arthur's true face was finally revealed. He glared at the boy and said, "I am getting more and more interested in you, Tu-an." Finally, his true face is exposed. It took a lot of effort, but Tu-an had finally forced him to show who he really was. Even so, Arthur's arrogance didn't fade for a second. He declared with supreme confidence, "You have earned the right to see my true power." Then, he began to mutter, as if reciting a dark incantation. "Praise the Great Mother, the all-powerful Lord, let us become one. Become one." As soon as Arthur spoke, even the many-eyed monster began to crack open. They rapidly merged together. Dozens of tentacles began to devour the other monsters in a feeding frenzy. Everyone stood frozen, watching the horrific scene unfold. "What is happening?" Tu-an shouted. "What the hell is that thing?" Suddenly, a hand with razor-sharp claws thrust upward. After the fusion was complete, Arthur spoke with twisted pride. A grotesque, misshapen monstrosity had been born. Even his voice sounded like it crawled straight out of the depths of hell. He had transformed into a towering giant. "Let us begin round 2. Arthur reached out and snatched Tu-an out of the air. The boy couldn't dodge in time and was caught in a crushing grip. He thought to himself, "Oh no!" The giant laughed mockingly. "Just like I said before, you are still far too young. Arthur raised his hand high, intending to slam Tuan down and crush him into the dirt. A deafening crash echoed through the area. His massive hand smashed the boy into the ground. When Arthur lifted his palm, he saw Tuan lying there, completely flattened. It looked like he had lost consciousness. Arthur gloated like a supreme victor. Well, how does that feel? This is the true gap between our power. But being a man who recognized talent, he wanted to bring the boy under his wing. Come with me, Tuan only responded with a cold snort. Suddenly, an explosion went off right next to Arthur's head. Annoyed, he turned around to see which ant dared to ruin his fun. Shishman was clearly terrified, but he still yelled out bravely, "Hey you! We told you already, this kid belongs to us." Beside him, the armor beetle was spitting fire in an all-out attack. He pointed aggressively at the giant. "Besides, you and I still have a debt to settle." Following Shishman's command, the armor beetle fired one fire shell after another. "Hit him with everything you've got." But in reality, it was like a mosquito biting a tank. The shells did absolutely nothing to Arthur. Laudon realized things were looking bad. Laudon leaned over and whispered into Zichmin's ear, "Boss, I don't think your trump card is working out too well." He sounded more than a little disappointed. "This is my first spirit beast, and I just can't bring myself to break our contract. Besides, that devious look on his face is seriously getting on my nerves. But hey, I've got more than just one ace up my sleeve." While Arthur is distracted by Qiming, Zi'an seizes the opening and whispers under his breath, "Stealth color-changing earth fire lizard." The moment the words leave his lips, a spirit creature manifests right behind him. He's stunned, and Arthur has already sensed something's up. Where the hell did this brat come from? Zi'an uses his spirit beast to stay hidden, flickering in and out of sight. It throws Arthur off even more. In a fit of rage, the monster lunges with a massive strike, but Zi'an is already one step ahead and slips away. By now, he's safely behind Arthur, regrouping with Qiming's team. Qiming quickly turns to Shi with urgency. She go save that bronze rank kid right now. Who knows where Qiming gets the confidence to make such a bold claim? "I'll handle this guy myself." She turns to Zijing and says, "Zijing, help me check him out." Zi'an is completely bewildered. "Why are you even helping me?" Qiming turns back with a cool smirk and replies, "Why? Because I don't like being in anyone's debt." With that, he summons another spirit beast. "Besides, I've been wanting to wipe that smug look off his face for a long time." Arthur explodes with rage when he realizes he's being ignored. He raises his hideous foot, intending to crush them all into paste. But just as his foot is about to stomp down, the beast from before steps in to block the blow. Zi'an launches a sneak attack from behind, with a clean, sharp slice. Arthur howls in pure agony. Meanwhile, Zijing stares at the status screen. Her voice is filled with total disbelief. This is strange. Can his body really transform like that? She, curious, leans in closer. "Let me see." Zijing stares intently at the status panel. She explains Zi'an's bizarre condition to Shi. It seems his talent allows him to fuse directly with his spirit beast, but his current state is still incomplete. Simply put, his energy flow is blocked. Meanwhile, Arthur, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, is now struggling against the incredible speed of Qiming's spirit beast. Zijing continues from below. Basically, he only got hurt because his spiritual energy wasn't flowing smoothly through his body. She finally understands the situation. As long as we clear the blockage and get his energy moving, everything will be fine. After that, he just needs to figure out how to reach his perfect form. She excitedly unsheathes her razor-sharp claws. "All right, let's start the surgery." Zijing stands beside her, with an equally devious grin on her face. Zi'an turns pale with fright when he hears this. "Wait, what? Since when was I getting surgery?" She leans in close to comfort him. "Don't worry, honey. This won't hurt a bit." But why does Zi'an feel the exact opposite of comforted? Suddenly, she plunges her claws right into his back. A surge of energy floods into his body. So this is her idea of painless surgery? Seriously, you can never trust a woman's word. Zi'an feels a strange sensation, like a chaotic mess finally being organized. His power level begins to skyrocket. Zi'an's body begins to transform accordingly. By the time he regains his senses, his spirit beast armor has been upgraded once again. Zi'an is a bit overwhelmed by this newfound strength. This is what true integration feels like. This is the state of absolute control. What an incredible feeling. Suddenly, the system's voice rings out. A notification only he can hear echoes in his mind. Phoenix Flame is now available for use. Phoenix Flame? What's that? Zi'an thinks back. Phoenix Flame seems to be the little phoenix's innate talent. I didn't expect the Eye of God to point that out. Suddenly, a voice replies, "You're very welcome," leaving Zi'an completely stunned. What? Isn't the Eye of God just a regular system interface? How can it talk back like a sentient being? Meanwhile, Arthur is absolutely livid. He begins condensing energy into a sphere, right in his mouth, preparing to fire an attack identical to the one he used against Zi'an. He isn't holding anything back. The Earth-armored beetle tries its best to withstand the blast. Qi Ming, filled with anxiety, tries to reassure his beast. "Hang in there, just hold on to the end." As the Earth-armored beetle prepares to charge, Zi'an steps in to stop him. Oozing with confidence, he tells Qi Ming to leave the heavy lifting to him. "I've got this," before another word can be said. He doesn't even wait for a response and walks straight toward the enemy, leaving Qi Ming staring in total disbelief. Taking a combat stance, he turns back and speaks with unwavering determination. "You should find a place to hide nearby. I'm going to make him regret ever stepping foot in this place." Seeing his resolve, Qi Ming doesn't stop him. He just gives a wry smile at the kid's boldness. "You've got quite the mouth on you, kid." Zi'an takes a deep breath and begins to activate his ultimate move. In an instant, flames erupt from nowhere, swirling around his body like a crimson whirlwind. He lets out a thunderous roar, "Phoenix Flame!" Instantly, the fire around him explodes and converges behind his back. It forms into a pair of massive, blazing wings. As he speaks, a system notification pops up. Innate talent Phoenix Flame activated. Entering the state, sacrificial rebirth in fire. Zi'an is stunned by the sound of this bizarre new form. Tuan didn't have to wonder for long. He thought to himself, what exactly is this blazing sacrificial offering? Hearing his confusion, the system immediately chimed in to explain. While in the blazing sacrificial offering state, every fire-type skill used builds up a sacrifice percentage based on the spiritual energy consumed. Different effects are triggered depending on which stage of accumulation you've reached. There are 3 stages in total. Stage 1 is the solar flame effect, which powers up all fire-type skills. It continued the breakdown in more detail. Stage 2 enters the nirvana state, which can mitigate fatal blows. After the system's explanation, he finally got it and marveled at this terrifying level of power. To think a single talent could have so many effects, it really lives up to its S-rank status. But before he could celebrate, he realized something was missing and asked the system, "Wait, didn't you say there were 3 stages? So what's the effect for stage 3? Suddenly, strange symbols appeared on the info panel. They were almost impossible to decipher. Baklam thought in surprise, "I can't believe it's using special glyphs." That hybrid monster sneered at the sight. "All that flash, and for what? You think you're hot stuff?" Without waiting for Tuan to respond, he lunged. Transparent arrows, looking like pure ice crystals, materialized out of thin air. Dozens of them locked onto Tuan at once, leaving him absolutely no room to escape. Tuan didn't say a word. His body moved like a bolt of lightning, weaving through the narrow gaps of the incoming volley. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance on his enemy. Tuan was like a soaring phoenix of fire. He flew high above the monster, locking his sights on the target for a counterattack. Without a hint of hesitation, he dove down like a meteor, channeling every ounce of strength into his fist. He slammed into the monster, activating Smoky Impact the moment he connected. A system notification popped up. Sacrifice energy charging at 73%. That massive punch landed square in the face, snapping the monster's head back and sending blood spraying into the air. Not giving the beast a single second to recover, Tuan lunged again. He locked on, ready to unleash his next burst of firepower. Tuan roared, "Activate Rising Sun Karma Fire." Instantly, a beam of crimson flames blasted the monster right in the face before it could react. The info panel updated the sacrificial energy charge at the same time. 100%. The stage 1 effect, Solar Flame, has been activated. Tuan clenched his fist, feeling the raw power. The skills are buffed, and even the names have changed. The system scrolled through a list of the new skills he had acquired. Acquired Solar Flame Smoky Impact, Solar Flame Rising, Sun Karma Fire, Solar Flame Blazing Charge, and Solar Flame Nuclear Ray. The monster finally regained its senses, clutching its head and snarling, "It seems I really did underestimate you." A mysterious purple light began to gather in the center of the monster's body, preparing for its revenge. He let out a furious roar, "Choke on this!" But contrary to the monster's expectations, Tuan wasn't surprised or hesitant at all. He flew toward it at full speed, and with a swift wave of his hand, he snuffed out that purple glow instantly. He barked, "Shut your damn mouth," and then leaped back. While the monster was still reeling and disoriented, Tuan didn't give it a chance to breathe and kept up the assault. In a split second, he concentrated all his power into his right hand. The flames surrounding him flared up before compressing into a brilliant sphere of fire. He gritted his teeth and said, "Your reign of terror ends here." As the fireball launched, it released a blinding red light that illuminated the entire area. The sphere slammed into the monster's massive frame, and instantly, its entire body was engulfed in a violent inferno. Tuan called this move the Solar Flame Nuclear Ray. The sheer force of the attack didn't just burn the monster's huge body, it made him detonate like a bomb. His entire form was incinerated, his flesh melting away into a foul, sticky sludge. The explosion didn't just echo, it felt like an earthquake that shook the entire forest. Even the combat helicopters didn't dare get close. Shich Tu-ha opened the bay door to watch, his jaw dropping at the sight. Did a new powerhouse arrive in Zhen Qingxiao? This level of destruction, it looks like diamond rank. How did a kid like Shichmin get wrapped up in a battle between elites? Once things settled down, the helicopter slowly began to descend. Zich Tu-ha and another person stepped out calmly and walked toward the figure ahead as someone shouted, "Captain!" She immediately ordered the man to report everything. What the hell happened? Where is Qi Ming? He scrambled to explain the situation to her. "Ma'am, a lot has happened. We ran into a total psycho from the spider cult. Qi Ming and the others are trapped in the forest on the other side." Hearing this, she glanced over toward the battlefield. She muttered to herself, "With such a massive commotion, the forest lord must have been disturbed by now." At the sight of the explosion, the entire vast area had been reduced to nothing but a wasteland of rubble. Thick smoke and dust still hung in the air, and the ground was torn apart, cracked into massive jagged pieces. Qi Ming and the others moved in to scout the area. He couldn't help but marvel at the sight. "Man, I never thought I would see a scene like this twice in a single day." Suddenly, from behind the fading smoke, Zi'an slowly emerged. Seeing him, Qi Ming and Old Duan shouted in unison, "It is the bronze rank kid." They quickly rushed over to check on him. "Are you okay?" Zi'an returned to his normal appearance, having no idea what had just happened. "What is going on?" he thought in a panic. Just then, the system flashed a warning about a medicine overdose. The side effects of the overdose include high blood pressure, leading to bleeding and dizziness. With his limbs feeling weak and heavy, Zi'an clutched his stomach and looked up at Serpent with a resentful glare. He snapped at her reproachfully, "Hey doc, why didn't you tell me there were side effects earlier?" She looked visibly tense at the question, shifting her eyes as she tried to come up with an excuse. "Well, it is not like I had the time to tell you. Given the situation, how was I supposed to bring that up?" While the smoke was still clearing and the ground was still smoldering from the heat of battle, something stirred beneath them. Pitch-black roots began to erupt from the cracks in the earth, snaking around them. It looked like the roots were going to crush them. "Not again!" they yelled, immediately going on high alert. Scanning the area, Qi Ming prepared his defense and barked orders at the group. "Damn it, it is the Forest Lord. Old Duan, take the bronze kid and get the hell out of here." With that, he unleashed a blast of fire from his hand, burning the roots to clear a path for the others. "Seriously," he grumbled while fighting, "it is just one thing after another today." He then turned to Zi'an and snapped, "I am telling you, kid. Are you some kind of jinx or what?" Zi'an and Old Duan were suddenly engulfed by massive, thick roots. The roots squeezed them so hard they could barely breathe. "How is this my fault?" Zi'an fired back. "I am the one who basically saved your asses." Meanwhile, Tukin and Serpent were not doing any better. As more roots emerged, Tukin pulled out her gun to deal with them. "If things get too bad, let us just leave this brat behind," she screamed in frustration. Eventually, they were all herded and trapped in one spot. The roots were not satisfied yet. More and more of them sprouted, writhing as they closed in on the group. Someone cried out in despair, "Shut up, we are all about to be buried alive here anyway." Those pitch-black roots began to fuse together, intertwining to form a colossal tree trunk. Zi'an and the others were trapped helplessly inside the main body of the tree. The wood began to split and twist together, forming arms and legs that looked eerily human. Finally, a twisted face completely formed, its eyes glowing with a strange, eerie light. A row of razor-sharp teeth was revealed behind a grotesque grin. The system displayed the monster's information. The green host, frenzied hunter. the Forest Lord. The people inside could only watch in despair, too exhausted to fight back. Qi Ming spoke up. Looks like we are literally trapped inside the body of the Forest Lord. He then turned to Tu Qin, waiting for her to report their current status. Tu Qin, what does the signal look like? She checked the results on her device and quickly responded. Still no luck reaching Windwolf. She stood up, checking the surroundings and measuring the oxygen levels. This place is sealed tight. There is only enough oxygen left to last us another 30 minutes. Hearing that, Qi Ming punched the tree trunk in a rage, desperately trying to find a way out. He grit his teeth, his face full of guilt as he whispered in total despair, I am so useless. And he leads his teammates into a dead end every single time. Seeing Sichmin getting so worked up, Tuan didn't bother comforting him, because he knew that right now, a gentle reminder wasn't enough. You should really save your breath. The more worked up you get, the faster the oxygen runs out. Hearing Tuan say that, Sheik Min wasn't exactly thrilled. He turned to snap at him. What the hell would a rich boy like you know? Faced with his grumpy attitude, the boy calmly replied, You are their leader. He continued, looking at his dejected state. Have you ever thought about how the people who believe in you are feeling? This made him look back at his team. With nothing else to say, Tuan continued to remind him of his own word. You said it yourself. You guys are veterans who have survived the most brutal situations. The more critical the situation, the more you need to stay calm, he said while wiping the dirt off his face, looking up at him with steady eyes. And most importantly, you need to trust the people who put their faith in you. Outside, the helicopter carrying Tu Ha was hovering in the sky, maintaining a safe distance from that monster. Fong Lang saw the calculating look on her face and spoke up. Captain, are you really planning to challenge the Forest Lord? Hearing his question, she immediately shot back. Watch your tone. Do you not trust my strength? After carefully observing the situation, Tu Ha explained it to him. Zichmin and the others are still missing, and the latest clues point right here. If we want to rescue them, this thing is a massive obstacle, so we have no choice but to fight. Suddenly, a sound from the comms interrupted their conversation. Fong Lang, we are inside. Tu Ha received the vital intel right on time. She stood up, getting into a combat stance to go save them. Perfect timing. All I have to do is slice it open. Come on out. With that, Tu Ha began to summon the Crimson Demon Ape. She gave the command, and the Crimson Demon Ape's spirit fused with her iron staff, causing it to shrink and wrap around the weapon. Usually, it would be engulfed in a bright pink flame. Without a second's hesitation, she leaped out of the helicopter. As she approached the Forest Lord, it seemed to sense her presence, and immediately went on high alert. Among the roots connected to its body, a figure darted forward like a ghost, closing in on the enemy. In the blink of an eye, Tu Ha was right in front of it. Her face was full of bloodlust as she swung the iron staff and screamed, Crimson Tyrant Cauldron Crusher, take this. She raised the staff high above her head and brought it down with full force on its head. That terrifying power split its head right then and there. But she didn't stop there. She kept slicing down, splitting the wooden body into two pieces. Inside, Shichmin and the others were suddenly startled by a bolt of red lightning out of nowhere. Recognizing the familiar sign, Shichmin muttered in disbelief. Red lightning? Could it be? Suddenly, Tu Ha appeared, making him scream with joy. Big sis! Contrasting his excitement, she coolly said, Oh look, it's my pathetic little brother. Ignoring her cold attitude, he rushed over with tears streaming down his face. Sis! Seeing her brother overreacting, her face twisted into a look of helpless annoyance, and she clicked her tongue, not knowing what to say. Even so, Shichmin kept running toward her with open arms, ready for a hug. As soon as he got close, she slammed her fist right into his head. Stopping his weird behavior, a massive bump appeared on Shichmin's head. Seeing that, Tu Ha finally calmed down a bit, but she still scolded him. How old are you? And the first thing you do is cry for your sister. Aren't you embarrassed? Is this all you've got, you little brat? Everyone around them had no idea how to react to this situation. Tuan turned to Lao Doan next to him and asked, Is your leader usually like this? Hearing the question, he replied helplessly, Yeah, we are pretty much used to it by now. Enough fooling around, Tu Ha said. Everyone, take this chance to escape. Get climbing, everyone. The Forest Lord's regeneration speed is insane. You guys need to hurry. She also gave orders to Fong Lang above. Fong Lang, pull us up, he respectfully replied. On it. With that, he started the winch to pull everyone up. Seeing the large number of people, he asked, Is everyone up? Lao Don, who came up last, replied, The captain is still behind us. Tuha was right behind, climbing up as she warned, "Don't stop here. Leave this place immediately." As she spoke, she watched the Forest Lord's condition, seeing its body slowly knitting back together. She shouted out the report. The Forest Lord is about to restore its original form, but just as she finished, with lightning speed, the monster successfully regenerated. Tuha hadn't expected this, her face showing clear shock. She thought to herself, "Crap, its regeneration speed is even faster than I imagined." After being reborn, that thing was absolutely livid. It let out a deafening roar, preparing for a brutal counterattack. A beam of searing green light erupted from its mouth, incinerating the rope ladder and sending Tuon tumbling backward as he lost his balance. Caught completely off guard by the blast, she plummeted toward the ground, thinking her time was finally up. Seeing his sister in danger, Shichmin panicked and screamed, "Big sis!" But she quickly regained her composure, curling her body and flipping mid-air into a combat stance. With total confidence, she barked back at her terrified brother, "Shut your damn mouth, I'm not dead yet." Relieved she was okay, he could only obey and mutter, "Yes, ma'am." She skillfully used the Forest Lord's own trunk as a slide to break her fall. Turning back to grab the bark, she muttered, "All right, that's close enough." With that, Tuha braced her feet against the massive trunk to build up some momentum. Crimson sparks of electricity began to surge around her as she roared, "Left thunder!" Without a second's hesitation, she pushed off and shot straight into the air. In that instant, a pillar of fire erupted from beneath her feet like a fiery tornado, launching her upward like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, Tuha landed on the helicopter without a single scratch on her. Tuon and Shichmin watched with their jaws on the floor. Tuon couldn't help but exclaim, "Man, your sister is a total legend." Shichmin felt the same way, simply nodding along. "Thanks, I know, right?" As soon as she touched down, she turned toward the monster, flipping at the bird and shouting, "See ya later, you piece of garbage." Watching the Forest Lord finally fade into the distance, the helicopter pilot safely steered them away. Once things settled down, Tuha returned to her seat with a sigh of relief before checking on her brother. "So, this young man is the one who saved you guys, right?" He reluctantly replied, "Yeah, that's him." Hearing that, she thanked Tuon and introduced herself. "Then I really owe you one for stepping in. I'm Shich Tuha from Crimson Red, a gold-level Beastmaster. And how should I address you?" Tuon politely replied, "I'm Tuon, a bronze-level Beastmaster." On the outside, he was polite, but inside, he was analyzing Tuha's background. With that much power and the surname Shish, could she be from the Shish family in Scarlet Wing City? Tuha was equally curious about his roots. "Your last name is Bok? Are you from the Bok family in Whitescale City?" "That's right, Kansung is my grandfather." Hearing that, she gasped in shock. "The city Lord Bok?" Suddenly, she leaned in close to Tuon, lifting his chin as she asked, "Hey kid, you want to know something? I've been a mercenary for a long time, so I've dealt with plenty of city lords before." A creepy smile spread across her face, sending a chill down Tuon's spine. She immediately called him out. "We've worked with Old Man Bok many times. He's a regular client of ours. But there are always some little punks who don't know their place and try to fake being a Bok to scam us." She leaned even closer, her expression turning downright sinister. She threatened him coldly. "You're the first one brave enough to claim you're the young master of the Bok family. Let me tell you, the last few fakes were thrown to the beasts as snacks." Tuha gripped Tuon's chin tightly, her voice low and dangerous. "Let's see if you're just making this up." She brought her nose right up to his face, sniffing him out. After a few tense seconds, she suddenly burst into laughter. "Well, looks like you really are the Bok family's young master." Tuon could only think to himself, what on earth is wrong with this woman? In the background, Shichmin yelled out, "Sis, watch your behavior." She turned back, looking confused. "Huh?" Once Tuha had finally settled back into her seat, Shichmin spoke up. "By the way, where's that girl who was traveling with you?" The question made Tuon freeze. The fight was so intense, I totally forgot about her. He quickly stood up and summoned his beast space, saying hurriedly, "Pardon me for a second." Stepping inside, Tuon saw purple crystals everywhere and muttered, "Amethyst?" The scene before him left him speechless. What in the world is happening? There were spiderwebs made of purple crystals, and Kobok was trapped inside, completely paralyzed. Without wasting a moment, Tuon immediately brought her out. Seeing this, Shichmin snapped, "Why would you shove someone into your beast space?" Tuha joined in, shouting, Who the heck taught you that? Setting Kobach down, he begged for help. Please, help me. Something's wrong with Kobach. Shichmin took one look and turned pale with shock. What? What on earth is happening? He snaps. Kid, what the hell were you thinking? Tuha leans down for a closer look. Up until now, nobody besides the owner has ever been able to enter a beast-taming space. She picks up a few crystal fragments from Gubai's body, examining them closely before continuing. But these crystals on her body, they look exactly like spirit stones. I suspect this is some kind of self-defense mechanism. It is possible your beast space's spiritual energy is too overwhelming, and that is what caused this. Tuha steps forward and looks at Thixa. Thixa, what do you think? You are the only doctor here. She agrees with Tuha's assessment. I think that is a real possibility, but to be safe, we still need to run some tests. Our current equipment isn't enough for this kind of exam. We have to head back to the base first. Hearing this, Tuha decides immediately, fine, let's head back to Tu Lam Zhen first. Elsewhere, a meeting room floats silently in the middle of a still lake. A thin purple mist swirls around the area. In the center of the room, a woman stands tall. Her stern presence makes the air feel frozen. 5 other figures surround her, each standing in their designated spot. A calm, deep female voice breaks the long silence. I have called you all here today for 2 reasons. The speaker is High Priestess Solaris. Her aura instantly makes everyone in the room snap to attention. No one dares to interrupt as Solaris's cold, clear voice continues. First, Priest Arthur is confirmed dead. The incident took place between Whitescale City and Jumu City, in Tu Lam Zhen. She speaks up. I want to hear your thoughts on this. Then, the second priest, Lilith, speaks. Her voice is low. Arthur might have been ranked 6th, but he was very close to reaching diamond rank. Next, the third priest, Diego Barro, chimes in. Could it have been one of the city lords? Hearing this, Solaris replies. Jing Chong was already crippled during the last war. The only one capable of defeating someone on the verge of diamond rank is the Lord of Jumu City. A dark male voice rings out. Mephisto continues. It could also be the work of the Moon Hidden sect. After all, the Qingshao forest is their territory. Beside them, the 5th priest, Asmodan, remains silent. Then, Solaris gives her order, her voice completely devoid of emotion. No matter who it is, we will make them pay a heavy price. She commands Asmodan. You handle this. Keep in mind the opponent is strong, so act with caution. Asmodan, who had been quiet, finally bows and gives a short reply. As you command. Solaris then switches topics. Now for the second matter, which concerns the future of our race. Lately, the stars have been shifting, and I feel a great sense of unease. She pauses for a beat before raising her voice. This is a sign that the Spider Queen is entering hibernation. Her sacred body is entering the moon-hidden phase. Lilith nods, her voice dropping. Just 25 star cycles ago, after the great Kazamarda slaughter, the Spider Queen's sacred body was always in the sun-radiant state. Why would she suddenly fall into a deep sleep? Solaris agrees. I find it strange as well. According to the old rules, the moon-hidden state only occurs every 90 star cycles, but it is not like there aren't any clues. Her voice rings out as 3 planets appear, following her explanation. Perhaps it is related to the celestial anomalies, or maybe the Spider Queen needs to evolve. But then Solaris stops for a moment, her voice turning even colder. Whatever the case, this involves the survival of the Sun Radiance faction. We cannot take this lightly. Diego then speaks up. High Priestess, the people from the Moon-Hidden faction will surely follow the signs to find the Spider Queen. Should we send someone to shadow them? We must stop them from obtaining the Spider Queen's 4 blessings. Solaris curls her lip into an appreciative smile. That is not a bad idea. However, you must be careful. The Moon-Hidden faction is no joke. Diego responds respectfully. Yes, my lady, rest assured. Without the Spider Queen's 4 blessings, their strength is absolutely nothing. Amidst the mystical purple space, a deep chant echoes through the room. The mother of 10,000 spiders shall endure forever. The mother of 10,000 spiders shall endure forever. A while later, after everyone has dispersed, only 2 remain. Diego speaks with a half-joking, half-serious tone. All right, now it is just the 2 of us. Xiaojiang, are you busy today? I mean, are you free right now? Asmodan coldly turns her head away. I'm not free. Besides, I have 0 interest in you. Diego says dismissively, you have got the wrong idea. I just have something I want to discuss with you. When you are talking to me through your thoughts, don't give me that look of contempt. Asmodon doesn't reply, instead turning to the monster beside her. Let's go, Xingtian. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Xiaojiang, listen to me. Is there anything else? You really think I can't hear you talking to Xingtian? Diego sighed, his voice shifting as he shook his head. Fine, I get it. Either way, the Grand Priest handpicked you for this mission himself. You must feel pretty honored right now, don't you? But have you ever stopped to think that Arthur was also just carrying out the Grand Priest's orders? That brat was famous for being impossible to kill. Asmodon froze for a second, her voice dropping to a sharp, dangerous edge. But because Arthur was like that, there isn't even a speck of ash left of him now. It's not like the Grand Priest is unaware of what you're capable of. Sending you out now is basically sending you to your death. Before he could even finish his sentence, she cut him off. Her gaze turned icy cold. You'd better watch your mouth. Diego didn't back down, casually walking past her. If I were in your shoes, I definitely wouldn't mistake this for the Grand Priest's trust in me. After all, just like that old wizard said himself, the stars are starting to shift. The world is falling into chaos. Only the strongest have a chance of making it out in one piece. Looking at his retreating back, Asmodon spoke up. Aren't you afraid I'll report everything you just said to the Grand Priest? But he wasn't intimidated at all as he warned her. I believe you're an intelligent person, not some mindless tool that only knows how to obey. Looking at the blade lodged in the ground at her feet, Asmodon stood there in stunned silence. As dawn broke and the morning light struggled to pierce the thick mist, a frantic voice tore through the quiet air. Hurry! Get her to the emergency room. Gubai lay motionless on the gurney, her face deathly pale. They rushed the stretcher through the halls. The wheels rattled loudly and harshly against the hospital floor. Someone ran ahead, screaming to clear the path. Move! Move! Everyone get out of the way! She was rushed into the examination room, and outside, Zi'an's voice was thick with desperation. What's the word? Is she okay? Beside him, Thigza explained softly. Her vitals are stable for now. She's out of immediate danger, but we have no idea when she'll actually wake up. Hearing this, he grew even more restless, his eyes glued to Gubai. Looking at Gubai lying in the intensive care unit, his voice cracked as he nearly choked up. But what are we supposed to do? How do we even get her to wake up? Thigza stood to the side, sounding a bit helpless. To be honest, I really don't know. Her spiritual veins are a complete mess right now. They're all tangled up like two ropes knotted together. After all, no one has ever tried putting a human inside their beast space before, let alone for this long. Xiaohe whispered to the young man to comfort him. Don't worry too much. Thiksha is an incredible doctor. If she says it's okay, then there shouldn't be any major issues. Besides, I just met a friend who might be able to help her. The moment she finished her sentence, Zi'an jumped up excitedly. Who is it? I need to see them right now. On the way to meet the person who could help Gubai, he couldn't stop questioning everything in his head. I've used that method before, so why did things go wrong this time? Was it really just because she was in there for too long? Up ahead, Xiaohe warned him. Look, kid, when you meet this guy, try not to lose your cool. Suddenly, dark thorns began to sprout from his clenched fist. He gasped in shock. Why is this thing acting up right now? Those thorns were slowly invading Zi'an's mind. It hurts. It hurts so much. Kill them all. Seeing that he wasn't responding, Xiaohe turned back. Hey kid, are you even listening to me? Why aren't you saying anything? He quickly hid his arm behind his back and managed to reply. Yeah, I got it. They reached a room and Xiaohe kicked the door open aggressively, shouting, Ao Rei, I need your help, pronto. From inside the room, a man's voice rang out. Sister Hu Ni, didn't I tell you already? I'm busy right now. When Zi'an saw the symbol on the man's cloak, his face went dark. Why the hell is a member of the demon spider cult here? The glowing red thorns were desperately trying to manipulate him. The demon spider cult. Kill. I have to kill him. Xiao, he saw Ao Rei just sitting there eating ramen and snapped. Are you serious? Where exactly? You're just sitting there eating noodles. But he just nonchalantly replied, What? Eating is one of the most important things in life. You shouldn't take a good meal for granted, sister. He finally stood up and asked Xiao. So, what's this about? Didn't we already have our meeting? She turned back to look at Zi'an. This kid's friend needs some help. It involves a soul beast, so a local like you should know more about it. But at that moment, Zi'an was struggling to keep his thoughts in check. A single thought was consuming his mind. Revenge against the demon spider cult. He gritted his teeth. What What is happening to me? His mind was boiling over. Zi'an stared at Aure, his vision stained red as the words kill, kill, kill echoed in his head. Aure kept his calm expression and said, "Whoa, it looks like this guy here needs help way more than his friend does." The urge for revenge was taking over. Kill. Suddenly, Zi'an roared. Who the hell would ever want help from the demon spider cult? Bright red thorns exploded from his hand, lunging forward. Along with it comes a bloodthirsty urge to kill, kill, and kill. Thorny vines sprout at a terrifying speed, tearing the entire house apart. From the wreckage, Aure swiftly leaps out. He calmly slurps his noodles and says, "Looks like this buddy of mine is in pretty rough shape, huh?" Watching the beast slowly transform on top of his house, Aure analyzes the situation. Its soul origin is being corroded, and the divination signs are completely chaotic. It must have eaten something nasty. Is it evolving into a feral beast? But something feels off. Kin 2 is in a total frenzy, barely held back by the beast-taming space. Seeing that, Aure decides to save him this time. Oh ho. It's stuck at the gateway of the beast-taming space. It seems this guy hasn't completely lost his will yet. Not bad at all. Let's give him a hand then. He chants an incantation. Mother of 10,000 spiders, the merciful one who forgives all sins. Gripping his sword, Aure is enveloped in glowing green circles of light. With this sharp blade in my hand, I strike down evil and banish demons, yet I shall take no innocent life. As he draws the sword, the lights begin to converge. Erase all evil, sever the sins, let mercy manifest, for all things are but emptiness. May you grant me the power to save all living beings with my own hands and help this brother out. He draws a circle in the sky. He shouts loudly, "Bronze carving summoning." A chubby blue beast appears instantly at his call. "Mocklin, come forth." It lands right on Aure's head. Looking at the round shape of Mocklin, he scolds it. "My boy, have you been putting on weight again lately? From now on, before going to bed, you are not allowed to eat any more spirit stones." Right then, Kin 2 opens its massive maw and lets out a deafening roar. Aure remains unfazed, instead raising his voice. "Don't be in such a hurry. It's your turn to listen." He points the tip of his sword toward it. He commands Mocklin, "Mocklin, use wind shift on me." Kin 2 won't go down quietly and launches an attack. A powerful torrent of water erupts from its mouth. Corrosive underworld water. Instantly, Aura leaps up to dodge the blast. He charges forward. The Zunwind Thundershock appears immediately right in front of King 2. It suddenly closes its eyes. It's as if the beast is accepting its fate, as Aure unleashes his power. A green vortex surges forward. But then, he suddenly changes his mind. "I said I was here to save the people, so why am I using such a lethal move? Dealing with a naughty kid requires." Saying that, he gives a powerful flick to the horn on King 2's head, sending it flying backward. At the same time, he yells, "Skull-cracking flick," after Aure's move. King 2 vanishes, leaving only Tuan lying motionless amidst the ruins. Seeing his pathetic state, Tuha can't help but ask Aure, "Didn't you go a little too hard on him this time?" He continues sipping his cup of noodles, answering nonchalantly, "It's fine. It's just a few light scratches. I'm much more worried about his soul origin being eaten away." Hearing that, Tuha gets annoyed and snaps at him. "Can you stop talking about serious matters while stuffing your face with those damn noodles?" Poking his bruised face while he's unconscious, she asks, "So what do we do now? You knocked him out cold. Seriously, you really overdid it this time." Aure hears this and asks, "What's up? Are you worried about him?" Tuha replies irritably, "Please, my own idiot brother is enough of a headache. Do I look like I have the energy to care about anyone else?" Then, Aure asks for a favor. "Then wait a second. Help me carry him and his friend into the village. I'll buy you some noodles." Hearing such an absurd request, she screams, "Shut up. You better pay me properly. Shipping fees and property damage compensation, don't you dare think about running off. You owe me every single cent. Somewhere else." At this moment, a stream of blue water flows into a bath. Tuan is soaking in that water, and he slowly opens his eyes. Two strangers appear before him. The girl asks the boy curiously, "Is he awake yet?" The boy leans in close to his face and says, "Not yet." Then he immediately shoves two fingers right up Tuan's nose. "Let me wake him up." Tuan jumps up instantly. Looking at his body, he says, "What on earth is happening? What is this strange liquid?" His eyes analyze the substance and conclude, "Natural essence, origin unknown. It can restore both physical strength and mana simultaneously, and it has a certain level of calming effect. The girl standing in front of him speaks to Josh. Josh, why are you treating the high priest guest like that? Josh takes advantage of the fact that Tu-on doesn't understand and teases him. This stranger with the wide eyes looks absolutely clueless. Watching them whisper to each other, he wonders, what are they even talking about? Suddenly, Ore appears behind him, still chewing his noodles, and says, "You're awake, buddy?" Tu-on jumps out of his skin and shouts, You're from the Demon Spider sect." Hearing that, he immediately retorts, "What Demon Spider sect? It's the Spider Queen clan. You outsiders really love giving things stupid names." Standing before Ore, he yells, "Where are we? And where is Kobach?" Ore looks at him teasingly. "Are you sure she's ready to see what's under there?" The girl nearby blushes and hands Tu-on some clothes. "Quick, put this on before you catch a cold." He grabbed it immediately, face turning beet red as he stammered, Thank you." Once he was dressed, he turned to Orr and demanded, "You still haven't answered my question. Just who the hell are you?" But when he looked back, Orr had already vanished. Where did he go? Suddenly, a stone smacked him right in the head. Zi'an whipped around, fuming. "What was that for?" Josh ignored his rage and just barked, "Follow me, moron." Zi'an stood there between the two of them, completely lost. "What are you even talking about? I don't get any of this." Just then, a girl opened a door and greeted them softly. "Welcome, stranger." Looking past the door, Zi'an was stunned. A mysterious city had emerged from the pitch-black void. The darkness only made the eerie blue patterns on the surrounding buildings glow even brighter. Zi'an shouted, "Wait, we're underground?" The girl grabbed his hand and started pulling him along. Panicking, he cried out, "Hey, what are you two doing?" She pointed ahead and said, "The priests are waiting for you at the temple." Zi'an didn't understand a word she was saying, but following her gesture, he could guess what she meant, though he still wanted to double-check. "You want to go over there?" Looking at the massive temple, he asked again, "You're saying I have to go inside that thing?" The girl then handed Zi'an a green star spider. She said, "Here, take this." Pointing to the bracelet on her own arm, she showed him how to use the little creature. "Wear it on your wrist like this." Watching her, he replied, "You want me to wear this thing?" He stared at the spider on his hand. He muttered, "This feels super weird." By now, Josh couldn't wait any longer and started moving, not forgetting to throw one last jab. "Hurry up and follow us, idiot." Hearing that, the girl scolded him, "Josh, I told you to show our guests some respect." Josh ignored them both and fired off a web. The green star spider pulled him forward as he swung through the air like a monkey. He moved effortlessly across the strange terrain. Seeing Josh move like that, Zi'an finally understood the spider's purpose. Oh, so that's how it works. He aimed his hand forward and commanded, "Fire." But, unlike Josh's, the spider on Zi'an's hand didn't budge. He looked at it, confused. "Why isn't it doing anything?" The girl beside him whispered some advice. "First, you need to synchronize with this little one before you can use its power." Placing her hand over his heart, she said, "Synchronization means connecting your heart with its heart. It's about mutual trust, not just give." Then, placing her hand on her own chest, she calmly explained that most people use contracts to dominate their spirit beasts, but we use our hearts. Once you connect with them, you'll know exactly what they're thinking, and they'll understand you too. But she forgot one thing. Zi'an couldn't understand her language at all. He used body language to respond. Look, I don't speak your language." He didn't say it out loud, but he was complaining internally. "And seriously, you guys talk way too much." Suddenly, a notification popped up in front of him, and he stared at it in shock. Wait, the Eye of God can translate too? It gave him a summary of everything the girl had just said. Basically, she meant he should use soul power to communicate with the beast instead of a contract. He read it and thought, communicate through soul power, huh? He closed his eyes to give it a shot. Suddenly, a pair of glowing blue eyes appeared in his mind, asking, "Who are you?" He calmly replied, "I'm Zi'an." The voice repeated his name, Bai Zi'an. He looked behind him and spoke, "I don't mean any harm." Touching the entity behind him, he said softly, "I just want to be your friend." The green star spider accepted his request. A notification popped up to confirm it. "You have acquired a new skill, synchronization." Without wasting a second, he activated the skill. "All right, let's go." He skillfully navigated the city's bizarre terrain and landed right in front of the temple. He was blown away by how massive it was. It didn't look like much from a distance, but up close, it was absolutely magnificent. The girl followed him and bowed. The temple is a sacred place. Only those who are invited may enter. I'll take my leave now. As he stepped inside, a bridge appeared, stretching across a glowing blue lake. The light reflected off the water, blending with the mysterious patterns carved into the bridge and the surrounding pillars. He looked around, sizing the place up. So this is the temple of the demon spider cult. They're supposed to be the enemy. So why the hell did they bring me here? Inside the temple, Or's voice echoed the moment Zi'an entered. You're earlier than I expected. I thought it would take you forever to grasp the concept of synchronization. He turned around to face him and introduced himself properly. Allow me to introduce myself one more time. I am Or Van Blue Siphon, High Priest of the Moon Heian tribe, representing the Spider Queen clan. Seeing Zi'an's tense expression, he seemed to read his mind. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Why would guys like us from the demon spider cult go out of our way to help you? He pauses for a beat, his voice dropping to a low rumble. As for the reason, suddenly, he snaps his fingers. 3 massive screens flicker into existence. Pointing to each one, Ore explains, this is a very long story. This planet is called Kalalon, or, as you people call it, the Myriad Spider Star Realm. It is our mother planet. This was our original home, where we lived in perfect harmony with nature, thriving for countless generations. We even mastered the technology to communicate with these creatures. His voice rings out as if he's reciting an ancient fairy tale. Then, one day, you strangers arrived and began to colonize us. Images of the initial contact between the 2 planets start appearing on the screens. At first, we actually had a great relationship with those mysterious guests. We traded our spirit stones and beast taming techniques for your advanced science and technology, he continues, his voice remaining steady. We even led you to meet the great Spider Queen, our mother goddess. Everything was supposed to develop into something beautiful. Suddenly, his tone shifts, and the story takes a dark turn. But in the end, you outsiders showed your true colors. You plotted to use the very beast-taming techniques we taught you to enslave the Spider Queen. Your goal was to forcefully evolve yourselves, but the Spider Queen is an existence that rivals the gods. She was never meant to be controlled. Ore goes on to describe the chaos that erupted when the Spider Queen fought back with everything she had. It resulted in her being heavily wounded and dropping down to the amethyst rank. The spirit veins of the entire planet were affected, causing the mana to become wild and unstable. Because of that, the growth of every living creature here was capped. No one can ever surpass the amethyst rank. After that, we natives began a war that lasted hundreds of years against you colonizers from the outside world. The story continues as he speaks, but the nightmare was far from over. The war dragged on for an incredibly long time. With the support of your technology, the outsiders held an overwhelming advantage. Many of our tribes were wiped off the map. In a war where no future could be seen, the Spider Queen's clan split into 2 factions. This part of Ore's story explains the birth of the demon spider cult. The Sun Sect believed in using absolute force. The Sun Sect's core belief is that the great Spider Queen wants revenge through violence against the outsiders. That faction is what you know as the demon spider cult today. On the other hand, the Moon Hidden Sect seeks a path toward peace. The Moon Hidden Sect believes that the Spider Queen wants to end this senseless war through negotiation and non-violent means. Suddenly, Zi'an's voice cuts through Ore's storytelling. He points right at the man's face and says, "Hold on, you've been yapping for ages and you still haven't answered my question." Ore calmly clarifies, "Haven't I been explaining it to you bit by bit?" But Zi'an isn't buying it. He demands again, "Just tell me already, why are you helping ME?" Suddenly, Ore vanishes and reappears right behind Zi'an, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Child, do you believe in fate?" Zi'an flinches, instantly on guard. "What are you trying to do?" Hey. Auri waves him off to calm him down. "Don't get so worked up," he warns. "I should remind you first that soul erosion problem of yours still hasn't been fixed. I'd advise you not to use any spirit power right now. If you do, you're really going to turn into a mindless monster kid." As if to prove Ore's point, glowing red vines erupt across Zi'an's hand. Seeing this, he immediately pulls back his power. Ore gives a small smile and continues, "Now, let me finish the story. Before becoming a high priest, an elected priest must complete a pilgrimage. This means traveling to the Spider Queen's nest on a set cycle." His tale resumes, but now it turns to a different chapter, the real reason why he's helping Zi'an. "Back then, when I reached the Holy Land, the great Spider Queen was nowhere to be found. Something unexpected must have happened that forced her to leave her nest. Ore recounts his discovery. Near the nest, I found a young boy and his beast companion. According to him, both the boy and the beast were severely injured. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That boy just kept apologizing to his beast over and over. He tells the old story with a calm expression. I thought to myself, he must be the first outsider I've ever seen who truly respected his spirit beast like that. He pauses for a moment before continuing. So, I saved the boy and his beast, and brought them back to my tribe. Ore's voice sounds genuinely happy now, as if he's reminiscing about a cherished memory. He lived with the tribe for quite a while. We could really feel his kindness. Even though we were supposed to be enemies, he became our friend. Ore's voice turns soft and serious. Later, that boy told us his name was Jing Song. The story ends, and he stands before Zi'an. Now do you understand why I'm helping you? But Zi'an still has more questions. Wait. Just hold on a second. Tuan spoke up, his voice dripping with suspicion. My grandpa knew you guys when he was a young man? Then just how old are you? You don't look a day over 30. You're pulling my leg, right? Aure dropped a bombshell that left him stunned. So, your grandfather didn't mention it to you? Our kind ages incredibly slowly. Now, follow me. I will take you to see your teammate. As they stepped through the gates, he asked, Actually, I am curious. Kid, do you really not know? A beast space is a dimension, completely unique to each tamer. If anyone else tries to enter, it triggers a violent rejection reaction. Heading deeper inside, Aure explained, Your teammate is quite gifted, actually. If she were an ordinary person, she would have been physically obliterated. Having her spirit veins in a mess is actually lucky, all things considered. Arriving at the area where Gubai was being treated, Aure told him, We have cleared out the spirit crystal. Her vitals and pulse frequency have stabilized. Tuan looked at Gubai, lying motionless on a bed of flowers. Aure continued to explain her condition. However, because the beast space affected her psyche, the outlook isn't great. In fact, she might never wake up again. Tuan's brow furrowed. Never wake up? You're kidding me. Aure replied, It is not completely hopeless. He cautiously made a suggestion. I know of one way, but it depends on if you are willing to try. Tuan glanced at him, searching his face. What way? Aure explained that when Lord Chu Hao is in his moon-hidden form, he secretes a mysterious fluid. It can heal any wound or suffering. Our ancestors used that fluid to create a divine artifact, with the exact same properties. He then detailed how to find it. Because of the war with the visitors from the sky, and to ensure the artifact's safety, it was hidden deep within the tomb of our fallen soldiers. If you want that artifact, you must enter the catacombs. But Aure also warned him of the danger. The tomb is rigged with traps everywhere. Word is, many grave robbers have ended up dead or crippled. Tuan looked a bit uneasy. Well, that is not exactly a minor detail. But the traps aren't even the scariest part. They say some monsters stumbled in during the war, and reanimated the corpses inside, forming a massive army of the undead. Tuan's face went pale. Aure smirked and threw an arm around Tuan's shoulder. So, you still want to give it a shot? Despite his fear, he was determined to make things right. Gubai is in this mess because of me. I have to take responsibility. I will go. Aore chuckled to himself. Not bad at all. Your grandson is quite the stand-up guy, Kan Sung. They headed off together. As they walked, he began the history lesson. According to our calendar, this city is ancient. It has been around for over 1,400 years, and this tomb is more than 1,000 years old itself. Aure was incredibly knowledgeable. Since it is a graveyard for our fallen heroes, it is always under guard. On one hand, it is to stop grave robbers. On the other, well, you already know. It is to keep what is inside from getting out. The guards immediately stepped aside when they saw him. High Priest, you have arrived. Aure commanded. Good work, everyone. Open the gates. With his permission, Tuan easily stepped into the tomb. Suddenly, Aure called out, Oh, one more thing, Tuan. He started humming a playful tune. Actually, everything I told you about this tomb was a total lie. Tuan was so shocked he almost cursed. Wait, what? You lied to me? But it was too late. The door slammed shut. All Tuan could do was yell through the door, Hey, what the hell are you trying to pull? Realizing it was silent, he decided to scout the area. Looks like I am stuck here. Better see if there is another way out. Tuan walked toward an object in the middle of the room. Is this the artifact he mentioned? But didn't he say he lied? I am getting more confused by the second. The moment he lifted it, white smoke billowed out from the base. Crap, I forgot to scan it with the eye of God. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the room, completely swallowing Tuan and blinding him. He coughed, trying to look up and see what happened. What is going on? In sharp contrast to the ancient ruins, modern electric lights and a polished stone floor appeared right before his eyes. Could it be? His eyes went wide with shock. Did I just get transported back? Tuan calmly walked toward a figure slumped against the wall. This is an enemy soldier from back then. I am the one who shot him, right? He quickly followed his own old trail. Yeah, I remember now. Tuan ran forward, heart pounding. I went up the stairs. His memories were becoming crystal clear. Seeing the enemy again, it all rushed back. The mission was to take out the enemy commander, and I was the only one left in my squad. He stopped in front of a wall riddled with bullet holes. This is it. This is the place. This was the final room. Standing there, Zi'an couldn't help but wonder what on earth he was doing. All of this. It was clearly in the past. Yet, his hand remained frozen on the doorknob before he finally stepped inside. Why do I still care so much? I should be focused on saving Bai and Grandpa. The heavy iron door creaked open with a groan, revealing someone sitting perfectly still in the center of the room. It was Zi'an's own corpse. It had been there for a long time, slowly rotting away. What am I even doing here? This is all just ancient history. He stared, unable to tear his eyes away. It was so eerie. Suddenly, a voice echoed inside Zi'an's head. It seems you still haven't let go of your past self. Terrified, he gasped. What? Who's there? Suddenly, the corpse lunged at him. It's me. Zi'an fought back in a panic. No way, this can't be happening. Why? You should be dead. No. Wait. I'm already dead. Thick. Red vines began spewing out from the corpse's mouth. They lunged, trying to ensnare him. I am you, and you are me. It attacked Zi'an. I'm dead, so you have to die too, he scrambled, reaching for a gun that had fallen nearby. Damn it, just a little bit further. Zi'an airily dodged several red vines as they slammed into the concrete, shattering the floor. You think you're me? No, you're not. You're just a shadow of who I used to be. You are not me. Finally, his fingers brushed against the cold metal. Zi'an grabbed the gun and checked it. By some miracle, it still had ammo. He jammed the barrel straight into the corpse's mouth. My past has nothing to do with who I am today. Then, Zi'an declared with absolute conviction, I, Zi'an, am a Beastmaster. I have friends now, and I have family waiting for me to come save them. He pulled the trigger, his voice booming with resolve. I'm not that person anymore. The corpse instantly dissolved into a swirling mist of mystical blue smoke. Zi'an let out a long, heavy breath, finally letting it all go. Rest in peace, the old me. From now on, there is only Zi'an, the Beastmaster. As he stood tall, the reality around him began to shift and fade. Zi'an found himself back in the chamber of the tomb. Was it all just a hallucination? He looked down at the object clutched in his hand. He felt a wave of relief. Forget it. At least I got the divine artifact. Bai is saved. Outside, Alfred was already waiting for him. He clapped his hands in mock admiration. Not bad, Zi'an. You're out already? Zi'an irritably shoved the artifact toward him. Cut the crap, Alfred. You shoved me in there without a word just to make me go through some trial, didn't you? You could have at least given me a heads up. Alfred kept that annoying smirk on his face. Where's the fun in that? If I told you it was a trial, there wouldn't be any surprise, would there? He then explained, this trial is tied to the personal experiences of the challenger. Essentially, you were facing your own inner demons. Alfred leaned in, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. So, tell me, what was your inner demon? Zi'an's face immediately went pale and sour. Zi'an didn't want to talk about it, only muttering a single sentence. He's dead. But then, Alfred suddenly dropped a bombshell. I see. Well, here's the thing. Besides healing your friend, this divine artifact can also fix your own corrupted essence. But it only works once. The Zhouhu essence is extremely limited, so you have a choice. Save your friend, or save yourself. Zi'an snapped. He lunged forward and grabbed Alfred by the collar, shouting, Why the hell are you only telling me this now? How many more secrets are you hiding from me, huh? All he got in response was that same infuriatingly smug half-smirk.